Yo, legit, where do I even begin tonight? Where to begin tonight? Cheers, everybody. We got a full house up in the house on a Wednesday, on a hump day, huh? Where to begin? I'm running out of things to say. You would think someone tweeted, they're like, hey, we don't run out of content when you're following GameStop. I don't. There's so much shit that I want to go through. I see we have a celebrity among us here with Justin Dapiarala. That's the first time I'm trying to say your name out loud, Justin. I hope I pronounced this correctly. But Justin, cheers to Justin right off the bat. Justin, I heard Justin. Someone's giving you a nickname, Justin the Bull Dapiarala. What a great name, Justin, pushing all over the place on some things that we were talking about in the last stream, right? I mean, a whole bunch of the announcements that GameStop had. But number one thing I want to talk about, right, is this 13G, right? I mean, come. I'm running out of things to say with the show. I keep, as you know, I've been kind of like, this short squeeze this, short squeeze that. I'm like, I just tweeted out, like, is the float evaporating before us? I'm running out of explanations for the shorts. I'm increasingly confused. In theory, all these shares can continue to be loaned out, but I'm thinking, and we were talking about this, and Justin was talking about this too. Keep an eye out for the 13Ds and 13Gs this whole week. See if people keep an eye on it. We see all this tremendous volume, right? And here we go, Senvest. And so I just did a quick search looking back into. I had looked into that company earlier this year. I can't remember what ticker it was that we crossed paths, but I looked in. But we just seen this tremendous volume, and clearly, am I saying that name right? Senvest was one of the folks buying into it, right? And as you can see, what triggered the filing was that incremental purchase on October 7th, and so that was last week. There were incremental buyers into that $9 handle. And I posted, if you didn't see it, I tweeted out a whole bunch of background. Where the hell did I do it? Right here. Just a whole. These are just direct quotes from this article right here. Whenever I see someone file, I'm not going to go through the whole damn thing here. Google it. You'll see it. Google if you're looking for a bit more information about this gentleman. Value investor. Another contrarian value investor. It's starting to get crowded up in this space. You know what I mean? But like we have good company. When you're in good company, it's a good place to be. And so just like when we did that, remember when we did the Ryan Cohen research on the live stream that night it came out? That's exactly what I did immediately. I'm like, let me just look into this. So I shared some of the quotes. And how do you not like being aligned with someone who has quotes like this in an article written about that? It's a couple years old, right? But who cares? And then I also added too, the tremendous outperformance from 97 to 2014. You know what? We were talking about performance because we talked about Domo's performance on the last stream, right? Talk about being outspoken about what your performance is. It's badass, and here's another person eating up some of that float. Who knows if they're tight hands? But based on the little background, this preliminary research, I tend to think this is the case, right? He's looking for turnaround type companies. He's looking for exactly the type of company that GameStop is, just as Ryan Cohen was looking for that type of omni-channel type play that kind of aligned with what he did with Chewy. It's the same shit. So I'm like, oh wow. So the first thing is like, all right, it's just another person, another seemingly legitimate investor here validating this bull thesis. I mean, the hits just keep coming. You remember we're talking about when there's a short squeeze coming, right? And or some people like one of the arguments like they haven't started to close yet, right? In fact, I have this open right now. You're finally starting to see the rate go up a little bit. We've breached 50% again, but there's still not many shares available. But usually with that short squeeze, it's like boom, 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 right? Yeah, I mean, and you haven't really got that with GameStop. And when I'm talking about that, it's like usually the company's dropping news, right? And the shorts are like, what the hell's going on here? They're like surprised by the news and everything like that. But now you even have investors find like non-management related news that's just contributing to it. And I'm kind of surprised this was only up 3% today. Like this is what's really confused me, because if you're a short, right? This crazy level of short interest, right? And there's just so many potential news releases that could come out that could validate this new GameStop model in the digital age, right? That it can not only survive, but even potentially thrive in this new age, right? And I even talked about, what was one of my tweets? Oh, I included this tweet. Oh, we were talking about this, right? Because Wissink had mentioned this in her that recent article in Seeking Alpha, which I linked. But how GameStop can become a little bit of a tech type company, advertising type company, which obviously would command a much larger multiple. I'm always pulling up Best Buy, right? But if you're an advertising company, you start pulling up like Facebook and the Instagram advertising that you might see, advertising across social media. Now, I'm not saying GameStop's going to get a 10x multiple or anything like that, 10 times revenue. That's not my point. My point is just that there's new news that could keep on coming out in the coming weeks and the coming months that can start changing people's perception. Where people are like, yo, yo, maybe there is something here with GameStop, which a lot of us have been saying for a long time, right? But when you start having the masses and even large investors who start subscribing to this belief that GameStop's turning around, and it's not just the news I'm talking about. It's the technical analysis aspect too. The idea that physical discs are here. We're seeing a lot of the breakdown. It looks like 75% physical consoles versus the digital type consoles. You know what I mean? The traditional versus the digital consoles. And it's like people are going to start coming around to it. And like I think we continue to see this unfolding in real time. And if you layer on top of that the different possible vendor partnerships that GameStop could release, and like I keep on bringing up this presentation. And I just keep on bringing up these pillars. I mean, there's just so many different. The Microsoft, I think a confusing aspect of that Microsoft thing is many people were viewing that as like, this is it. This is it. This is all GameStop could do. And they're like, that's it? Don't you have more specifics? And just imagine if that's just that first domino to fall and there's just a whole bunch coming. What the hell do you do? Oh, I don't know what you do. Do you know what you do? I don't know what you do. And, I keep on saying, like, I tried to substantiate the short thesis, and I keep on saying that there is a case for that long-term secular risk. I'm starting to think they're on the wrong side of the trade. That I'm still not totally sure whether or not they can get on orderly fashion. I think they have the wrong thesis. I think they have subscribed to the wrong story. We talk about the story. I think they have really bought into the secular risk, and they thought it was much more. They thought it was going to happen much more rapidly, and I'm just really coming into it. The price didn't even really move today. This isn't a huge game changer news. Senvest getting involved like this. This isn't like huge, like, oh, there's another article too. There was another Barron's article where I pulled that returns from. This news of another 5% shareholder isn't like, I got to close my short. I got to close. It was short. It's not like that news. But nevertheless, like I said, that's just another thing where it's like, don't you start panicking? When does the panic? It's almost like they're... I mean, I don't know who's on the other side of this, but it's like they're just remaining overly chill. You know what I mean? I keep saying how the longs are like, yo, we can just sit back. We can just chill because any outstanding news that we're going to receive is very likely going to be bullish. What bearish news are you going to get at this point that's going to support 140% of the float, the short position? You know what I mean? What? I don't even know. And so it's almost like they're almost too chill right now. Like... 3% this was up today, and the float's like, and we're going to go through so much today. So Justin, cheers to Justin again. Like, Justin was clearly pounding the table on this stuff. First of all, let's bring up one of his tweets. Oh, so you can see I was quote tweeting. This is Justin's thing. So Justin said this. Look at this. Justin, 300 likes, 61 quote tweets. He's a celebrity. We got a famous person on the stream here tonight. So props to Justin. Justin getting the word out, right? And he's look, I'm talking about, he's banging the table. He's getting quoted in Seeking Alpha. Where the hell is it? Right here. And so even now Seeking Alpha coming around where they're talking about, hey, this could be something here to the bull. Importantly, pointing out this ownership summary. This table isn't right. It's inaccurate. There's 2 RC ventures and stuff. But besides the point, we know what it's supposed to say. And I just think, how do the shorts? I don't understand. Are there any shorts out there? Are there any shorts out there who can who can just explain to me? I'm not saying that you're definitely wrong, but maybe I'm just too dense. I can't come around to this. I just can't quite get it because I'm starting to get, I'm starting to buy into the idea that you're just on the wrong side of the trade. And if you're on the wrong side of the trade, if that's the case, and we're getting every week that passes, we're getting closer to the new consoles, and at any given point, there could be a 13G filing, a partnership announcement by the company, something on the digital front. You know what I mean? That gets people talking like, look out. My odds, and again, look at my videos. Short squeeze, I keep on saying, is a sideshow. I've always felt it's a sideshow, and I have to say the odds have been ticking higher with each passing week, with each incremental news that we receive in the price. The price is up, right? It's up quite a bit, but it is trading at cash right now, just about. And I'm just like, this doesn't make any sense to me that you would keep this position on. But again, I'm always of the opinion like maybe there's something here I don't understand. But and then I'm watching the price action. The price action is sticking at 11. It's sticking at 12. It's like, if this was just like some temporary blip and our fundamental thesis was flawed, like the price would likely be giving back some of the gains, right? It's just up, 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 up. This is like a painful variation of a short squeeze. People talking about overstock, like that's a type of short squeeze you can have. It's like a Tesla type short squeeze. Sometimes you have it like up in a couple of days. Like there's different versions of this. I don't know. Are there books out there written on the different types of potential short squeeze? But now you're getting to the point of like VW Porsche. You know what I mean? With the, didn't I see a tweet? I thought I could have sworn I saw a tweet where I'm like, you're getting into this territory where you're running out of float. You're running afloat. You're running on a float, and let me just pull up here's the number of shares short, right? About 68 million as of September 30th. We don't know what the latest is. Now I'm increasingly viewing this as potential buyers of the stock. 68 million bona fide buyers of the stock in potentially the near-term future. What the hell does the stock price do what happens if that's the case? Especially if some of this volume is a bit artificial because it's market makers kind of just trading shares because blah blah blah, you know what I mean, stuff I just don't know enough about this aspect, but I'm increasingly viewing this as like these are buyers that are just sitting there, and I'm starting to think that they're dragging their feet a bit too long if they're serious about getting out of this position. And if they're on the wrong side of the trade, GameStop has those unique characteristics about it that the perception can happen quickly, and I think we're kind of seeing it happen right now. And the fact that the price action isn't giving back a lot of these gains, it's sticking around, and every damn new news release is bullish. You can't see this and not think this is a bullish interpretation, this 13G. You know what I mean? And it's eating up all the shares. Like the institutional holders hold like 100% of. I don't know. So there was a couple of GameStop articles that I pulled up here. We probably won't go through all these, but there's a 13G. I'm very curious to see everyone's take out there. Justin's got a bunch of shit. I'm glad Justin's on the stream. This is sick. If you have any other additional thoughts about Senvest, I may have missed something. I did like that quick research. Ryan Cohen research was a bit more thorough because of how big that position was and who he was, his background. Plus, it was a 13D, right? This is a 13G, a little bit more passive, but nevertheless, this is the type of hedge fund, the type of money manager I like to be aligned with. I always talk about how it's good to be in company of these people, these maybe prominent folks who have a successful investment history. I like that. And if you're a short, this has got to freak you out just a bit. And that's why I'm kind of surprised. I mean, what was the volume today? 10 million? 10 million? I don't know. At this price, it just continues creeping higher. What else did I have up here? Just the price action is just painful if you're short. This is really painful. And I mean, there's just that the consoles coming, and that kind of gets the GameStop front of mind. Where are you going to buy your games? Everyone starts talking about GameStop. But if people's perceptions start coming around to shit like this, I like that Justin ended this tweet with GameStop now meaningfully participates in digital. And you got to read Justin's tweets, his posts on Seeking Alpha. Justin did some serious due diligence here, trying to pick apart what the hell they meant in this press release, kind of tearing it to shreds, and clarifying for the rest of us. This is what I'm talking about. We're so spoiled. How much GameStop can benefit from this type of a partnership. And just think of potential partnerships that are still outstanding that GameStop could capture as time passes. And I think, what the hell's going on? What are you doing? What's going on here with the shorts? And then I mean, there was this. I mean, here's just another version, but this was from Wisink's article here. And so if people start coming around to this, in addition to the new consoles coming out and it kind of people talking about gaming and shit, just, I don't know, the odds of this squeezy type behavior, the odds of it are ticking up. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen or anything like that. I don't know enough about it, but I see this unfolding, and I'm just like, what the hell? I'm very curious to read it. Look at this. Oh, whoa, 70. Cheers, everybody. All right, happy Wednesday. We're about to do some serious DD tonight. You know this. Let's go, right? Holy shit. I mean, seriously, huh? What was that one? Okay, let's get going here. Let's get going because I'm like a lot of the stuff we were talking about on what was today, Wednesday. A lot of the stuff we were talking about on Monday. It's like a lot of the stuff we've been talking about on the stream. Uber. I mean, Uber's been saying shit, and then I swear like Uber says something, and then like something happens within 24 hours. Like we've been doing legitimate research here on the stream, like getting the juices flowing, thinking about this stuff, bouncing ideas off each other. This is why it's great because this is a benefit of this, like the live chat stream and stuff like this. You can just bounce ideas off each other. It gets the juices flowing where you think about stuff in a different light. And then I saw Uber kind of comparing GameStop to like an oil and gas type company. You know what I mean? I'm like, whoa, that's a spicy take. You know what I mean? Like they're kind of drilling for potential revenues down the line in this digital space. I'm like, whoa. By way of like what Justin was talking about with the with the Xbox ecosystem, I'm like, whoa, people aren't really thinking about it like that, but that's the type of thing, changing perceptions, and I'm like, whoa, what the hell? So sometimes this takes time, right? But I would argue this has already been unfolding, right? I don't know if people are new to the stock or anything. Like I would say this has been happening, unfolding over the past year, but people are just starting to buy into it, and I think they're behind. I think the market is often slow to pick up on major inflection points like this. And I think they've yet to catch up. That's my opinion, right? Not advice, blah, blah, blah. This is educational and all and so forth. But that's my thoughts. and I'm kind of excited for tonight to legit like see what people are saying about this stuff, right? Who knows? People, it's like we're willing to some of this news to come out. We talk about it, and then it happens. I'm like, ho. I made sure I still got my voice tonight. I was going around going beep beep boop 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 saying let's go, but I was like, yo, I gotta keep my voice. Can't be losing that shit. Okay, who do we got up here? Uber Kicks, let's go. Yeah, all right, welcome back. Cheers. Hey, Alex Music. Hey, the song I included today is from Alex Music. He's on the stream tonight. Cheers. It's late. He's in Paris. He's got a SoundCloud out there. Check it out. He added me back, and I mentioned that in August. I'm like, yo, he's got a SoundCloud. Let me check this out. I was looking for some tunes, and I said, hey, can I toss this in the disclaimer? He said, yeah, of course. Sick. Polygon, cheers. Welcome back. Justin, yes, sick. I thought this is sick. Okay, celebrity up in the house. Woo. What that was it? I feel like there was other stuff too. The tweet that you had too is just a shit ton of people. Like, this is crazy, right? You're like an overnight celebrity, right? Isn't this going viral? And then I saw a whole bunch of your posts on Seeking. I liked a whole bunch of this shit. Look at my Seeking Alpha is just millions of likes of Justin's posts and shit. It's hilarious. Justin doing work, like I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying. It's nice, this collective effort on this particular stock. You don't usually have this with most, as value investors know, you don't usually have this. So this has been great. Like someone like Justin, like setting aside the time to do this and to share his research. It's just so appreciated. Who else we got? Musical Felony, sick. Cheers, Musical. Working the second shift secretly to shh. Musical, shh. Everyone, keep it on the DL. Daily, cheers, Daily. Let's go. Oh shit, Justin pointed it out. He's 50,000 views. There you go. Just Justin saying the tweet got 50,000 views. Boom. There you go. I put out more than he's ever had before. Yeah. Oh shit. Serious how the credit goes to Run Kitty Uber. If not for this show. All right, see, Justin saying what I was just saying. You know what I mean? Cheers, Justin. All right. Saying how it kind of gets us thinking about this stuff. I agree, Justin. You know what I mean? What we talk about here isn't the whole thesis, but it makes you think about different stuff. And you're like, oh, I didn't think about it like that. This has legit happened for myself. I'm glad Justin's saying the same. And Uber, I mean, so many people have been sharing. Even in the last stream, we're talking about, PC gaming. Isn't there a potential used marketplace? I meant to mention that on the tweet, and I just forgot. But I mean, so that's sick. Thank you for sharing, Justin. Cheers, everyone. Okay, see what up? See you. What up? Cheers. Like the stream. Thank you, Polygon. Steve Mazzini's in the house too. All right. Well, cheers, Steve. Hey, Steve. Nice job with the timing on some of these articles that you got out there, right? I mean, obviously Justin too. Justin, every time you come out with an article, then the news coming out, you're in the green on all these. But Steve, you too, huh? Steve's got an article out on Seeking Alpha too. It's sick. The fox will not be protected. Hey, doxed. How many you got? How many different names you got in there? Doxed. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's see. Myth Bezler. All right, Myth, welcome to the stream. It's a young Willie Nelson, right? Oh shit, that's funny. I could get some like country tunes up in there over the disclaimers too, with shit like this. Hey, Hugo. Oh, Hugo, talking about that. So I saw that Motley Fool had a couple articles. I didn't even bring those up. I didn't bring those up, but I did see that they had a couple of articles. I wouldn't say, as we talked about, I wouldn't attribute necessarily malice when there could be other motivations at hand. You know what I mean? As we talked about, I'm more interested in like the quality articles. I'm like, and then stuff like this when I'm trying to do some research on stuff, and I'm like, oh, this is a good article. I kind of focus my efforts on that. What happens is you reach a point where you'll read something like I said this a couple times. You read like the first couple sentences or the first couple paragraphs, and then you're like, all right, I kind of get where they're going with this or where they're at, and then you might move on. Like I do that frequently. George, too much good news. These bears are. I know everything's good news, but we would keep on saying that every damn stream. We're like, what news is going to come out that's going to kind of surprise people? And everyone keeps talking about like Q3. Like if you're 140%, like if you have this many shares short, you're going to pin your hopes on a subpar Q3 when you're in the middle of when you've just kicked off Q4 and it's going to be one of the best Q4s in the past 7 years. Like, are you pinning your hopes on a weak Q3? Because that's not a good enough thesis. Certainly not, right? That's what I mean. There's got to be something else here, but I'm starting to wonder if maybe there's not. And it's just this hollow bear thesis. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Join the stream. Tell me I'm wrong. It's cool. It's no problem. But I don't know. Steve Stonk, welcome back. Steve, welcome back. Oh, I saw some folks. Hey, cheers to everybody who, I saw a couple of folks from the stream who had joined Seeking Alpha. I saw your comments. Cheers to you, because that's sick. Because you see how you can get the dialogue going, not just on this chat, right, but elsewhere. On Twitter, of course, StockTwit's a lot of people there, but even on Seeking Alpha, and I saw folks chiming in the comments there, and Steve, I think you were one of them. So cheers to all y'all, because that was just great seeing that, because then you get, there's a whole bunch of people there, right? But I saw it, I'm like, oh, this is great. All right, get the dialogue going here too. Let's bring it out. Okay, what else we got? Oh, the Motley. Okay. There was the Motley Fool. Yeah, and then I saw the Investopedia. The one out there. That's the thing, when news comes out, like all these articles come out quickly, and then you got to kind of quickly decide, is this a robust article that I'm reading, or is it just kind of fluff, or is it there not much here? Then you just move on. That's what I do. Okay, let me keep going. Oh, that's okay. That's what y'all talking about. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna try to catch up here. Let me just see. But oh yeah, so the borrow rate. Yep, I saw that ticking up, huh? Like I keep on saying, I don't read too much into this, except when remember, they're probably paying a lower rate, those shorts. If they're larger institutions, they're probably paying a lower rate. But as we say, this is a proxy for what the rate that they are paying, what that's doing. You know what I mean? If this is ticking up, that's ticking up. And as Justin pointed out, it just starts to get expensive. 68 million shares times a $10, $12 price point. Like every incremental dollar gets to get more and more expensive. That's why I'm like, when the price is like slowly ticking up, I'm like, what are you doing? You know, don't you? I mean, don't you trim? Don't you trim your position when it's or get out? And what? What's the decision? Is there going to be a decision? Like, are they that confident that they think they're right? And they're like, well, we're just going to keep on holding this. I don't give a shit about what news comes out. I don't give a shit. I'm just holding this, like you usually trim out, you know what I mean? Are they so like they've been raising their position? You know what I mean? Like they're like, let's do it more. And the only thing I think was like they're trying to control the narrative. But I keep on saying, like, you're not doing a very good job. Cat's out of the bag, right? What do you hope? This is me confused. This is not even like this is just me. Whatever, huh? The rate doubled. Yeah, so I think that rate can be quite volatile. It goes all over the place. Would love to see more of that. Yeah, so I think I'll be watching this now. Remember, it got up super high back in April and May. It kind of got a little bit squeezy for a couple of days. I feel like we haven't even seen anything like that yet. But that's something to keep an eye on, this trend. Really all I'm looking at is this trend. And the trend is clearly ticking higher ever since that Ryan, looks like right when that Ryan Cohen did that initial 13D filing. It's kind of been ticking up, right? And I just think that the shorts have an opportunity to trim out. You know what I mean? Like, I think that the short thesis is only weakening. It's weakening with each incremental news. I think if it's weakening and you're potentially on the wrong side, you trim out. That's what you do on the long side. If it starts to work against you, or even if it starts to rise, in this case, some of them are underwater, I assume. But you start trimming it. All right, I'm out, or just exit the position. Then they're adding to their position. I'm like, yo, everything is working. It's almost like they're obstinate. They're excessively stubborn. Or they're excessively stubborn, in which case they may pay for their stubbornness. They might. Or there's something I don't understand. But I'm kind of leaning more toward they have the wrong story. And there could be, now it's setting up for potential fireworks. Whereas previously I've kind of assigned a lower probability to it. I have. Check out all my GameStop videos. Now I'm like, it's my probability of it is ticking higher. I'm like, yo, this is setting up to be, this could be something crazy. Doesn't mean it happens, right? Doesn't mean it happens. Even the GameStop thesis itself, the bull thesis, it doesn't mean the full thing happens. But I always talk about the probabilities, all the opportunity paths. And I'm just like, yo, the odds are ticking up with each. All right, let me keep on going. What am I talking about? Y'all know this shit. Yeah, Polygon. If everyone is contrarian, is it really contrarian? Well, that's what I'd say. I'd say as long. That's the thing, and I think I mentioned this on the last stream, but it's hard to think. It's hard to think everyone's contrarian when I still not the Polygons. I think Polygon's just making a joke, right? But I see this and I think, yo, not everyone's contrarian. This is becoming the contrarian position. You know what I mean? Like, it's not there yet because you still see kind of that. You still see that bearishness. It's still out there. It's sticky. This bearishness has been so sticky. It's gone on so long. And remember, and you back out 10 years, this is what's in short's mind. This is what they're thinking about. They've been right for so effing long. You know what I mean? Every year, we're right. we're right. And then I think that like it's like quicksand. Oh, it's like quicksand. Like they're giving the like, well, now it's like quicksand because that's not a good analogy. I don't know. I'm just trying to run with it. But I'm like, yo, you got to get yourself out of that. Don't you know shit can change? When the facts change, you can change your mind. And I'm like, yo, were they right for so long that they think they're right to perpetuity, that they were like, this has kind of validated their thesis, and now they think, no, we're definitely right at this. But shit changes. And that's why you got to keep your finger on the pulse of the news. This is why you got to track everything. And this is why fundamental analysis, right, I think is pivotal to, well, my style. Everyone has their own unique style. I'm not saying that would be necessarily a good approach for everybody, but I'm like, if you're tracking the fundamental news here, that short thesis is unraveling, and that's what I mean. It's a little bit crazy when they're like, do it more, do it again, hit him again. I'm just like, yo. And so when I keep on saying, hey, this is kind of like the ideal path for the longs. What I mean, obviously, I keep on saying this. It'd be great if we woke up, it's at 100, right? But it's kind of painful for the shorts because it goes up a little bit and they add to their position. It goes a little bit, come back down, and they go, we'll add to the position. It goes up a little bit and they go, we'll add to our position. I'm like, then what happens is you got 70 million shares short, 65 million shares outstanding. Maybe you have tight hands. People are buying in all along the way, like Senvest is buying in up to a $9 handle. Cohen was buying into an $8 handle. And so they're eating up some of these shares, right? And at the same time, the shorts are adding to their business. I'm like, that's what I mean. Like, it's kind of like, oh, it's shaping up the odds that are increasing. Whereas if it just happened overnight, maybe it's like a bandit and they just close out of their position. You don't get fireworks. But now I'm like, I'm less and less sure of all this. But I'm always curious to hear what other people think too. Maybe the odds are even way higher than I think. I don't know enough about this. Always trying to learn, right? Everything's a learning opportunity. I'll tell you what. I mean, this is some crazy ass short squeeze. Talk about a learning opportunity. I'm no expert on short squeezes and this type of a shit and these types of market mechanics. I'm learning along the way here, but a lot of us read that VW and Porsche shit, and I'm like, yo, isn't this kind of looking a little bit similar in that they're gobbling stuff up? And that's not to say you get something like that, but if there's one stock in this whole damn stock universe, all right, on all the markets, this is the stock that I think that it could potentially happen for. But let's see. Okay. Daily says, yeah, someone's got to make a move, and it doesn't look like it will be Toots Longs. I don't know. Someone's got to. Trey, cheers, Trey. Everyone like this. There we go. See? This channel. You see all these likes? Trey 50 Daniel, right there. Thanks, Trey. Trey, we already at 38. We're at 38 at 7:30. Trey, cheers to Trey, as always, huh? Hey, what up, Junior? I don't know if Needle will move that much until we see Q4 earnings. What do you guys think? So, Junior, I'd say that's like the big, that's the next big news thing. But I think Junior stuff can unfold all along the way until we get there, where GameStop can announce different types of partnerships, different types of deals. They could drop some news, like, I mean, I'm not saying that they would do this, like buybacks or anything like that. If they did, which I still don't necessarily think that they did do, but that they might wait till earnings. But like that stuff can just announce, oh, we did the buybacks and we're announcing a new authorization, right? There's nothing preventing them from doing that. Or Justin's been talking about the European operations. Hey, we sold the European operations. We got however $100 million in cash from that sale. We don't have it yet, blah, blah, blah. We're going to use that for the authorization, blah. Like that type of stuff can come out anytime. That's what I mean. What unexpected negative news are you going to get? So Junior, that's the big thing I'd say, right? Is, oh, you say Q4 earnings. Oh, Q4 earnings. Oh, that's 6 months away. Now, Junior, plenty of stuff could unfold. Most prominently, just the changing sentiment. When a stock is undervalued, it's like kind of serves as this perpetual tailwind until it gets probably fairly valued and even overvalued, right? You see this? And then in the meantime, it's just that sentiment is changing, perception is changing, all this little news pieces. So you probably got plenty of stuff in the meantime, Junior. I think the jacket at all. Hey, Daniel Simon, cheers. Welcome, Daniel. Oh, Daniel here. Oh, yeah, Daniel. You on Seeking Alpha? I think I seen you on there, Daniel. This is good. So we see some people on the chat on Seeking Alpha and vice versa. Sick. Okay. Ty Taya. Hey, cheers, Ty. All right. Welcome. We get Polygon. Yeah, gotta advertise the stream even more so we can make me even behind the chat. Polygon always keeps me on. Polygon, I always laugh at your Polygon's like, he's not gonna get to this like half hour later, and then I get to it, I'm like, oh shit, he was right. People still sleeping on new news. Yeah, I feel like people are dragging their feet a little. I was kind of surprised. I thought that warranted, again, not crazy news yesterday, but like, don't you start a little bit of... You'd have to be so confident. I guess they are so confident based on this figure. But to see what's unfolding and not start closing positions and even add to you got to be so confident. In 3% today, I thought, I don't know. Okay, keep going. 10p, 56 watch. Yeah. Oh, we got 87. Cheers, everybody. This is sick. Like Spike. All right. Hey, Chris, welcome. Nicholas, welcome. We got some new folks in here. Well, look at we probably get the most we've seen. So this is sick. The more people, as I was just talking about, the more people we have here, the more different takes we have and bounce ideas off each other. It results in more comprehensive DD. That's what I think. Like more comprehensive research, because like you got people looking over your shoulders as you're thinking about stuff and even calling you out. I mean, keep it civil, of course, right? But being like, no, you didn't think of it that way, because that's how you grow individually, right? But it's how you develop a thesis over time, as those small changes and small stuff. So this is great, all these new folks. Hey, Nephew Wins, welcome. All right, nice seeing you on the channel. Sick. Nephew Wins, remember, weren't you the first comment on that first GameStop video? That's sick. All right. Owls? I think I saw those. I saw the owls on sectors. I did see that. Okay, Trey, only bearish news we could get is anecdotal about how... Yeah. That's some, but even Trey saying that maybe anecdotal news, people shopping with GameStop if they got issues with it and stuff. I mean, that's real news. But I feel like you're always going to get that with many retailers, so I'm not sure how much, with GameStop specific stuff, how much that impacts what's unfolding here in the marketplace. It's hard to tell, but it's a good point, Trey. Evan, cool bandana. Oh, you like that bandana? Sick. All right, cool. Nephew, yeah, right. Mike, cheers, Mike. I saw Barton replied to Roki. I saw that, Barton. We've mentioned Barton. I included Barton on one of the, when I uploaded the live stream one of those nights, I included him on there. I saw he quote tweeted or whatever he did. I thought, all right, Barton on board with this. And I don't know if he knows who that gentleman is who filed the 13G, but that was good to see, right? And then you got people talking about it. And like I said, you've got lots of prominent folks out there and good analysts out there pounding the table. And that's, I mean, I believe that they're speaking realer, like a more legitimate, like more that the analysis that they're sharing is more legitimate than some of the other shit I'm seeing out there. So I'm like, that's good, because it kind of gets the word out there. The speaking truth, you know what I mean? With that pursuit of truth, that's what we're always trying to do. And so it's good to see people tweeting about it, talking about it, sharing it. It's just great. So I did see that, Mike. I did see that. Hey, yeah, stream popping tonight. Oh, Nephew says that too. Only bearish news if they delay the race. Yeah, which is looking less and less likely with each passing week and each passing month. Look at like this. That was a risk a couple of months ago. I'm like, there's a chance that this don't pan out, and then how's GameStop going to navigate that? Now it's looking more and more likely that we're going to be on schedule. It's going to be robust demand, yada yada yada. But indeed, it's still a point worth bringing up. Thank you, Nephew. Well, but then he says the same thing, but he's like, that ain't gonna happen. That I say too. It's still good to mention these things. We toss it out there, and then we can all be like, but that ain't likely. But that's all you got to do, and then assign a low probability to it. Oh yeah. Xenian, cheers. Justin mentioned that he confirmed that there are large hedge funds that are short on GME. So I'm interested about that. Like we keep on talking about who is on the other side of this. Who the hell can be this confident, right? Who can be this confident, and who can raise their position at these higher... who the hell can do that? And we were thinking, like, it's got to be larger institutions. And then I'm like, but I don't know. We don't know. It's beep, boop, 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 boop. Because institutions, they could be either. They could be the robot type shit. They could be humans. They could be combinations thereof. Who knows? So it's, I mean, I'm curious, who is it? But also what their rationale is, what their thesis is. Because do they just got the wrong story? Are they doing their best to contain the narrative, contain the price action, and then maybe they're going to fail? Because if so, that's a dangerous game. Very dangerous game. That's what I'm saying. Like, this gets dangerous. This is dangerous price action to be adding to your positions. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What you going to do when they come for you? What you going to do when the longs come for you? I got some new ideas. I've been taking notes on what y'all think for some new graphics and stuff. I was thinking of some this week. Okay. All right, let me keep going. Evan Martin, GME is going up in total fundamentals. So Evan, I think, as we all know, I'll just quickly say this just so I can keep going. I think that's what a lot of people are missing, the fundamental, which is funny, right? Because I think a lot of us on the stream are fundamentals focused value investors, right? And when you have a that's grounded in reality, right? When you have a fundamentals based thesis, like a lot of people don't care. Many people don't give a shit, and many people are focused on like I talk about side short stuff, like short squeeze type stuff, and they're overly focused on that single Microsoft partnership, and they kind of miss the forest for the trees. It's a phrase that a lot of people have been tossing around for a good reason. And it's like, yo, this is grounded in reality. You better be careful, because you can't just think this is some. I see people trying to classify GameStop as one of those 2020 like meme stocks, like, oh, it's just going up. It's just some crazy short squeeze. Obviously, GameStop's dead. That's dangerous. That's dangerous if you're trading on it. You know what I mean? Because that's what I'm talking about. The wrong story. You get the wrong story, because this one's grounded in a fundamentals-based thesis. And I agree. Like Evan, I agree. I'm not saying it's going up on. It's just fundamentals. I'm not saying that. I just mean a major portion of this thesis is like. I mean, all of my thesis is fundamentals. But as far as like price action, that type of stuff, that's where I start incorporating the analysis. But all my videos, very clearly, they're focused largely on the fundamentals, right? That's the thesis. And all this other stuff is just, hey, this is nice to have. A bullish chart, I'll take that. Shorts, high short interest, usually I don't take that, but I'll take that in this case because I feel kind of confident in my my positioning. So, but I think a lot of people are continuing to overlook the fundamentals, which is why I keep on thinking, I think upward. Okay, let's go. Oh, yeah. Material. Okay. Talking about, and it was Justin who was clarifying. I saw the posts clarifying the back and forth. Well, that was a post too. The back and forth with investor relations of GameStop. That was sick. All right, let me keep going. Isaac Proudwood. Cheers, Isaac. Welcome. The only vociferous shorts I'm seeing right now are just the latest batch who think the stock can't hold its latest highs. That's what I mean. I think that type of analysis is relatively weak. That's what I think. So that's the type of thing when you see that type of analysis, Isaac, or even when you see an article and it's kind of, that's what I mean. If it seems like it's kind of hollow, you can just move on because the real money understands that as well. So like if the shorts are, if it's just like, if they just say, oh, a stock can't hold its highs and that's it, or they say the stock's already gone up 3x and that's it, like that's the thesis, the stock go up 3x, so tons of stock go up 3x and then go up 100x after that. You know what I mean? Like that's not really good analysis. So if that's the case, like I'm just saying, I'm like, that's what I'm seeing too. I'm like, when I read the bear takes, what few out there I'm seeing, I'm like, that's it? That's all you got? Like I feel like you can't say vindicated until kind of the trade fully works out. But I'm like, you feel better about your long side when you can't understand where the shorts are coming from, or where what they're talking about isn't robust. Okay, Justin has a new theory on why Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft need GameStop to survive. No one has brought it up before. I'll bring it up here first before anywhere else. All right. We got some woo. We got some new potential news here from this is what I'm talking about. See what I'm talking about? Justin's gonna bring this shit up here. And a lot of us, as Justin's pointing out, a lot of us have talked about why Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, these types of vendors like having a GameStop around, which is always odd to me when other people don't really pick up on that. And I'm just like, so I'm going to be curious if Justin has a new angle on this, but there's many reasons, and I think a lot of the people who are doing the surface analysis aren't picking up on some of this shit. Oh, musical. Thanks for your vids. Oh, I'm glad. I'm happy you like a musical. No problem. Okay, Justin's going to wait till things come down. Yeah, he's like, let me see if I can get caught up. See, right now I think I'm close, but I'm like, if I get to the bottom, I feel like it's going to scroll like it did for me on Monday. Okay, let me keep going. Nephew. Oh yeah, I know, nephew. I had seen some of your GameStop videos from a while back too, as I recall. Said he got out of the way as they built up wanted support. Yeah, nephew's one of the first ones to chat or to comment. I think the first one to comment to one of those videos. He was on the ball. Oh, you talk to them directly? I see Justin's. This is what Justin's talking to people directly. We're over here speculating and stuff. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. We're spoiled. It's like you got someone who's talking to these folks directly, going straight to the source, and then sharing it. That so many value stocks, right? Value investors on the stream here. Y'all know you kind of got to do this shit yourself. And this is great, Justin. Talk to them directly, he says. Nicholas, my heart can only take so much. Hey, nephew, all right, supporting. Sick. Why wasn't there an 8K then? Why was an 8K on... the Microsoft partnership? Is that what you're getting? Oh, did I miss some of Doc's comments? Maybe I might have missed. Oh, the deal. Oh, Doc's is saying the deal is not fine. Oh, materially significant. Oh, that's bold. But then you're saying because there wasn't an 8K. Interesting. You don't always have an 8K, but indeed it's supposed to be for material changes to the business. But I'm not sure. There's a lot of gray area there, right? A lot of gray area. But it's a good question. Bring it up. Hey, why was this an 8K? I'm not sure that that's the reason that it wasn't, but thanks for sharing. Or we say ours. The market has priced the deal as a nothing burger. I think by and large, I think a little bit, but I think what they're failing to grasp is what Justin's saying here. I think we view this Microsoft article as like the first. This could be the first domino to fall, and everyone's been saying GameStop can't survive in this new world. It's like, they're coming up with partnerships, and there's just so many other potential avenues they can go down. And so when you see the Microsoft thing, I think they kind of focus on that too much. But I agree with you. Yeah, they're like not pricing it in. They're not pricing in a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Or they're pricing it in, but the odds they're assigning to it are just so damn low that it's a mistake. It's a mistake. All this is not like Justin and I always talk about in probabilities, right? Here's what's likely to. All right, let me keep going. Oh, not able to share much. There you go. That's right. But this is one of those joint press releases, as Justin has said, that it seems possible or even likely that Microsoft might have been driving a lot of it, the bigger firm and so forth, and it's yada yada yada. Okay. Oh yes. Okay. Oh yeah. So I have that. Where's Justin's shit? All right, I'll look it up. What was it here? I'll look it up elsewhere. But yeah, so someone was saying that what was the what the hell was it? That the people might have been short for these reasons, right? That they were convinced that GameStop was going horse and buggy. You know what I mean? And I think that's. I think so too. I'm increasingly thinking that. I still say I don't know, but indeed, if that's their case, I don't know. And I keep on saying like. They're adding to their position because they're so sure, right? And they're so sure the secular risks are real, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I am pretty damn confident that if this price action moves against them, even if there were no damn press releases, even if this just went up just because that a lot of those shorts would be shaken out. That's a guess. That's just a feeling. But I think price action can just be a punch in the face, knock your teeth out. And that even if that is the reason, and they still think, you know what, there's still a possibility that GameStop does reinvent himself. Even if that holds true, they'll get shaken out of the position. Price action can do that to people on the upside. Can do it to shorts, can do it to longs. You can have a lot of conviction. The price keeps going lower. You get shaken out of it. You can't keep holding it up. You're like, I just can't. I believe that could happen. Even though I don't know who's on the other side, but I think price action can have that strong of an impact on people just because. It gets so, it's so expensive, it's so costly, it's working against you. Just like I have to cut my losses. You kind of have to do it. And so that's what I mean, that it's almost like, Insurance, welcome insurance. Yeah, they need an alternative to the Apple Store. So I talked about that in one of my one of the videos, that some of those new concept stores kind of look like it could be like an Apple type store. Can't you see that would be sick for the gaming industry? I'm always so surprised when people like, they can't see that. I'm like, huh? Of course you could have an Apple. Like, come in. Apple Store is just like phones and stuff. But imagine coming in, you're playing games and shit, right? It's almost like an arcade type thing. I'm not saying that that's what they should do or anything like that. But can't you envision like an Apple type gaming store if GameStop has it? It could be sick, right? Yeah. Then we get to think about free cash flows and all that, blah blah blah. That's what I mean. Can't you entertain? Can't you imagine? Let me catch up. Thanks, Justin. Just like, all right, let me keep going. Amateurs class. GME has so much cash. Cheers, amateur. Welcome. Yeah, we keep on talking about that cash. Just a ton of cash. And you don't. I'll keep going. Oh, they had that They had that sale. That it was today too. 2-day sale. That was sick. Just to compete with the Amazon Prime Day. Yeah, so Steve says, how long does a big hedge fund sit there and watch their position work against them while they pay massive fees? Great question, Steve, that I do not know the answer to. Don't know. Like, let's see how this unfolds over the next, like, through year end and through Q4, I guess. I don't know, because I'm very curious. I know one thing. They're not super vocal. Like, I hear that there was a Credit Suisse. Someone out there has, like, a $3.50 price target, but... Like, there's some bulls who aren't necessarily as bullish as some of the other bulls, but, like, the shorts, I don't even see the shorts. They're not very vocal, you know what I mean? Or they have been vocal over the past 12 months, but it's like what they were being vocal about isn't good enough. It's just not good enough. The thesis was weak. That's what I mean. If the thesis is everything that we've read over the 12 months, they're screwed. Because it's not a compelling enough thesis, and I feel as though wasn't all there. Oh, I got to keep going. Oh, damn. Oh, boy. There we go. Nope, wasn't caught up. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, it just jumped on me, and now I'm seeing how far behind I was. All right, I'm going to have to go quick. Oh. All right, so look at this. So it did that thing again where it jumped all the way, right? And now I just scrolled to the top, and I just missed a whole bunch of... I don't think this is where I left off. So my apologies. If you said a comment I didn't get to it, my bad. My bad. I hate when I miss. Well, I'll be able to see it after. I can see it after. Once it takes a couple hours for the chat to upload. Like, I'll upload the video, right? But I still can't see the chat, so maybe I'll have to get to it tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see some of the comments here. Damn, I hate when it jumps ahead. All right, let me keep going. Yeah, have Bloomberg. Justin, call it Bloomberg. Is Bloomberg here? Bloomberg, interview Justin. He's got some good thoughts on this stock. David? Yeah, what are the institutions short? Everyone's in the same question. I mean, most of us are longs, right? But David's asking, like, yeah, what are they thinking? I don't know, David. We're trying to figure this shit out. You know what I mean? Like, I'm with you, David. I don't know. Look at how confused all of us are, right? It's just rare that you have, like, this high of a short interest with a legitimate fundamentals-based thesis. Oh, Uber. Yeah, I did see Uber talk about, hey, this. Oh, it was right there. I missed that. Yeah, look at this. Y'all need to get your analysts. They're completely wrong. This all didn't even ask. Oh, yeah. See, this is great, huh? Look at it. Cheyenne, welcome back. All right. Exactly, Trey. I'm with you, Trey. Trey says, never assume malice, that which can be attributed by stupidity. Although I wouldn't necessarily say stupidity. That's too strong. Just sometimes it's stupidity, but more often, very much more often, it's just because what I talked about, conflicting incentives, different motivations, where someone might just be trying to crank out an article and then they're just trying to move on. They're just doing surface level analysis because that's what they're getting paid to do. Do you know what I mean? And so that's what I mean. So just something to bear in mind. I think it's safer to not assume that these are hit pieces or anything like that. It's just people like just maybe trying to do their job. Or sometimes they might be people who might just maybe earlier in their investment career, or they're just trying to like toss their analysis out there and trying to collect feedback. You know what I mean? Like I try to think about that too. So I'm always very careful when I'm reading that. Like I'll just move on. If I think this isn't maybe worth my time or something like that. And I rarely assume. Now I think that's good advice, Trey. Oh, Justin's listing what warrants an AK. Sick. Look at this. See what I mean? I always have to look this stuff up. This is stuff like I never, even like 13Gs like this come up. Like you like look it up. How often are you looking at 13Gs and looking into the rules and how often they need to be filing? You learn about it and then you move on. You're not doing that daily. So this is stuff I usually just look up. Here's Justin sharing it with us. Here's what warrants an AK. A lot of gray area. Yeah, so as Justin says, there's no requirement. Just a lot of gray area. Is Fox here? People talk about Fox. See, Fox got an impact. When people talk about Fox, I don't even know he's here right now. Sick. Johan, welcome back, Johan. We did sell that 55% borrow. That shit's, it's not crazy yet. It ain't crazy, but it was a smart run up over the past week. So that kind of jumped today. That's the only thing that moved big today because it was 33% yesterday. It moved up, but the price didn't. Did the shorts raise their position? Beep, boop, boop, boop. What if they raised their position? You know what I mean? Here I am thinking like, hey, you got to trim your position and close. And we know they raised last time, second half of September. What do they keep on raising? That's what I mean. Like, this price action could be dead. Not, I don't want to say deadly. I just keep saying it's dangerous. But if these are prominent hedge funds with lots of money and stuff, don't they have lots of analysts? You know what I mean? I don't understand. I don't know. We keep going. Yeah, so Nephew's saying, I think they're all going to cover at the same time right after the console release the same day. So I don't know about the timing, Nephew, but is that what this is shaping up to be? Where they just, I mean, they'll add to the position as much as they can, or they won't sell out. They don't even be the price be action be damned, and then just one day do they just get, maybe it's because the price is rising or whatever it is, they're like, yo, we got to close. And then just think, these are real buyers too. Don't be confused by the volume that you're seeing here. A lot of this volume is kind of Fugazi. You know what I'm talking about? 68 million. Those are legitimate buys, whereas a lot of this volume is just kind of, I think, like market makers kind of trading shares back and forth, kind of this day trading site, like the same shares going back and forth. And look how low this got, October 5th. Under 3 million shares were traded that day. You know what I mean? Like, that's really low. So I just think if you have like legitimate buyers of even like 28 million shares, like they need the shares for whatever reason. I don't even care right now. Just, that's a lot of demand for so few potentially so few shares. Remember, there's this thing. Even though this thing isn't totally accurate, you get the picture. That if these are tightly held and they're not being loaned out, there are fewer and fewer shares that you can get. That if they did, Nephew, right? If they did, there's your fireworks right there. See? Trey knows. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Oh, man. I'm so perplexed. So it's confounding. It's perplexing. Okay. Yeah. So that's what Polygon... Steve Stonk asked about what does DLC include. Right. So remember so Justin was talking about, yeah, this is big. It's not just, it's like it gets, Steve Stonk asked, does it also include microtransactions and stuff, right? Like then you get, but that we're even talking about that is sick, because I think a lot of folks were just kind of focused on the all access stuff. It's like, yo, GameStop can be participating in way more ways than people appreciate, than the market is appreciating. And then there's all these other opportunities. Do I get that thing up still? Like, this is just one of them. There's all these other potential paths. You know what I mean? These could be one press release per week for the next 4 or 5 weeks that kind of get people talking, get people thinking. And even though it's, yeah, I don't know. Polygon saying if they all have to cover 100 plus. That's why when Justin tossed out those numbers and articles, hey, here's what's possible. Like, I have no idea. We keep on asking, what's the precedence? What's the precedence for this? If suddenly everyone wanted to close, I have no idea. So I keep on saying, like, I mean, the VW Porsche thing is kind of, I have no idea. I don't know. Who knows what it could go up to, right? I mean, it could just be silly, but you shouldn't, that's not the foundation for the thesis, right? The thesis is grounded in the fundamentals. Read Justin's articles, check out the GameStop videos on the Roaring Kitty channel here. And then all this, but this is just fun talk, right? Yeah, it's just fun to talk about. Think about what's possible. Yep, fees doubled. Okay, let me keep going. Ooh, so Uber's saying, I've said it here, the borrow fee is what we need to monitor closely. That's a leading indicator of lendable supply and demand. All right, cheers to Uber. All right, let's keep an eye on this. Uber's saying we got to listen to this. I don't disagree. And I was just saying how you didn't see much price action today. Up 3%. What was it, up 5% at peak? What was it? What did it go up to? 1268. It was flat. It was flat today, right? But this kind of bumped up. This kind of bumped up today, right? The shares available didn't too much, but this kind of 33 and then over 53. All right, so Uber's saying keep an eye on that. So here's a web, iborrowdesk.com/report/GME. You can check it out there. You can donate to them too. This is just this isn't exactly what the shorts are paying. Just to clarify, this is kind of a proxy for what they usually, if they're larger institutions. First of all, they're probably paying a lower rate. That would be my guess. And it's also not even necessarily what you might be paying if as an individual short if you were short. It's kind of read about how they get this stuff. Read about the about and see how they're calculating some of this stuff, where they're getting from. But it's a reflection of what this rate is, and that's why the trend matters. And Uber's like, yo, just keep an eye on the trend, see what it's doing, and that's what I'm doing. Just watch it. Let's see if it ticks up. Like you see, it get to 80%, 90%, like you did back then. And watch this. So you see this, right? This is from like April to like May. You see this price on the price, and then check the start. Check this. April, May. Maybe it's not quite like that, but it stayed elevated, right? But it happened smartly, right? It was like boom. That was just a quick double. But now a quick double from here, 12 to 25. You know what I mean? That's compounding for you. All right. Colton, welcome, Colton. Colton saying, I don't see how you can see a spike. That some of it might be priced in, but that maybe you do. Maybe because everyone's talking about it and stuff. Who knows? At some point, they have to see the writing on the wall. That's what I keep thinking. I feel as though the writing's on the wall right now, which is why I'm suspicious. Not suspicious, but like confused. Okay. Justin says, think about it this way. Anytime Microsoft makes money off an Xbox sold by GameStop, GameStop makes money. Boom. Right? How do people read that GameStop press release and think, ah? I mean, I understand how they do. I think it's just because it's surface level analysis, to be honest, I think, digitally speaking. And we can argue about the numbers and stuff, but I think because GameStop has traded so cheaply relative to what many of us consider fair value, just that he can even participate in the digital world is highly bullish, I think. This isn't like game changer. This isn't the whole thesis. We've been long before this. I'm just saying it's that incremental, like, hey, heads up, this is really, GameStop can do this. And again, I think it might just be the first domino to fall, but it gets people talking, yada, yada, yada. Same stuff. I got to keep going. Use consoles. And Justin, so it applies to used consoles, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. I think Justin might have been the one to mention this. I forget where it was. This is old. What? I like that a while. See, sometimes these things are old. Oh, maybe it's not. Oh, maybe it's not. No, yeah, see, that's old. Wait, if I go like this, can I bring this back up? Just want to get that. Okay, let me keep going. So yeah, I agree, Joe. I mean, if they're also benefiting on these used consoles too, and Justin's saying he asked twice. That's big. See what I mean? You get someone like Justin saying, I asked this question twice. I asked it 2 times, and they said yes. That's huge. I agree. How long would they have to file an 8K? Oh, you could look. Yeah, so look at that. I keep going on that one. What do you think about bank stocks? Eric M. I usually don't deal in bank stocks too much. Usually, it's primarily because not enough upside for me. It's not really my cup of tea. It's not. Very rarely will I deal in some bank stocks. So I don't even have an opinion on them right now. I think that they tend to perform similarly as many of the value stocks I deal in because they're often classified as a value, kind of tied. Their performance is often tied to the economy and interest rates to that degree. So I think that their performance is kind of not the total performance, but they tend to be a bit correlated with the performance of the Roaring Kitty portfolio. That's all I got to say about that. Other than now, yeah. So Uber ads too. So Uber. Oh, did you see? If you didn't see, Uber had shared. He reached out to the investor relations team too and shared his back and forth, which was terrific. Cheers to Uber on that front. But you know what I mean? Like same thing with Uber, right? Uber asked the question, asked it very clearly. He gets this response from Eric and shares it. And it's like, yo, like it was just great. And so when I see in Uber's like, here's the response, and then I see the response, I'm like, great, now I get it. You know what I mean? Because otherwise it's like open to interpretation. It's a little bit gray area. So when Justin's like, here's what they said, I asked them this, and Uber says, here's what they said, I asked them this, I'm like, great, now I get it. Because otherwise it's just all this, it can get messy. So I'm so appreciative of that. But yeah, Uber had posted, I think, on StockTwix, so you can check it out there. And Justin's is on, you can see Justin's on Seek and Alpha. Pre-owned Xbox stick, bro. See, even if they sell pre-owned. Philly Steaks, welcome Philly, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Is that down? Okay, so we're talking about the significance of downstream. This is a good question. How significant is it? I think it's, but I'll let other folks chime in there. From a financial standpoint, that's what's up for discussion and up for debate. Justin had offered up some numbers in his report, in his recent article. Do I have that up right now? Justin offered up some figures here that you're welcome to disagree with. Anyone could disagree with these, right? No problem. But I forget where they were. They're down here somewhere. You can look into it. But even still, I think it's more. It's like it's almost, in my opinion, right? Maybe I'm biased. It's even less about the particular numbers and more about this understanding that GameStop could survive in this digital world. That's what I think, especially if it's the first of potentially many down the line. If we start seeing more shit along these lines, you know what I mean? But maybe that's my biased take. I don't know, but brought into their ecosystem means selling it, right? So Justin Clarv, yeah, it can be. What does brought into their ecosystem? It just means selling it, right? It just means selling it. That's all. Okay. We don't know if it's yes because Sarah. Gats, welcome back, Gats. Hey, I think we've seen you in a couple streams, right? Oh, yeah, Gats. Cheers, welcome back. All right. Hey, Stephen Hussey. All right, welcome. Cheers. Full house tonight. We got a full house tonight. Yep. So clarifying this. Tigran, welcome. Yeah. So you're saying the only reason they're shorting if they're trying to do it on purpose, try to maintain hold back the price action. But then he says it's kind of like a slingshot, that it could take off. So I kind of know, I can kind of understand where you're going with that. I know what you mean. Like they keep on adding, they keep on weighing it down. But then once you let it go, it's like, right? That's a good analogy. I like that. Keep going. Everyone needs to like the stream or you're joining the Doctor on the Bears tray. Gat says we're nearing the point of exponentially higher borrow fees and possible recalls. So Uber is saying that. So this is a good point to bring up. Like, if this starts going haywire, look at how high it got. Was this right? Was it really 200%? I kind of forget. I remember it hitting 100%. I kind of forgot 200%. Again, that wasn't necessarily what the shorts are paying, but if the shares were called back for that vote back then, what if they're called back for another reason? And Justin's talked about this a bunch of times. What if they're called back for whatever reason, right? Like a takeout offer. That's what I mean. That's the primary reason they'd be called it back at this point. But then forget about it, right? Good luck. Good luck getting out. That's right. So Gat says the stage has been set. So that's what I've been saying. That doesn't say anything's going to happen, right? But the stage has been set for something tremendous to happen. Doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything happens on the stage. But the pieces have been put in place. Here you go. Many longs have taken positions, kind of eating up some of that free float, or the previously free float. The bullish thesis is unfolding, so it seems. It's like the stage is being set. And then we're 4 weeks out or a month out from the new consoles, and then earnings a month later. That it could be. I agree. Stage is being set. Downstream. Okay. Yep, Uber ads. Like Reggie said, the gaming industry needs a healthy and vibrant GameStop. Hey, timely. That was what Reggie said on Twitter back in March when he was added to the board back then. That's a good, timely. Thanks for bringing that up, Uberhan. I think that's timely right now, especially tagging along with what Justin was. We talked about that earlier. How people, the folks like GameStop, having GameStop around. Okay, so Doc says, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm long here, but if you take your blinders for a sec, and I like this, and think if it was something that saves the company, that they at least don't do some PR on it. But this is my point, Docs, but instead leaving people confused. So the confusing aspect, I do think, could have been tied to Microsoft and Valve. Remember, it was the same press release coming from both companies, right? But I think it is more fair to say the whole blinders and stuff, right? Because I always say how I want to avoid this confirmation bias. So feel free to call out. And Docs is just saying, that if you think it's going to save the company, but none of these news releases, anything that has transpired over the past 2 months has said this is definitely going to save the company. That's not the point. The point is the changing probability models in a headline like that. Even if it's a little bit confusing, it substantiates the case that GameStop could potentially reinvent itself and find ways to generate free cash flow. You know what I mean? They just need to. And Doxed, did anyone say it's going to save the company? I didn't see that take anywhere, Doxed. If someone's saying that, unless someone said it in this chat and I just missed it, but I didn't see that take at all. That people were saying that this is the GameStop saved. Not for me at least, but if people were talking about that, I may have missed it. I mean, I keep on saying that there's a legitimate case to the short thesis. There is a legitimate case. The secular risks remain; those aren't off the table, and the Microsoft partnership didn't take those off the table either. That still remains. I'm talking about 3, 4, 5 year secular, the short thesis. You know what I mean? Which is why this is perplexing the current short interest, because I'm like, if you're looking on 3 to 6 months, that's a different. Who knows what the price actually can do then, right? But the GameStop hasn't reinvented itself, hasn't transformed itself, blah blah blah. So, at least that's not my take on it. Hopefully, I've talked about it so much tonight that hopefully I've made that clear. It's 8:07. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I gotta go. Okay, let me go. So Gat thinks that they're timing the PR very carefully. Potentially, right? Could they be? Maybe. But they're also, you'd expect there was going to be PR anyway leading into the consoles, but maybe, Gats. Who knows? It's been interesting timing, right? Past like 4 weeks or so, that's been interesting. What's been, like you had the Cohen stuff, then you had earnings, then you had Cohen again, then you had that big press release that had everything in there the same day that the pre-orders were happening. And then you had the Microsoft partnership. It's been interesting so far. It's definitely worth mentioning. Right. Uber saying how all of its vendors realize that GameStop's valuable. They're not a parasite. They're selling incrementally more accessories. Remember, highest attach rate, much higher attach rate than their peers. General merchandise won't sell. Yep. Yep. Polygon saying how it makes sense. Microsoft wrote that. I think regardless of what the physical. Yep. Trey saying how I regardless of what the physical landscape is, we're going to need a gaming retailer in some capacity. I agree. Bears are hibernating right now. Only 1 to 2 of them are consistently posting. Yeah, maybe they're hibernating. That's a mistake. Someone better wake them up. Someone better or keep them asleep. Okay, I think I can run with that one though. What are you saying, hibernation? How have we not thought about that? Good call, Eric. You can definitely run with that one, right? Bears hibernate? Come on, that seems like a classic one that I should have already done. All right, thanks, Eric. Ton of money made on peripherals and accessories, right? Remember the employees who work there are experts on all of this stuff. They can provide legitimate advice on this stuff too. That's another reason that these vendors would like that stuff. Makeshift, welcome back, Makeshift. Happy Wednesday. All right. No one has the gaming retail experience like Trey. I'm with you, Trey. I'm with you. This has always been a big part of my thesis. Like, there's nothing out there that's like GameStop. Other people, they do similar things, but there's only one major retailer dedicated to it, and you can do a lot with that. Even though I don't know exactly what it looks like. Yeah. Oh, okay. So sorry, I'm not caught up, Doxed. I see you said, "Oh, look, we did a great deal made. Now we're gonna do it again. Don't even need numbers." I've already responded. Let me try to get caught up, but I can respond to that later. That's not PR though. If you need to go to IR for clarification. All right, let me get caught up. Highly proprietary contract. Negotiating with competitors. Yeah, I mean that's good enough for me. I'm kind of surprised. Is this Fox? Is it? We keep going. Hope you're right with the other competitors part, but like I said, simple disclosure, don't even need deal structure would have been good. Yeah, we'll have to see. Some people have been talking about Sony, potentially the next one too, especially after they just saw what GameStop did with Microsoft. I'll be curious to see. I have no insights there. We'll see. But I agree. I too, as along, would hope that there's more in the pipeline. Gat says, I think it's being timed very carefully and the info is being held for a reason. But perhaps, like, you always wonder this, right? Don't you wonder this? Great points, Gats. I've been thinking about that, you know? I have no idea, but it's been painful timing for shorts. It's like every week. And then, of course, an investor like Cohen in Senvest taking a position. That's just another thing. That's just another thing you got to be cognizant of if you're a short. Just like, oh, this can keep happening. On the flip side, like permits sold out in earlier September. No, they got below 5%. Let me clarify. You could have someone fall below 5%. Burry's already below 5%, so you're not going to see shit there. But if a big, this is why Justin was mentioning, keep an eye out for an amended 13G or 13D, because we had all that volume last week, past couple weeks. And then if one of those 5% holders, do I got it up? Oh, I got it. I could use this. This is close enough. If one of these 5% holders were selling, then they got to, if they go below 5%, then they got to amend their 13D, 13G, whatever the hell it is, I forget. And they haven't filed. Everyone's holding. Is everyone holding? And adding. So that was a good discussion. That way, it was timely discussion, right, Justin? Because here we are looking for amendments, and then we get a new 13G. I'm like, oh my God, the hits keep coming. Yeah, a good observation, Gats. Good observation. Jim Ryan was quoted ascribing value to the retail ecosystem in an article I saw the other day. I can't remember which. Allusion to GME. I had seen that too from Sony, right? I think I had seen that somewhere, Uber, that Sony was kind of talking up. That I probably liked it somewhere. If we have to, I got to keep going. But I feel like whatever it was, Uber, I think I saw it too, and I liked it because I'm like, you saw me in my videos talk about the Microsoft angle where they go, millions of people still want this. And Spencer's calling GameStop a strong partner. I'm like, and then I hadn't seen too much Sony stuff, and then I saw Sony say that, so I took note of that too. I'll try to track it down, Uber. So Jordan saying the shorts are completely lost. The bulls have them. I've been in since, yeah. Maybe, Jordan. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people are under the impression that the whole country has broadband access. Amateur says, yeah, indeed. I think that speed is one aspect of the thesis. Is that yeah, that's been part of my thing too. I think a lot of the people who have been vocal in contributing to the pervasive bearishness that's out there, they themselves might not be GameStop shoppers, and I think that has like someone was talking about how, hey, you know, not everyone has a credit card, right? Like I think everyone thinks everyone has a credit card, everyone has fast internet access, or not everyone needs to trade stuff in, or if they can go to eBay or something. Like, yo, like it's not like that. So what you're getting at, amateur, is like I've thought about that a lot too. And then I try to juxtapose it with the vocal shorts, and I think I don't know if they care. Well, yeah, so there you go. So Uber clarifying who he is. So I mean, I'll chime in here right now, Uber. So Uber's Rod. If Uber's saying it, so there you go. So just so everyone knows. Okay, talking that. Yeah, there you go. So everyone's kind of great. Here we go. Oh, we Yeezy for GME? Yeezy for GME? Oh, what? So we talk about if they team up with the EV firm. We hadn't talked about Yeezy. Who else? Already like a Musk type thing. Yep, Musk. What was the other one? Oh, Bitcoin. Oh yeah, what was Bitcoin doing today, by the way? Oh boy. But you know what I mean? Or they're issuing a digital coin. Remember, like Overstock did. So like, there's always that kind of. The GameStop thesis is so legitimate. Not to say that the other ones weren't. I'm not saying that, but I just mean these are kind of fun to talk about. But GameStop doesn't even need it for some of this stuff, which is great, I think. Okay, keep going, keep going. Yeah, Trey's been talking about the limited supply. Could be. Yeah, so Uber says, I think, yep, that the longs could be potentially buying, selling covered calls, and simply lending their shares out. Not that I think it's happening in mass, but a possibility. Great point. So that's what I keep on saying. Like, there's something we don't understand that there are going to be plenty of shares, that there's not going to be a squeeze. You know what I mean? If that's happening, there may not even be a squeeze, or they may be able to get out of their position if they themselves. I mean, you're not so much talking about a hedge as much as they're not tightly holding the shares, which you were saying earlier, right? It's a great point, which reduces the chances of a short squeeze, right? And we don't know. We just don't know. But I just wouldn't feel comfortable betting on that. Not that Uber's saying you are, but if you're on the short side, maybe you're hoping that happens because it might be your only chance. But I wouldn't want to bet on it. But it is important to acknowledge. And Gats thinks it's happening now. We get some new folks here. Oh. Hey, BCG. Welcome, BCG. Welcome. Oh, Kirby. BCG Kirby 1. Welcome. Chris Roth. Welcome. Cheers, Chris. Cheers. Heard about you on Stock Chris. Oh, all right. Sick. Here we go. Am I getting close? I don't even know. I hope. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people on. Sorry, there's a lot of people. And thank you to the people who've been posting on there. Like I said, you get more people in here. It's been sick. I think we get a lot of Stock Twits people in here. So shout out to Stock Twits, right? Shout out to Stock Twits. I like Stock Twits. Like I said, I've gotten some of my news. Like Twitter sometimes quiets down and dies down. There's like you pop into Stock Twits. There's always people chatting, always people talking. Sometimes sharing some of the stuff that I might have missed. So I'll pop in. I'm not in there as much. There's almost so much going on, right? That especially lately. But I try to pop in there. Oh, that quiets down. Yeah, Philly Steak Stand Out usually quiets down. Right, I know. I just gotta agree on that. Oh, Trey, just watch your tools video. I've been thinking about making an all-in-one investment platform since I'm a developer of my day job, but I would want to trade. Hey, all right, Trey, sick. Yeah, there's probably some tools out there that are publicly available you might want to check out. But that's right. I remember you saying you're a developer. Sick. You want a trader's perspective to get opinions. Sick, Trey. I'd be curious too if you've checked out some other platforms that are available right now. Like, how would you find this? Maybe some Google searches or something. I can send some over too. Right. Gat says the shorts that we can make the money on aren't really the retail shorts. It's the big guys who have doubled down. Right. Like you got to have deep pockets to do what they're doing. And indeed, if they start to close, right, if that's a good chunk of this, it's probably the bigger folks, not so much the retail folks, I'd say. Okay, so good. I see some people asking a question and then other people are answering it. Thank you to the people who are answering it because that allows me to keep. This is great. This is sick. The winning side always has the best memes. They say the history is written by the victors, maybe. That's what Polygon saying. That's funny. Who is? I missed that. Okay. How can I buy calls on Run Kitty subscriber base? Oh, shit, that's funny. Polygon. Yeah, how do you do that? Is there a broker dealing with them over there? Oh, Uber. I tried the Uber. Okay, Uber saying I need to enable links. Uber. How do I enable them? Here's Google. It says it legitimately says, it says this. You viewers cannot post special characters URLs. If anyone knows how I can enable, sorry, I'm not caught up. I'm gonna keep going, but I've looked into it. It says I don't know how to enable it. In no Uber, it didn't come through. Your link. I'll keep going. I think I'm close. It's gonna suck if I'm not close. Oh, you were sharing yours are okay. Here we go. Okay, so explaining what's unfolding here. Sick. Okay. Oh, Nicola, 2 a.m. in France, enjoying a live stream. GameStop is all over the news here. Oh, is it Nicola? Thanks for sharing. So Nicola in here from France. Nicola, the song that played during the disclaimer at the beginning of the stream was from a music producer based in Paris, France. So we get some French folks on the stream tonight. Cheers, Nicola. And Nicola's saying that GameStop is all over the news in Paris. Whoa, there's some good DD, huh? I mean, we're often thinking about like your surroundings and stuff, but remember, it's important to realize GameStop is worldwide, and maybe folks talking about that, it just can contribute to this sentiment shift when everyone around the world are talking about. Thanks for sharing that, Nicola. How would we know that otherwise? You know what I mean? 2 a.m. Sick. On a weeknight too? Nicola, you get it. Oh, am I caught up? Oh, no. Oh, no. I just jumped ahead. And I see Nicola saying merci to Johan. So I just missed everything that was from Nicola chiming in to this next one. Gone. That's crazy. What's YouTube doing? How can I not? All right, I'm just going to keep going. Okay, this time I'm going to... Okay, it's a wild game of poker. Jen, cheers, Jen. I hadn't seen you there. Welcome. It's a game of poker. It's a game of chicken a little bit too. So the fun cannot hold on forever. Oh, talk about the shorts. Yep. Good analogy. Investment thesis century. Investment thesis of the century. What if GameStop is good? Oh, I like that. I like that Polygon. Can I run with that? What can I do? I don't know if I can do anything with that. So Philly Steak says, this is the most intriguing case study ever. I've been thinking about that, and some other folks have said that too. Indeed, like the price, like what unfolds here looking forward will kind of dictate how. Like I'm with you. I already think it's one of the most intriguing things that's unfolded. It's just fascinating, confusing, crazy, juxtaposing the Bulls and the Bears. I'm with you. I mean, especially if something crazy happens, right? Okay, keep going. So Polygon says, Run Kitty, I'm not so sure the squeeze scenario is marginal anymore. If it's 10 to 20% chance, given that they keep digging deeper and the upside is potentially incalculable, that really moves the fair price. That's a fair point, Polygon. I like how you well said, Polygon. And I've been kind of saying it's not so much marginal, but kind of a sideshow a little bit. And it's a sideshow relative. There's a real thesis here, right? That I think a lot of folks still haven't bought into it yet. They kind of think it's a 2020 meme stock, right? And but indeed, and so Polygon's saying like, hey, even if there's a 10 to 20% chance, if that 20%, so I've been assigning that probability, Polygon, if they reinvent themselves. If they reinvent themselves, right? That's what I say. If you got a 20% chance of being like a multi-billion-dollar stock looking down the line and stuff, that's huge. Even if it's, as long as it ain't 0%, which is what the market discovered. But I agree with you, Polygon. Well said. And it does move what the fair value could be. Well said. Tinfoil hat on. Yeah. If I mysteriously do stairs tonight. All right, Nicholas. I like that. I like that angle. I'll take that. Seeing a lot of people talking about DDS. See you next news day. Says the borrow fee is getting ridiculous there. Oh, what is it there? I didn't check in. Oh, good call, Nick. Good call, see you. Wow. Look how quickly it happened. This was today. Wasn't it down? Was it? I did see it had a smart run up. It's just really just a double so far, right? But okay. Yo, good call. I didn't even think to look that up. Okay. Oh, okay. Ah, shit. Did I miss some of Justin's comments? Shit. Justin says the New York fund is also paying over 30%. So there you go. Okay. Go back to GME. Wow. 30% is higher than I would have thought. 30%? Is it one fund? Ah, damn. I think I just missed those comments. 30%? That's way higher than I would have thought. But did it just kick up? Did it just kick up today? Like, was it at 30% yesterday? Because this was 30%. That's expensive, right? Holy hell. Who is this? Like, how many shorts are holding this? I've been thinking big firms. I haven't really thought through how many it might be. Is it one? Is there one? Can't be. I mean, it's got to be more than one, but it's like 2 or 3? Whoa, 30% is high. Oh, okay. Uber was saying I was showing the borrow fee peak. It's a vital piece of that is that the shorts knew it was temporary aberration. Good point, Uber. Good point. They knew that it was just because they had to call it in. Good point. Yeah, so Philly says the same question I did. Any gauge on how short they are has to be more than one fund. Has to be. I agree. It has to be. Not hedged at all. What? No effing way, right? No way. Not hedged. Sounds like I know we probably don't know that. We're just like, can you imagine not being hedged? I can't. If you have this level of, can you imagine being in this position and not having your ass covered? Multiple funds, right? It's got to be. What? Oh, okay. So you and Justin talked about the spring borrow fee. Okay. I know, right? So Polygon say, could this bust someone up? Maybe. But the New York fund was, I believe so, yes. New York, huh? Yeah, I saw. So I did see. I did. So yeah. So I think someone made this point already. Melvin has a put on GameStop, right? I think someone else said this, but that's what I was thinking too. Is that at least we know. Right here, Melvin Capital Management has a put, a long a put, and then you see this one too. And then that doesn't mean that that's not part of the short interest or anything like that. But if they have puts, you'd think that they're also short. So that's Melvin was the first one that came to mind for me. Where are they? I don't even know where they're based. Based in New York? I don't know them. They're based in New York. Oh. Someone just said that, right? Did someone just say Melvin? Elliot, singer? Yeah, I don't know. All right. See, what if I jumped ahead and I skipped this? You all gotta repeat yourself. Lozang, welcome. New name, I think. Cheers. Oh, they'll get. Hopefully, other people will answer that. Yep. Thank you, everybody. Anytime vultures are involved, I could see them shorting the hell out of a stock. True, docs. True, right? That's part of it. But what if man, the vulture's getting involved for you understand with the company that is going bankrupt, that not like there's tons of there's like way in my opinion there's way riskier stocks out there. Many people have said this, right? There's way riskier stocks out there. Why the hell would you bet on put this amount of money on a secular risk that would take years to unfold? So you pay these high rates this whole time, and it may not even come to fruition if they reinvent themselves, right? So the vultures angle, that's what I thought originally, but it's like, how come they're not getting out? They're just holding it all the way through? Bananas. Oh, I gotta. So Polygon mentioned it one. All right, I've definitely looked into HHI. It's not 6 billion market cap. It was a bit bigger. Oh. It's not arbitrage. It's just a flat out short of the shares. You believe this shit? I can't believe it, Justin. Doxed. I think the Run Kitty stream number is a good measurement of retail involvement. Yeah, I know. But then you start overweighting this stuff, right? I like a. You could have said that there were. I know Doxed maybe just having a laugh, but I mean, it's, but I think right. So what I would just ask, what are the implications of that, right? Oh, 3 digits by Friday. Well, if we keep getting news, right? We're at 76 right now. Cheers, everybody. This is definitely the most we've had on the stream. I mean, I would say this is for good reason, right? First of all, you get so many bright people on the chat here sharing their thoughts, sharing their research and shit, super valuable. But also, there's so much news coming out, and a lot of people talk about it, and I would think that it was only pick up, so... New York Fund is probably watching this right... You think the New York Fund is watching this right now? If they're... Yeah, are you... I would hope so, but I'd be nice if they shared. Maybe they know. Maybe I'd love to hear their thoughts if I got something wrong. Not that they would ever share it, but if you are tuning in, cheers. I've never been this confident on any positions of mine, but again, maybe that's because you know you can get out. Now I'm talking to you as if you're here. Maybe I don't know. That's funny, Justin. If the stream viewers rise, retail sentiment is gaining, perhaps. Yeah, but what's the upside, right? Just like with the stock, right? The stock's gone up 3x. Maybe the viewer count has gone up 3x, 4x, 5x, whatever. But couldn't it go up 10x? Right? You know what I mean? Like, who knows with the upside? I can't keep going. Wow, this speculation about the shorts, right? Justin, thank you. So Justin said, oh shit, am I this far behind? Justin saying these numbers that he used in his article are no longer right because they were based on someone else's analysis, who he quoted. And Justin has since got clarification on how this works. And so these are now dated. Thanks for the reminder, Justin. What the hell is it? Right there, right there. Justin's saying these are dated. Just a heads up to everybody. And I clarified that in the introduction to those economics. Oh, yeah, okay. Bullish on the Road Kitty stream. Yeah, doxed. Calls on 1016, yeah. He does have a good understanding of GME. I've read, and he's been vocal on it for a while. And I've listened or watched or read a lot of his stuff. He just didn't contact GME. Okay. Whoa, we got 60. Trey, look at what you're doing. Trey, 63 likes. Oh, we're an hour and a half in. Oh, Trey, props. Look at this, 63. I think that might be the most likes that we've had on a stream. Unbelievable. Okay, Jess is gonna try to connect. How many analysts saw the news Seeking Alpha broke today? Yep, here's the news Seeking Alpha broke today. Where's that? Justin's. We might get some upgrades from brokerages soon. That could be the next catalyst. So that's what, remember when we were talking about Stephanie with Sinks? Where's my tweet? Because I got the link right there. And they held, right? And so you might say, oh, I can't. And then even I had a laugh, right? They changed it from a buy to a hold, right? But they upped the price target. I mean, they said, oh, it was our upward price target, but they changed it from 10 to 13. But now here's just another thing outstanding. This is what, now because it's a hold, there's something outstanding where they can upgrade the stock. You know what I mean? And they're very, based on Wasink's, the commentary on it, she seems dialed into the stock. She gets it. And now you have another outstanding bullish, I don't want to say catalyst. That's too strong because it's just analysts sharing their viewpoint. But as we know, people talk about this type of stuff. And it's a great point. And so Justin said, hey, we might get some upgrades. So other folks too, but this one was the one that stood out to me. I was like, because it got bumped to a hold, now imagine if it gets upgraded in a week because GameStop, in particular, Stephanie mentioned this particular, what I tweeted about. Here's a quick summary of it. The gamer DB of spending behavior data, blah, blah, blah. This quote is from her. And that's why I have the link there. But I want to just show off the price to sales ratio that not enough people are. We've talked about it during the stream, but and so imagine if you get an announcement along these lines And then Jeffries can update they say, okay, or they get another partnership or something, and they go, okay, and now at least we have a little bit more information. It was too early a month ago, but now we can update, boom, it's a buy, $20 price target. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen. That's not my point, but to Justin's point, they all discount. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. At some point, they're going to confirm the same thing I did. I know, are you, Justin, we get the person on the street, first person who well, we always talk about when you're looking at a stock, if you just have a management who cares, who tries, who puts in the effort, and that's what you get with Justin. Like, Justin cares about the outcome, cares about getting it right, trying to track down the management team, trying to get clarification on the stuff, and other people might not be. And so just because Justin's like cares, he's getting the word out there as to what the agreement actually looks like. Benchmark doubled their price to 6 from 3. Their benchmark, I saw Justin say benchmark, or the management team say benchmark didn't reach out to them. And didn't even ask about what the life... Yep, okay. Hey, Matt, welcome back. Hey, Smash, welcome back. Another day, another activist investors. Cheers to that, Smash. Cheers to that. Yep, Myth saying, all I know is the whole GME thing is the most interesting and fun I've had in weeks, not months. Yo, true that. Cheers to that, huh, Myth? It's just been crazy what's unfolding here. I mean, it's and so much of the stuff is what we've talked about for a long time, but it's here, and the consoles are here. It's happening. It's happening, baby. We'll never know. I missed that. Oh, okay. Yes. So this is important. So Justin's talking about look at his tweet. This is important because look at this, 350. So Justin says, look at my tweet, 50,000 views, and look at the responses. Everyone is now talking about how GameStop is safe. This is important. This is what I said. I talked about at the beginning. People talking about it, people changing it, and I mean, I strongly believe our opinions here are grounded in reality. And so then we're trying to explain to other folks what's unfolding here. Just sharing what's unfolding, sharing the facts, not saying that without any discussion as to what this how it impacts the stock price, looking out short term or long term, blah blah blah. The point is just that, like, people are now coming around to, hey, there's at least an opportunity here. There's at least potential that GameStop can stick around in this new digital ecosystem. Whereas a month ago or 2 months ago, 6 months ago, nobody believed. There's like 6 of us who believed it, right? And this is why Justin's tweet here getting as much. Getting as much likes, quote tweets, retweets, people talking about it. It kind of brings people up to speed. It does. So props, Justin. I mean, this really is going viral. I saw you say that somewhere. You know, I've seen lots of tweets and stuff, right? We've all seen tweets on GameStop and shit. I haven't seen anything go this crazy. You go to the top, even if you search GME and go to top, you don't see anything this shared. There you go. So Justin saying people, they share. Yep, okay. People sharing it. It's changing the perception of GameStop. Yep. GameStop is now a partner. Polygon. Polygon. Roaring Kitty clock. Roaring Kitty is currently 38 minutes behind. Thank you, Polygon. 840. Let me go. So Uber saying, I just want to read it, how absolutely dumbfounded I was when I spoke to Eric on Wednesday afternoon. The Microsoft news came the very next day. Also, I'm going to post my notes to Twitter. Oh, you're going to post your notes to Twitter. Okay, keep an eye out for Uber's post on Twitter. But that's right. Uber talked about it a week ago today. Uber was talking about some of this stuff. The next day, that partnership announcement came out, and Uber and I were like, what the hell is going on here? So, talk about pursuit of truth, right? Where, like, we have these discussions, and then they happen. That's what I mean. It's almost like we're willing it to happen, you know? We close out of some of this shit. I'll keep that one open. Gamers want a successful REIT. Steve Stock saying, actually not in a bad position. For years they've been ridiculed by gamers, but I think deep down gamers want a successful gaming retail store, and they can nerd out. Yeah. I agree with you, Steve. All right. Okay, Justin. It's taking me a while to get here. I'm going to post my news. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, Justin. I'll keep going. Oh, CU says, I just want to point out the 8 ball hasn't been rung yet. So far, we won't do it now. I don't have time right now. I got to keep going. But this thing, CU, so far that thing has been the best analysis we have as to the current situation, right? Maybe I could do something with this. Something more with the 8 ball. I'll look into it. More consoles in use means more digital sales. By creating an easy environment to buy and sell pre-owned consoles, GME keeps many more people using consoles. Absolutely. They create a marketplace that people have confidence in. When they buy a pre-owned console from GameStop, it'll work. GameStop sets the price and ensures quality. Without GameStop, the digital sales received by everyone else would be significantly lower. GameStop is essential to the whole system. Best Buy, Target, Walmart, and Amazon are not. It's as simple as that. There you go. Yeah, another validation of the GameStop, the legacy GameStop business model, right? That's the thing. I keep on saying I feel like I may have underestimated the value of the legacy business. That I think it's worth quite a bit more than what I first talked about. If you haven't seen the GameStop videos on my channel, check them out. But I talked about how like what I thought it was worth. But the past like 6 weeks have kind of changed my thinking a little bit. And I'm trying to be careful. Is it just the rising price that's making it? But I feel objectively that's not the case. I think I just may have missed some stuff and underestimated some certain things in my previous analysis. Yep, Chris says, good point. I wouldn't buy a console from eBay. Yeah, some folks do, and they go, oh, you can do it from eBay, you can do it from Amazon. No one does. Most people don't. Okay, so Uber posted it on his account on Twitter. So you can check it out. He did it on StockTwits and on Twitter. Okay, so CU says, expecting PR from GME in the next 48 hours. They weren't going to interrupt their sales marketing on social media the past few days. 3 more PRs. All right, let's do this, CU. We got time for one. All right, CU saying we're going to get PR from GME in the next 48 hours. Here you go, CU. Jeez. It's always so blurry. There's like any way for me to get it? I don't think so. Signs point to yes. I feel like it always says yes, CU, doesn't it? Justin, Craigslist, no way. Yeah, some people do Craigslist, but it's the minority for stuff like this, I think. People want convenience. eBay. Yes, GameStop makes it easy, as Justin says. Yep. Provides assurance it'll work. You won't be ripped off. They're needed, right? Plus credit. Yep. Philly. Plus GameStop can offer the credit too. And with their new, you can rent stuff now. That's why that press release. I should just keep this press release up because I liked it so much, you know? I don't know why I'm doing. I gotta keep going. What am I doing? This one, they got the credit card rental, and this is just tagging along with what Justin's saying here. And then Philly chimed in saying, hey, this stuff too that other folks might not be offering her. Justin, there'll be movies about you like the movies with Barry, the big squeeze main character, Justin. They refurbished the consoles, which is huge. Good bio candidate, yep. Squeeze happens. The guy from Billions. Yeah, Justin, I said, would you post that at Secret Alpha? I laughed at that. Justin's the guy from Billions. He posted it somewhere. I was laughing at that. Oh, shit. Corey Stoll, that was it. Yeah. Okay, so Mitt's saying in their 40s, most of the people they play with are 35 plus, and I'm the only one who goes 100% digital. 15-year-old nephew would rather have a disc. Hey, thanks for sharing that than download DLCs. I always thought the younger gen, like my nephews play, and they're always all about digital. So thanks for sharing, Myth. Interesting. Could GME work in a PayPal model for trade-ins? Buyers and sellers match on their own. Buyers pays. Interesting. Get back from trading in used games. I think if they can offer semi-decent price, yeah. Team. Oh, what am I missing? The key to this management team is inventory returns. I think bigger investors are seeing that, and they are great, efficient operators. That's right. Nuts and bolts, right, Uber? Nuts and bolts. You got to take care of that shit first before the new consoles come out, and then start doing some of this, what many folks would consider sexier type things, I think. And I think the more sophisticated investors are picking up on that too, whereas most other people aren't even paying attention, whereas the real people are. Not the real people, you know what I mean, like the big institutional type firms who kind of need something more from the company. They don't want to take on too much risk. Yep. Talking GME's value. Yep. Yep. All right, good discussion there. Good discussion. Oh, so George says GameStop will become the gatekeepers of console logistics in addition to enhancing their e-commerce footprint. I like that. Become the home of gaming in every way. Oh, I'm getting closer. I'm not caught up yet, but at least it jumped ahead of me. And I'm able to scroll back up. Here we go. Because the revenue sharing makes it work. They have to figure out a route that makes it completely illogical to swap trading. Okay. Tay says, I'm not catching up today. Oh, I'm getting closer. You, let's go. What time? 8:48? I'm getting caught up by 9. Try to stop me, Tay. Let's go. Maybe we should stop coming for like 10 minutes. Here we go. Why Jory's case go from joy of thinking he's caught up to extreme depression as the chart. Oh, Philly. I know, I do like that. Like, I keep on getting close to the ball. I'm like, I'm like, oh, shit, that's funny. Oh, 5-minute break, everyone. Okay, so I'm right there. Okay. Maybe y'all did chop. Okay. Resell quickly about his console. Thanks for the shout out. Made me open one more beer. Oh, Nicola's getting after it tonight. Well, it's Thursday a.m. for Nicola. Opening one more beer. Cheers, Nicola. Cheers to France. Oh, where are you from in France? If you wouldn't mind sharing, I'm kind of curious now. Okay, let me keep going. Here we go. Yeah, if this squeezes to 100 and a fund goes under, you could literally rewatch the Roaring Kitty stream and have all the info for a book right there. I will do it from my beach house and not a little. Yeah, seriously. Talk about. If it ever did turn into be a crazy case study, then these streams get a lot more funny. Right, Jordan? Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. Yo, Trey, you doing work tonight? I just saw we had 90. We're at 68. 80, Justin says 80 plus watchers, 58 likes, so 22 shorts on the show. It's all the shorts. Well, that's what Trey was saying. He's like, if you don't like it, if you ain't first, you're last. If you don't like it, you're a bear, right? Oh shit, that's funny. $20 says docs disliked. Oh shit. Is that something the disciple of Fox would do? Talking loop capital. Okay, I'm there. Price targets are lagging indicators. I agree with you, Makeshift. They tend to be lagging indicators. Come on. I found many people that haven't been me, to be fair. I bought you for the first time. Yeah, Uber's been in mad long. Yeah, talk about the long game Uber. Yeah. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. What if Domo Roboto? Hey, does Domo have any robots working there? We got to be careful. Beep beep boop, boop 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 beep beep. Yeah, Philly Steak says, saw the Bari letter and my mind was blown. It made so much sense. In one of my first GameStop videos, I was like, yo, you gotta read the Bari's letter. It's like so succinct and it gets right to the point. It was like the thesis was like laid out there in a couple of paragraphs. I'm like, this is it. That's the thesis. And GameStop just needed to execute. Again, didn't mean it's gonna work out, but they just had to execute. I agree with you, Philly. I really like Bari's letters. Hey, Stock Twits. We get some Stock Twits? Cheers, Stock Twits, huh? You showing some love for the work, can you see? All right, huh? Okay. Talking Tesla. Dusty. Welcome, Dusty. Welcome, Dusty. Yeah, there you go. Nicholas says, who would win? Wall Street's best highly educated hedge funds versus the Magic 8 Ball? It'll be like one of those Buffett bets, right, Nicholas? Where Buffett, whatever that bet was, I forget. I got to be getting close, right? I got to be getting close. I got to. 8:53. Come on. Oh, it just jumped on me. Yep. Rankedy 8 Ball has better accuracy than the GME analyst, right? Yes, exactly, Trey, right? It's a good problem to have to be doing all this. That's what I mean. That's why, and Trey, that's why as people have said, it's like, yo, stay current because it's like a better, it's good dialogue, right? Then we can all be going back and forth and everything's up to date. I'm not responding to you 15 minutes later. But I agree with you, Trey, at the same, it's good everyone's chatting too, but I want to see it. I don't want to miss anything because there's like good thoughts here. Like, look, I probably already missed some stuff, but cheers, Trey. We're at 69. 69 like Doc. 69 like Achilles, too much of the float is liquid to get a squeeze to 100 at the moment. Need more institutional investors to lock up shares, right? Yeah, we don't. There's so many unknowns that who knows, but we at least need to take it. It's possible, but indeed, it may be that I have no idea. It popped out of me. Oh shit, that's funny. From Paris, working in Berlin, checking out the hiring. Oh shit, thanks for sharing, Nicola. Just curious. Checking out the hiring info. I think it's worth mentioning. All right, cool. Berlin's was it 5? Was that the same? I kind of forget. I haven't been to Berlin. Let's think. Drawn out Tesla squeeze, right? That's a pause. Drawn out, like we talked about Tesla earlier, overstock. Here we go. I think what happens is when I get down to the bottom. Oh, I must be close. Excuse me. Oh, yes. 856. Caught up, right? Yes. Woo. All right, everybody. Had a good stream tonight. Everyone have a nice night. We'll see you on Wednesday. Cheers, everybody. Just kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, shit, I'm kidding. Okay, okay, here we go. Robert Senvest will be buying the dips. Okay, welcome, Robert. I don't know if you. I'm kidding, makeshift. I was kidding, makeshift. I'm kidding. Any update, Jamie? Welcome. Any update? Just kidding. Just messing. A little bit of levity, huh? Okay, now, what are we talking? Tesla, Bitcoin, what should we talk? Let's talk about what we care about. Forget GameStop. I've just joined. Any update on GME, please? Oh, boy, Jamie. We gotta wait for Jamie to get. No, I'm kidding, Jamie. Oh, well, you can scroll up. I think you can scroll up in. I think you might be able to see the chat, but no update today on no major update on GameStop today. I mean, we had an update. There was a 13G filing yesterday. You might want to check out, Jamie. What's going on? Update. GameStop isn't bankrupt. It's actually good. Yeah. Looks like that's. I actually don't even know what this is. That's a good question. It ain't an IPA, right? It can't be. A hazy IPA? Oh, it could be. I don't know. Is it a blonde ale? I forget. You're welcome here. You're gonna love the night scene. Yeah, I've been to Paris. Yeah, the night scene there is great. We're talking Bitcoin. Make sure it says talk Bitcoin. 13G that day. Okay, bringing them up to speed. Yep. Uh-oh. We'll do the math for you, Justin? Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't know. I don't even know what we're talking about. Is it on the adjusted figures and stuff? Yeah, I know. I need more standalone investment videos. I hear you, Trey. You know I hear you. You know I hear you, right? I know you don't mean GameStop, right? We got enough GameStop, but I know I gotta upload some other videos. If for those who don't know, this stream isn't GameStop only. Although lately it's all we talk about. In the there's the Roaring Kitty portfolio. There are other positions besides GameStop. Just disclaimer: these aren't recommendations. These aren't stock picks or anything like that. And my style is super aggressive. It may not be suitable for you. Blah 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 blah. But just a heads up. Just because you see a position in the top 10 or anything, it doesn't mean it's a strong conviction buy or anything like that. These are near the top of the portfolio for different reasons. Some of them are already fairly valued. I don't even know off the top of the head. Some of them aren't. It's just higher conviction. There's a lot of nuance here. Check out my other videos on the channel. But at the very least, you can at least see I'm interested in these types of plays, just to give you a little bit of background if you don't know my style of investing. But definitely check out the other videos if you are curious about my style. Oh damn! Now I gotta make sure. Think about how many shares are being traded every day. Oh yeah, I do think about that, Justin. Yeah. Damn! Oh no! I gotta. Hard to tell due to synthetic longs. I agree, Philly. So it's hard to pick apart how many shares are actually trading. I'd like to, but it's tough. Yeah, GME only stream, right, Makeshift? Yeah, I know, right? Right now it is. It kind of is. That's cool, though. I hope everyone's cool with that, right? But it's not going to be like that forever, right? Many of us might not give a shit. I mean, I don't want to say might not give a shit. I mean, this is a longer-term thesis that I have. But who knows? I mean, but as time passes, you can't. And remember, just a heads up to everybody, you're always going to be paying attention. Don't be so focused just on one stock. I mean, I tend to only focus very heavily on one particular stock, but I always keep an eye on everything else that's moving too. Otherwise, you might miss something, and there might be other opportunities that pass you by. It just so happens that GameStop's a major position for me and many other folks, and I think that it's a very prominent stock, so most of us just want to talk about it. But there's other stock research is more than just one pick, right? Oh, shit. Oh, Trey, thank you, Trey. I am just shocked at how much volume every day. Me too, Justin. What there you go. Justin, I certainly can't explain with certainty. Justin's saying, what's up with all the damn volume? Yeah, what's up with that? Look at this. This is crazy volume. High frequency trading, market makers just going back and forth. Yeah, someone mentioned the spreads are widening. It's interesting. I mean, I see wide spreads with some of the smaller cap companies. But with GameStop, I don't really know. I don't think about that stuff too much. But again, that could be one of those examples of things that I don't historically pay too much attention to, but maybe I should be. But yeah, we'll see. GME starting its own solar business. That was the other one, Makeshift. That's right. Oh, okay. Jamie's from Stock Twits. All right. They said this is the GME discussion. Yeah, we got to check. Yeah, we got a lot of folks talking about it. Jamie, welcome. Oh, man, that's a good story. Arrested in Paris for throwing a mannequin out of a hotel window and a police dog went after it. That was crazy. Oh, shit. That's a hell of a story, Myth, huh? You can't make that up. You can't make up a story like that, right? Definitely high-frequency trading, Philly says. Right. And how much of it is like it's just the same, some of the same shares going back and forth. What the hell were those 75 million volume days? Jordan wants buybacks. Yep. I'm saying they did them. Jordan, how confident are you that they did the buybacks? I know you've been saying you think that they did. Angry beep boops. It's huge volume. If they did buy some of the volume, we know it's the 13G. But again, look at this. It's not that much volume. It was 13 million. Excuse me, 3.6 million, right? It's like not that much. So, like, it was funny. Like, we're talking, right? We don't know. We know we don't know, right? Which is good. We know we don't know how to explain this. But if those shorts are watching, they're probably watching this discussion and be like, these idiots. You know what I mean? Like, people who understand how the market works and they know these types of details, they're like, look at these folks. They don't even know what the hell is going on here. They don't even know what this volume is, right? Like people know. We just don't know. We don't know. Like, I always talk about in my other videos, the plight of the individual investor. Or small, or non-large, non-major institutional videos, I should say. It's like, well, you're just not dialed into this type of stuff, and it just makes, you know what I mean? So it's who's watching in, right? If they are watching, they're probably having a laugh, not so much at our expense, but just like just at our general ignorance. I don't obviously don't mean that as a negative thing. It is what it is. Right, so I agree. Tay says if they did buyback, I think it would have been right after earnings. I tend to agree, but I still, if they did, look at, there was quite a bit of volume following earnings. And then it dropped so much. It dropped so much at the end, early October. Just crazy, crazy low. That's what surprised me. So low was that volume. So if they did, Tay, I'd agree with you that I bet it was right around there. Just like last year, they went ham right after they announced earnings. Yeah, Justin says no way on buybacks. It seems like a lot of folks are kind of, they don't think that they did the buybacks. But that's why it would catch everyone by surprise, right? And I keep on saying how last year I didn't think they did the buybacks. I was kind of like, they're not gonna. I've already said this many, many times. But I following this earnings back in September, what the hell is it? Oh, they announced here, but then they were buying back this whole time, and I thought the same. I didn't think they were going to buy. And I'm kind of like the same thing again. And I was like very much surprised in December. So it could happen again. If it weren't for all those buybacks, if it weren't for all these buybacks right here, September 1st to October 5th right now, I would be even more negative. It's because they did this, and I didn't think that they would, that I have to leave open the possibility that they did. So much in September, they were like, we are doing this. And I made that tweet, but I forget now. It's a couple weeks old, but I made that tweet about... check this out. I quoted this in Twitter a couple weeks ago. It's worth repeating because it's... The question was, I guess the first one focused on the buyback. Why buy back so much stock? Blah, 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 blah. Like, good question, right? Why are you buying so much stock? There was way more uncertainty last year. Way more uncertainty. And Jim Bell's, the new CFO as of June, just read this. What the actual quote that I included in the tweet was, we believe our stock is undervalued and we think it's an appropriate and prudent use of capital that return capital to our shareholders via the buyback. And I'm just going to reemphasize that last point. We buy back stock because we fundamentally believe that our stock is trading at a discount, and we are very confident as to where our stock... Very confident, right? Oh, I was so surprised by that because as I'm sure Justin would attest to this and any other series long, like all of their other sentiment leading up to this, even since this stands out to me. And I was being like, what the hell? You're very confident of where your stock price is going to be. I was taken aback. And to come out, just be like, we are very confident where it's going. We know where it's going to be headed in 11 months. Are we 11 months? This was December, so November he meant. So we're very, very confident that bounce back. You know what I mean? This language, it doesn't jive with everything else, and so it continues to weigh on me. And yet, because now so much time has passed, I've seen presentations, I've seen transcripts, I've seen press releases, and I'm leaning back toward the I don't know. But because they did this. I have to concede that there's a good possibility. Plus, now they have a little bit. There's less uncertainty right now. I think but maybe they need more cash to reinvent themselves and so forth. You know what I mean? Again, still not my base case, but We're very confident that all the work that's being done right now to run expense. You know what I mean? Like, this is last year, December. That's what crazy. I give them props. I give them props for that shit. You know what I mean? That's why I included Jim Bell and do I have my I wanted to include Jim Bell. I mean, I run out of people to go, oh, I got it right here. Do I have media? Where's media? That kind of get me right to it, won't it? Oh, shit. Did I miss it? Oh, right there. Steve Mazzini. Woo, woo. That's Jim Bell right there. For those who don't know, that's Jim Bell. He's guarding the buybacks right there, right? I don't know. Oh, shit. So that's why I keep that shit. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, did I just talk too much? Oh, no. Oh, shit. Okay. The shorts timeline on GameStop is now to April. What are they going to? Because they're going to bet on like a weak, an underperforming Q4. You know what I mean? Really going for it. Yeah, Polygon says, we got 85 good brains here. I'm sure we can at least match one of the worst headshots. Yeah. Early October felt like July. Early October felt like July. I'm sure Tay's talking about the volume. I agree. Like, it did. It was, and that was eerie on the heels of all that volume back in the day. Like, we hadn't seen it, I think, since August, right? Right before 2.8, since right before Cohen filed. It was eerily quiet, but this was more noteworthy because of how much volume we saw in September. I was like, what the hell? I thought we were at a new normal. 5, 6, 8 million, that you can expect that. And when it went back down, I'm like, whoa, heads up, beware. Shorts in particular. Oh, once we hit April, then another proxy vote. Yep. So that's another, we talk about near term, why they might have to call in shares for votes and stuff, like a buyback, a buyout or anything like that. But otherwise, April for another potential proxy vote, or they will be proxy votes. Talking buybacks. I think they did them. Expect props if they did. Remember, I was wrong with Q2. Earnings. Yeah. I give a more than 2 sigma chance they didn't. Oh, okay. And we're talking meaningful buybacks, right? We're talking real buybacks. And I don't mean like 1 or 2 million like they did a couple quarters. Ryan Cohen lending out shares to tank price or two. I know that if these longs are lending out their shares, who knows? You know, if they call them back, who knows? I don't know how this works. I don't know how that works, that aspect. How likely any of that stuff is. Could explain increase in shares short, yeah. Yeah, to incremental rope for the noose. Again, I don't know how that works. Could it be? I have no idea. Yeah, but don't they know that? I mean, you would think sophisticated traders understand that that's a potential risk that they need to account for. You know what I mean? Like, it's so obvious that I think that they'd have to somehow account for that potential risk. They'd have to. That's, you know what I mean? Like, I don't default to like stupidity on the other side of the trade. On the contrary, I default to sophistication. That's what I keep on saying. I feel like there's something I'm not understanding. But indeed, it's worth mentioning. Is it incremental rope? I just can't. If it happens, then educational for me, right? I'll look back on this and be like, damn, yep, that was educational for me. I just don't know enough about it to speak confidently about it at all. Yeah, I may have lent it. Yep. There's so much share short that I think a lot of the longs probably are lending, right? Yeah, they saw the buybacks were cheap at 5 last year. They could buy them this year, a month away from consoles, for 6. Jordan, great point. That price was at 6 for a very brief time. Can you imagine? That's the thing. I think they would have needed to have a trading program in place to buy so short, to buy the next day after earnings. That's the thing. It was only. So there was. When did they announce? Oh, they announced. When they announced? The 9th. So boom, boom. Sometimes it's 2 days, in which case maybe they were the boom, boom. What was the volume? What was the volume on 14th, 15th? And that's a big buy. Like, that's a big jump. It could have been 1 week. 14th, 15th, 16th. I looked into this already. I just forget. 14, 15, 16, 19. So, and the close was at, it went up quite a bit. But indeed, They thought it was they were very confident. To Jordan's point back then, it's conceivable. You know what I mean? Like it's conceivable that they did that. I'm with you, Jordan. I just, with all that's unfolded this year, it kind of, I lean toward no, but it ain't zero for me. Make no mistake. I hope I just made that clear. Then COVID happened. Yep. They would have done buybacks this quarter, in my opinion, the initial game plan. Well, then the bond, don't forget the bond exchange too. Oh, this quarter, do you mean right now? Right now, Uber? Like last quarter would have been great after they closed out the bond exchange. They needed, I bet, share buybacks that were interfering with bond exchanges. It had to. But once they rounded it out in early July, I'm like, all right, let's do it. But then there was never that much volume, and there was nothing. Well, under 2, I remember these days. It was dipping below 4. It was nuts. 93. Are we getting to 100? Are we doing this? Let's do it. Oh, I was caught up, though. Cheers, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We do other stocks besides GameStop. Believe us. Really wants dividend. Well, dividend, I don't think it's likely. I've said that. But if they did announce a dividend, that would cause people to want the shares. You know what I mean? That's really the only reason it comes up. But unlikely. They would just do a special dividend, right? Exactly what Justin's saying. So I already said it. Pull out an overstock, right? We talked about that. Too many growth opportunities plus Ryan Cohen. Exactly. So who's saying that? Robert? Yeah, Robert. Yep. I'd rather cash, not be dividend. Yeah. He can call them back anytime he wants, right? I know. Yeah. Okay, keep going. No, I haven't followed Polygons, but not talking about the Starship project now. Remember tennis rackets forthcoming. Jordan's holding out for the tennis rackets. He wants all those tennis rackets. They did it that fast last year. Why not again? Indeed, Jordan. Indeed. Well, there's reasons I listed why not again, but why I think not, maybe not again. Did I? I forget. Buybacks would have been the best. Just not confident at all they did it. Yeah, I agree. So Justin says, I agree. Buybacks would have been the best. Just not confident at all they did it. Okay, well, let's do it. Here we go. Did GameStop, did they exhaust their buyback authorization following Q2 earnings this year? Is this 8-ball stacked? Can you see that one? You can never see it. I'm doing my best, but anyways, it says yes. That's all it says is yes. Oh, there we go. Well, that's settled. We don't even have to discuss it anymore. It's done. It's done. That is what it is. I feel like this thing's stacked. I feel like every time we ask it, it's yes. There you go. I'm right. Jordan, it popped ahead for me. That would debt buyback. So Philly Stakes says, what about debt buyback? This is another, when I talked about there's definitely outstanding potential news releases that could be released, that's one of them. You know what I mean? I talked about buybacks, you know what I mean? But the debt buyback, we're buying back the debt, and then you just take off like, I think we're at rose-colored glasses territory. You've heard me talk about that, but I'm with you on the debt buyback. That I would say that's more likely, and that will be a positively viewed press release if they announce that they're doing a tender offer. We're doing a tender off the bond thing. Let's do it, especially if it's along with other news too. That probably wouldn't be. It'd probably be standalone. But indeed, if they announce that, then that would probably be. That doesn't. This elevated short interest, I think, has little to do with the level of debt right now. You can see where the bonds are trading right here. They're back to par. And so it's not as if, it's not like it's priced for bankruptcy and then they go, oh, they're buying back the debt, blah, blah, blah. My point just being, for the shorts, they're more like buying back the debt, buying back the debt doesn't change GameStop's long-term outlook in their mind. So so for a short squeeze, perhaps not, but it would be viewed bullishly by the market. That's my opinion. And just a reminder for everybody, for the new folks, there's no advice or anything like this on the stream. It's all just educational nature. We're kind of just sharing our thoughts in here, in just opinions. Sometimes just speculation, doing our best, sharing our research and stuff. And Jordan says, the Microsoft deal really surprised me, to be honest. The buyback would be just as surprising to most. They have Barry supporting management. He wants buybacks, indeed. But, well, he's wanted buybacks for the whole year, Jordan, right? We never heard from him otherwise, and they didn't do it. Would you say makeshift? They're gonna look at the previous vids and they're gonna see the GME thumbnails. Who is? Just everyone? Yeah, the thumbnails are getting ridiculous. Oh shit! I'm right, but it's been good because it seems like every couple days there's new news. I could toss something in there. I don't know what I'm doing. Trying to have some fun with it, you know. GameStop could announce every console kits. Yeah. Shit. So sad they didn't do the debt buyback either. What is in the 70s and 80s would have lost. Could they have this quarter? I bet too, Justin. I bet that had something to do with the bond exchange too. I've been thinking about that. I bet their hands may have been tied from that capital allocation standpoint following COVID and in trying to get that bond exchange. That was what I was thinking. That's why. But indeed, would have lost. Same thing for the share buybacks. But I think it was my best guess. It was the nature of the situation. Like you read this, like I was reading this, Justin. I'm like, they know they're not idiots, right? Not that Justin's not saying that, but I'm like, they're not. Jim Bell understands, and they saw what the price was trading at, but they were dealt a confusing hand the first half of this year, and then at times probably a tough hand. I figured they're like, they probably can't do it, but that's what I was thinking. Could they have this quarter? Why not? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Hugo says, congrats again. We're now at 80 plus. This is your lifetime thesis. It's all like I keep on saying, I hope this GameStop thesis works out. Right, Hugo? Hugo, he's got like 4 or 5 picks that haven't been working out. But me, I'm like, I hope this works out, right? Hey, Jonathan Prather, welcome back, Jonathan. I think you were here before. Uber was talking about some of the notes that you had written on StockTwix on the last stream, and I checked them out after the fact, and I was like, ooh, this is good. I saw you were a couple beers deep. Jonathan's like, yo, let's do this. Jonathan was the one who wrote, this must be, Jonathan, I was curious. I forget if you have stats on this, if they show this, but there must be lots of people who must be looking at this recently, right? Jonathan wrote a whole bunch of these, the short squeeze articles. Boom, boom, boom. I think that's you, Jonathan. I don't know. But, right. Oh, you can't see him. Can you see him? Oh, right here. These 3. Jonathan wrote those, and then I read through your StockTwit stuff because Uber pointed it out to me. I'm like, ooh, I like some of this thinking here. It was good stuff. These were good things too. I always talk about it, like we talked about Steve Mazzini talking about comparing it to RH, and Jonathan like kind of attacked this the whole GameStop thesis from an options perspective, which turned out to be terrific timing, right, Jonathan? Which I'm sure you've noted in places. Let me keep going. I got to get you up now. Right, they bought a nominal amount of debt in the 70s, right? Even to lower the debt balance is a plus, even if the pricing is I agree with you, Philly. I think still part of that short thesis, just a part of it is still kind of bankruptcy risk, maybe, but I think mostly it's the secular risks. But indeed, if you have a lower debt balance, then there you go. 13D. You halfway again. You're welcome. You're welcome. 8 Ball says so. If the short is in the room, he must be dying on this Magic 8 Ball analysis. I know, right? He's like, oh, please, no, please, no. The next few news will be institutions buying. I think I lean more toward, I expect more GameStop news than I spent filings. I was a bit surprised by the 13G. I thought we'd get more GameStop news, but maybe, who knows? It could be. Well, I tell you, that would be bullish, though, right, Achilles? As I'm sure you know, that's what you're getting at. If there's more funds buying, you know what I mean? Then you got to think that they'd be closing. Let me close out of some of this shit. How much shit I got up? Boom. I don't know. I forget what everything is. Debt buyback is great bulls. Yep. It's great bullish. Yep. Oh, so Uber saying the switch deals are sick. Okay. Q3 could beat from 1 up? Yes, I did see some folks saying that. I have no opinion on that. I'm not, but could be. I think I'm almost caught up. Yeah. Yeah, Polly. Roy Kitty's stream career needs the squeeze. Oh, shit, that's funny. beats if they got a lot of cash from pre-orders on consoles. That's what I see. Software is weak. Did my part. And Uber says nice writing on Sunday. Yeah. Oh, is that what it was? From Sunday pre-orders. Pre-orders would add to cash only, not revenue or income. I think the next news is upgrades. Right. So then we got upgrades. You know what I mean? Like there's so much we could just chat in here, like list a whole bunch of the reasons, the whole bunch of the outstanding news items that could be and that will be perceived bullishly by the market. There's so many. That's why I increasingly get confused by the short position. I'm like, what? Everything could go boom, boom, boom. Imagine every day, every week, there's something new. I feel like every week there's been something, right? What if we get another thing tomorrow or Friday? Nothing would be unusual about this if it weren't for the short interest. It's the short interest that's so damn weird. But from a fundamental thesis, everything's unfolding kind of according to plan. I mean, the bits and pieces here that maybe I didn't know about some of the specifics, but even still. Justin thinks the next news is upgrades, more funds. Yep. More funds can buy just because it's a bigger company too. You mean Credit Suisse? I moved to 7. I'm just here for the comic relief. All my track, yeah. All right, caught back up again. Sick. Okay. All right, now close out some stuff. Oh yeah, so this was some of those GameStop articles. This was that 13G. So this, if you haven't read this out, yeah, check it out. The link's on my Twitter. They just, if you're curious about this, not Victor, Richard, right? Yeah, it's his son. If you want more info there, you can Google that. Close this. Oh, this chart though, huh? Have we talked about the chart much? Oh, his market cap reads more funds are allowed to buy. Yeah, so I've been watching that. Justin, you know what I mean? Like, there's one thing, the whole fundamental thesis, right? Does GameStop have a future? That's part of the perception changing, as I know Justin knows. But the other thing, too, is just if it keeps on going up, then it's a bigger company. The institutions can get involved. Some of them will even have to get involved, right? Because of the, if they're tracking an index or something like that. So, like 500 million seems like it's a big thing. And then $1 billion seems like it's a big thing. And then maybe 1.5, 2 billion. I don't even know. Somebody like sick Trey, I know, right? Crazy ass shit. Cheers, Trey. 1 billion market cap is important. Yeah, Jordan just said that too. Oh, I'm on GameStop.com. The third best-selling item in video games is a $400 Mrs. Pac-Man arcade. Whoa, okay. We need an S&P 500 up less thing. S&P 500 before Tesla would be hilarious. So exactly, yeah, it could be. Well, it's definitely in some of them, right? High margin accessories, that's wild. And they remember they were doing the bundles. Uber, as I know Uber knows, they were doing the bundles during the pre-orders. Buyback's getting us, boom. Yeah. There, I mean, I'm sure. I don't even know the breakdown of all that GameStop is in right now. They're almost. Yeah, you need a much larger market cap to be added to some of these indices, but even still, another outstanding catalyst, which maybe we're a ways away from, right? But even still, that's what I mean. Once that tide turns, it turns in your favor and it kind of sticks for a bit anyway. Merchandising seems to be pretty good. Hey, Rob, welcome, Rob. I think some folks were talking about the call volume. I didn't catch that call volume. Jordan says 3% today is a joke. 5% bought, 200% short, $3 move. Shocked, to be honest, like me. It's been very quiet. You know what I mean? Like a volume, right? But like that makes the move, right? And then it's to me, I can keep on seeing the same little bit trend. Pop, then settles down right in this range. Pop, settles down for a couple of days. Pop, settles down. But it's very low volume in these things too, which I think, I don't know, I kind of interpret as a little bit scary if you're short. And so after this pop, and then you saw a lot of folks, as I know all y'all saw, of being like, oh, this is just a pop, it's going to come back down. And then it didn't. Yeah, it's down the next day. That's what I mean. Like, and then we had that stream that Friday, and then we had bears and bulls on the stream probably, and everyone's like taking a victory. I was like, what? And now here we are. Let's just give it a little bit of time, and it's right there. And that's what I mean. If it's just a temporary pop or a temporary blip, or this isn't going to hold, you kind of need it to sell off, and then it doesn't. I think, whoa. So Jordan, but it's been very flat on many of these days, right? Like not doing much. Up a little bit today, but yeah, it was a green candle, but it was down on the day from where it opened. as indicated by the candle being filled in and stuff. But the next move, I've been watching this. Hey, Jordan, since you're here, I got to do this. Boom. Boom. When that RSI breaks there, Jordan, right there, look at that. You want another one? Boom. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. But there's really not much. Like, it's in such a good, like, territory, right? Oh, so I've been... Sorry, so I should have done this too. Just like that marginal analysis, right? You know what I mean? When we have all this other thesis, you kind of watch it and have like this technical analysis. As you see, I use it, right? But it gets silly when there's these major, outstanding, fundamental news events that could be released any damn time, any day. We're getting something new, and then, but at least from a technical analysis standpoint, like behavioral type thing, you'd be looking at this, and like if this pops, I think you might see this pop, and then you get a bit more of a run up. But this is over a month. This is not a short. This is a month of price action here. So it's something to keep an eye on. Everything's a test. This isn't high conviction analysis, right? But now I'm like, all right, keep an eye on this. Let's see what happens here. And everything, what is these bull flags, right? Every single time, boom, 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 boom. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing. But, give me hockey stick lines. Let me see. Can I do one? Can I do a hockey stick line? There you go. It's kind of a hockey stick line, right? There you go. Boom, boom, boom. To see what I mean? See the type of analysis we do on the Roaring Kitty channel, on the Roaring Kitty stream? This is what we do. This is what we do. Look at those lines. Huh? Isn't it clear what the stock price is going to do next? Isn't it abundantly clear? Can you not see what's going to happen here? Those lines should show you. I kind of hope we retest 9 just to lower. Yeah. Well, I was saying in the last stream, and now we got bid up. Just a little bit. I kept on thinking it was going to come back under 10. Yeah, it would have been... And then low 8s. We keep on establishing new plateaus, which is bullish. This chart is pretty damn bullish. And then look at the weeklies. I've been keeping an eye on the weeklies. Bullish. See the overbought too? And it's not even crazy overbought yet. Another outstanding thing. It'll be driven by fundamental news, I assume. But technicals don't care about the fundamentals. Technical analysts don't care about the fundamentals. They're going to pile in. They don't give a shit. And then you back up at the monthly. I know Uber's been talking about the monthly chart too. How it looks good. This looks terrific. Everything's coming together. Okay, everything's a little weird. Only one green day on the Microsoft. Oh yeah, is it only been one green day? You're right. Oh yeah, or a real small day, right? But Sony revenue share, yep. Give me I'm Canadian, remember. So some people are thinking Sony will match. Some people are thinking Sony will match. I know Justin mentioned in his article. You can check his out. And then some other analysts had said, but we don't know. That's our best guess, that we think Sony might be, but we don't know. But because of the Microsoft one, you'd have to think. But I don't know. It's a good question, but that's what we're thinking. Right, unlikely to match, but they can't let Microsoft. Okay, so let's say this is great. Y'all sharing your thoughts. Just expect it before console launch. Okay. You know I love me that monthly. See, Uber's keeping an eye on that. I like it too. The longer term time frames tend to be more indicative of a move that might be happening. And imagine if this gets overbought. But also it's also longer term. You can't use monthly charts for short term type forecasts or anything like that. So Justin thinks $12 is the new bottom. I think Senvest set $12 as the new bottom. Why 12 and not 9, Justin? Future. Yo, Myth, check out I do have some. I'm a fundamentals focused value investor, as I think many of us are. But I've come around to technical analysis over the years. But I talk about it in some of those other videos where I talk about my investment style. But after the best of the GameStop moves by Microsoft, Sony must be planning something. Maybe. I don't know enough about these arrangements. I've been thinking though it makes sense. And I've like Justin's talking about it too, and some other analysts talk about it too. So I'm like, all right. But I don't have any insights myself. And I'm like, okay, I can kind of see why it makes it's logical to me. But do I have that? So this was filed as of October 7th, right? October 7th. What was the price on October 7th? That's what I was looking at. So I was thinking maybe 9. But you think 12? I think 12 in combination with the chart, Justin. I would agree with you. We need I would give it a little bit more time, but I'm with you on this like 11 to 12 range. but it's been so few days. I need more days to really have a strong. I keep on saying, like, I keep on waiting a little bit for it to be me confident, be like, all right, nine's a new low, and then we level off. I'm like, shit, we got a new level. I mean, I'm not actually upset, but I just like, from a technical analyst standpoint, I like a little bit more time before I form those opinions on that things. $6 for September. How far away does that seem? You think they were buying after the 7th, Justin? Some people were talking about this. Maybe it was you. I forget. Why? Interesting. Why do you think they were buying after the 7th? I have no reason to think that they were. I'm intrigued. Of course, I'm intrigued because 7th is when they went over 5%. Fair enough. But why would you think there's been many 13G filers? There's been at least 2 that we see in that list. That once they filed, they didn't keep on buying. Why would it be different from Senvest? Just because of the setup, you're thinking? Just because of the setup? Okay. All right. Justin cracking an egg of knowledge on us, right, Uber? They take 3% to 10% stake in stocks. Oh, because traditionally how they manage their portfolio? Oh. So Justin's saying, I think I know where you're going with this. Maybe, but if they're really, my thinking being, if they're really picky about the price point, now we are 33% higher, maybe 25% higher than their price point. You know what I mean? So like if they were buying, what did I say that was? Let's say it was low 9s, and then it pops, but now it's, you know what I mean? It's like 33% higher of a price. Yeah, but they could have been buying on the 8th and 9th. Yeah. Oh, on the. Oh, what was the intraday like on the 8th? Ah, shit. I'm pulling up a 1-minute chart, huh? Fundamental. I'm a fundamentals focused value investor, huh? I'm pulling up a 1-minute chart. Oh. It wasn't, yeah. Oh, okay. So you're saying they could have been buying in the 10s and 11s? Okay, good point. Good point. There was a lot of volume that day. That's not 33% higher. I forgot that day's price action. It could have. It depends. Some people are really picky, I think, about their price points, but they could have been buying there. That extra 0.5%. They could have picked up 500K shares. It's already part of their filing. I think they keep adding. Okay, interesting. Yeah, interesting. Have you ever seen that before, Justin? That's what I'd be curious about. Have you ever seen that 13G or 13D come out as of a couple days prior? If you have any example of that, I'd love to see it. I haven't seen that before, personally, where someone files the 13G and they say it as of a couple of days ago, we're at 5%, and then they kept on buying that whole time. I certainly believe that it happens. I just haven't seen it myself, and that's why my initial reaction is, oh, I just haven't seen that before, so that's why it's interesting to me. It didn't cross my mind. Cohen did. Cohen's was a little bit different though, right? Where it was, wasn't he like 9.6? That was less than 0.5%. Oh. But he kept on buying after he triggered it, but before he filed it, no? But he hadn't filed. But he added before he filed. Oh, but yeah, but so what? But you're saying there's going to be but I consider. Hey, George Nelson, see you later. Have a nice night, George. They didn't file until the 13th, so did they, 8th and 9th. Yeah, but you're saying 11%. Like, that's a big jump up. Cohen's purchases post 13D filing were very small, right? Yeah. No? Oh. Oh. You were giving me an example. Okay. Oh, they were over 11% in another 13G. I see. So they have other companies where they're over 10%. All right. I'm intrigued. I lean toward I disagree. just because but I'm open to, let's keep an eye on this. Justin, if they did, because they go 3 to 7% as a percentage of assets. Okay. I mean, I know I did, Justin, you may have commented about this today because I did see this and I thought, oh, that's interesting because you were looking at, you can pull this stuff up too, right? So for what, I mean, I think they talk about their positions too in other places, but you can pull up, this is Whale Wisdom. This is a free site you can check out. Well, it must be here, right? So you can dig in. This is what I'll often do when a company, if you want to go see some other positions, and you can go into their holdings, and you can kind of see, this isn't a percentage of their total portfolio, but of their reported positions. And you can kind of see the types of positions they take as a percentage of their portfolio and so forth. It's in the article I linked that you were looking at earlier. Oh, okay. If Xbox taking place, you'll see if you do. Okay. So they have other companies where they were 10%. As 13G. Yeah, in hindsight, it was leading up big. Okay. Russ. Welcome, Russ. This could be another Nicola squeeze for sure. How so? I saw it happen, but are there any characteristics of this that you think would be similar with Nicola? Excuse me. Because they go 3 to 7% as a percentage of asset management. All right. I mean, I like that type of analysis. You know what I mean? Boy. Burry and Permit asleep at the wheel there. They should have been adding. Well, now remember, it's getting more and more expensive to buy, too. As the price keeps rising, it's more and more expensive in a larger percentage of their portfolio, blah, blah, blah. Permit selling was a little bit odd, huh? Strategic? I don't know. I mean, it's we already talked about this at length. I get that, but it sticks out a little bit in the face of everything else that's been going on. Well, I'll be definitely keeping an eye on this. Boy, Justin, if they go up, really? If permits sold out? Really, Justin? Whoa. Interesting. Wow. Okay. That's true. Yeah, he did make quite a bit of money on those calls. Not permit, not broad. Right. Permit, not Broderick, right? Polygon. Oh, Polygon, keep me honest. Yeah, see, this is the type of analysis you get in the Roaring Kitty stream. As the price goes up, it gets more expensive to buy stock. I definitely just said that. Polygon. Cheers to that shit. Permit is a fund that has investment. Broderick is an individual. Most of permanent stake is John. The selling was by permit, not John. John Madden. Yeah. It's a John Madden take, right? Oh, shit. Yeah, how so, though, Russ? I'm not... I mean... It was only a double. It was, if you consider this more squeezy, maybe over a month. You know what I mean? That was kind of squeezy. Wow, I didn't think about permit potentially selling out. Interesting. All right, Justin. Cheers, as always. Thanks for sharing your insights. We appreciate it. Have a nice night. We'll see what comes up these next couple days, huh? Sick. Okay, we'll do. I'll have to break down that 13-day. I forget off the top of my head. I just don't remember. All right. Sick. All right, and I'm caught up. This is sick. Did I miss some people's things? Yeah, see, cheers to Justin. Cheers. I know you can't thank Justin enough, right? Sharing all his thoughts, talking to all the folks. What's he up to now? That thing was like actively being. I don't know if I have it up anymore. That post was being actively like shared and commented on and stuff. What are we up to? 356. All right, well, Justin must have stats or something like that to see. It was like 5,000 views or something. That's sick. With a short float, we could see 30 plus. That's a lot of cover. And yeah. There's different types. That's what I mean. Is there a book written on different types of short squeeze and stuff? Because I haven't read it yet, and I'd like to. I'd be curious about that. Many different ways it could go, but I have no idea what's the most likely one, if it even happens at all. You know what I mean? I definitely came across, like, I remember looking up that Senvest website early this year. I was looking at a ton of stocks, right? You see the Roaring Kitty portfolio, but I can't remember which stock it was that I crossed paths with them because none of these really look familiar to me. eBay. But sometimes, so I'll do this. This is a good, like, if you come across a stock and you're interested in it, and you can pop it in Well Wisdom and see the other positions in their reported portfolio, and you could say, oh, all right, this firm seems kind of reasonable. I have some overlap there. It's also a good way to screen and to just track and see how they do over time. None of these look familiar. They all seem kind of bigger too. What I did too, but if I did look, I would have been looking during Q1 because of all the madness that was going on in the market. So I was looking at this one. Yeah, nothing looks familiar. It might have been this one, Quotient. Or CPR. All right, there's some in there. All right, I was just curious. But regardless, you see that article, clearly a successful value investor. So that's the type of company you like to see. That's what I mean. Y'all see like people making fun of Burry over the past like year? Like, what? Y'all see The Big Short? Like, how you gonna make fun of this guy? I mean, not every single pick is a winner per se, and I know he was in TLRD, which I was too, although that would have significantly more bankruptcy risk. It was a significantly smaller position for me relative to GameStop. And I'm like, I don't know about this. But then I think maybe that had it too, and they were like, Barry doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm just like, what the hell? Watch your mouth. You know what I mean? I'm like, what the hell? So you like, all else equal, you like someone like that on the team. And then these other folks, I mean, some of the other folks I didn't really know, but then you had the activists. Now you have Senvest, then you have Donald Foss, then you have Must. So this is what we say in the last stream. Must, we see all that volume, right? We see all that volume. Must and Foss, if they were to sell out, they were just looking for a quick gain. They could have sold out at $13, $14 on Friday or Thursday, whatever the hell it was, I forget. And we would have seen an updated 13G for both of you. We would have seen an updated, amended 13G filed within this week because they have like 2 to 5 days. They say promptly, so we still might get it. But if you don't get it, that's bullish, right? Because holding is kind of bullish for these folks because they're like in it for, they're not in it, they've effectively tripled. They were buying in like $4 price range, so the stock price has tripled. If they didn't even trim their position because they're just barely above 5, just barely, like Must, just barely above 5. It could be their long-term investors and so forth, but even still, they got the triple and then they're continuing to hold. If they don't amend, you can kind of say that. And so that's just another thing to keep an eye on. We would keep an eye out for this, and then we got a 13G. I'm like, whoa. So that float is kind of evaporating. What's going on here with this short float? Because he's 30 plus. If they're, I doubt they bring the dividend back, but Russ. But if they did, if they ever announced any sort of dividend, it would be like that overstock thing where people would be, they try to. Everyone wants the dividend, right? But I think highly unlikely given the current setup. Yeah, I think there's better uses of capital unless the intent was short squeeze, right? But I don't think that is the intent here, Russ. That's what I think. That's what I'm thinking. Like they're looking to turn around. Then you see Ryan Cohen. Ryan Cohen's not getting involved for a dividend, right? Not that he's directing everything right now, but I think they're in this. And just look at all their previous press releases and the presentations that they have and how they talk about this stuff. They're in this to turn this shit around. And they haven't even generated. I mean, they've been close to burning cash, kind of burning cash these past couple quarters. And so if they do plan to reinstitute the dividend, we are a ways away from that, I think. That's what I think. But I like the discussion of the dividend in the context of a short squeeze type stuff because that's the type of thing that triggers everyone wanting their shares back rapidly. How big is this position for them, by the way? Oh, so Justin, because it's 2% of their portfolio, right, of the reported portfolio, and Justin's saying, hey, where is it? Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, it's not there? Oh, it's not here. Right. It's not here. Because this is what they reported as of the end of the quarter. Right. Okay. Is there anything else they can announce right here? I was looking at this. What did I miss? Oh, not much. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't think so. See you asking if like a short could negotiate with a long. I think that would just be a trade. It's just like a private placement type trade. I don't I mean, I'm not an expert on this, CU, but I think it would be perfectly fine if the short says, hey, can I buy your shares back at this price, and agree to purchase a block of shares to cover their short in a trade done. Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine, CU. I think that's just a private placement type trade. Say, I need this, can you sell it to me? And they would. But you'd think the long would really want them to pay a rich price. That's what I would think. But I think that would be fine. I think that's uncommon too for a short. I've never heard that before, but interesting thought experiment. I like that. I do agree, Russ. I think 15. I think a lot of people are keeping their eye on 15, myself included. I think 15. Or 16. Yeah, I think like 16. I think that 15, 16 range. This is what I've been eyeballing. Here we go for Jordan. I think breaking out of this is it. Like we got this was almost a year too of just bouncing around to years. So that's kind of like and this is just I mean, you get a fundamental news event, you just break right through. You'd be at 20 overnight. You know what I mean? That's why in my opinion, my style fundamental analysis is I weighted significantly more heavily. But if you have no news or something, if there's nothing really happening, then that's when I'm like looking at these ranges and stuff. But in the back of my mind, you get a press release, you go up overnight or down overnight with some stocks. You know what I mean? But this is what I'm eyeballing right now, and I suspect that other technical analysts might be as well. And so I think once you break above that, especially if you're overbought on the weekly and if you're overbought on the monthly, forget about it. That's what I think. Because the Momo folks and the technical analyst folks, technical analysis folks, I don't think they care about these secular risks that I think the shorts are betting on. I don't think they give a shit. And then that can help feed the price action. Like I said, I don't know this, but I have a strong opinion that that the price action can shake out those shorts. And then like to Russ is saying, he sees 15. I think I see 15, 16 above that. You might need a couple of days of that, but that's strictly from a technical analysis. But there's all these fundamental things that could unfold, and boom, you're at 20, and then forget about it. And then everything else takes over. What the hell? Where's my... Oh, there it is. Okay, I just confirmed... Wait, should I just confirm? Rickett, I know you're aware, but it's worth mentioning, reminding people that there isn't a market... that this chart is a market cap weighted. For those who don't know, and that's why I keep on uploading this... do I not have it there? So Uber's saying, like, when you look at that historical price... I'm going to bring this up right now. I know we got a number of people on the stream here, so I do. Let me just clarify this thing. So when you look at these historical price points for GameStop... You look back like 10 years and shit, right? And you see where it was traded back in the day. You see like, you see these price actions, right? 34. It traded up at like $52. But what many people might not notice if you don't at least look under, if you don't look under the surface, is that let me go back to media. This is why I keep posting this, because I feel like, to Uber's point, I feel like a lot of people might not know this. What the hell is it? Right there. Oh, no, that's not it. What? Didn't I just post it recently? Sorry. I always hate when I scroll so much. Oh, this. Boom. So this is what Uber's talking about. He's like, just a reminder, the shares outstanding back in 2013 when you were at 57, 117 million. The price back down was 57. The market cap was 6.7 billion. By the way, that's what CNBC got wrong in that video. They put together that 20-minute video over the weekend. It's kind of inexcusable to get... They said it was like a $10 billion market cap. They were using that adjusted stock price. Like, that's a huge... You're off by 50%. Like, that's a huge mistake. But I think that's what happens when security analysts aren't putting together the video. A huge oversight, I felt. And that was kind of a tell. I always talk about tells. Like, you're reading an article or you're seeing someone talk about something that you get like a tell. You're like, oh, wait a second. Did you not look at it? When I hear that, I'm like, oh, wait a second. Anyway, so it's 6.7 billion back in the day. And then right now... 117 million shares outstanding back in the day, 65 million shares, 44% lower, way fewer shares. So I don't even know if the technical analysts would pick up on this because they don't know about that. But that $57 price point, I mean, to get to 6.7 billion now would be $100, right? I mean, I should be able to do that in my head, but it'd be $100 to get back to that price. That's not to say we're going to that price or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I'm just, to his point, just like, hey, heads up, just a reminder, there's way fewer shares outstanding, and there's also a shit ton of short interest going on here. It's like, this is why I'm confused. Oh, price was at 14 when I did this. That's right. So what is this? Must have been Friday. But yeah, that's what I mean. So it's kind of unfolding as a lot of the bulls thought it would. And you saw Jim Bell's comments saying, like, we know where it's going to be. So this buyback all of this time made a lot of sense to them. Especially if it's going to be worth significantly more, right? But it's from the technical analyst point of view when they're breaking through. So when I'm seeing break through this, it's like, look at how much higher it could go, 24, 35, and then it's just a different market cap realm. It's a different business now, different free cash flow levels. We all know this. We get this, but we're just talking charts right now, so it's worth mentioning. Thank you, Uber, for reminding me of that. Definitely worth reiterating. Yeah. The universe is symmetrical. 2020 is a meme, so oil went negative, so GameStop must go infinity. All right, Polygon. All right, well, I'm on board with that. QED, big brain analysis, yeah. Oh, yeah, so Uber Claire, 102, 65. Oh, 102? Oh, 102 last year. Oh, yeah, I brought that right. 102 last year. There was 102 million shares outstanding. They bought back a shit ton over the past year. Oh, yeah. Welcome, Cody. I have no... Someone else just asked this, too. Myth, I wouldn't look too much into the after-hours action, just generally. I always say that. I wouldn't look too much into it. Usually that after-hour stuff, it's kind of noise, generally speaking. And Cody, I have no idea, raise the price tag. Honestly, I don't even know. But for this such of a unique setup, maybe someone says this, you should entertain tremendous upside possibility, but assign a low probability to it. But... I can't even do a price target. I can't even do it because I have no clue what that upside would be. If it even happens, I don't even know if it happens. You got to assign a probability to that first order. No, yeah, and even you gave an example. I still have no idea. There's no precedent for me. I don't know if anyone else has a precedent. The VW squeeze, yeah. So they say that VW squeeze is the best I could think of, and even that was yeah. But now the market has changed a lot over these past 12, 13 years. And I don't know if that makes it worse or better. Like, does that increase or decrease the chances of a short squeeze? You know what I mean? Like the high frequency trading and all this. I have no idea. You would think momentum, like you see a lot of the stuff that happens in 2020, just to use that as an example, you would think that it increases the chances of something crazy going on, which is why it adds to the reason I'm kind of so confused by the shorts, because I'm like, don't you see what's going on? Don't you see what's going around you where the market sees something going and it runs with it? They don't give a shit about secular risks or you see bankrupt stocks going crazy. So I think this is a real risk that even if it's not likely, you need to take into consideration as a short. That I personally, for an individual investor, this makes no effing sense. This makes no sense. I keep on saying that. I wouldn't put it on a trade like this, right? But the institutions, maybe they have more flexibility or they can pull something off like that. But this is such a dangerous setup for someone like me, which increases my confidence on the long side. I'm like, all right. Because I think this is borderline insanity right here. I feel better about my long position because of that. But at the same time, I concede like maybe there's something I don't fully comprehend. Yeah, people talk about Tesla's another interesting squeeze, like that gamma type squeeze. Could you get a gamma type squeeze related to options and stuff like that? I have no idea. Whew! Way above my pay ground. Way above my pay grade. But maybe something like that too. I don't know. Okay, so Jordan doesn't even see a short squeeze anytime soon. Likely not until the 20. Oh, so a price target. Clear. There you go. Clear as always. Oh, I like that. So Jordan sees 20. Yeah, so and then Trey says shorts probably won't cover until 20. So that's the big point here. That's the thing. When you talk about short squeeze, you talk about the shorts covering, not just buying with high short interest. It's the shorts covering. And right now the shorts haven't covered. There's been no short like there's been no short squeeze. So that we know of. We don't know if they've covered the past 2 weeks. But they are so convinced, they are so confident in their position that to Trey's point, it may take much more pain than 15. And if they have deep pockets, it may take 20. Maybe it takes 25. That's what Trey is like. That's what Jordan and Trey are getting at. Like, yo, it take more than this. I can kind of see that argument. That you may not get shit until they're really, really dealing with the pain. Remember how I said price action can shake you out? I mean serious price action. So I don't really have a strong opinion on this, but I can totally see where Jordan and Trey are coming for this. Like, you might need to shake these folks out. Again, we have no idea who it is, but the fact that they keep adding to their position makes me think that they got some money and they're entrenched in their position, so it may take a lot to, you know what I mean? Like, you can shake folks out. You talk about shaking out of the position. Imagine they're up in that tree and they're holding on tight because they got the money to get these tight grips to hold on to the tree. You know what I mean? You need to shake that tree really damn hard. You know? That's the best I can come up with for an analogy. I don't know. I think. And the one upsell, 1 terabyte. Oh, see you giving us some deals on the GME flash sale. Sick. Making tons of room for pre-owned inventory. Right. Polygon says we can get to 20 on console hype in Q3 beat. You can get to higher price points on like so little with certain things. Like, everyone's like, oh, how are we gonna get to 20 and stuff? Well, let me tell you something. We were just at 4 a couple of months ago, and not much has really happened. I mean, there's been some news things, right? And I've been interpreting them as bullishly. Interpreting them as bullish. But like 3X, there have been 3X news? Not really much has changed, except it's more so the sentiment that's changed. And so you could get 20 in just a couple of light press releases, or something happens, and then because who just said that? On the console hype in Q3 beat, to Polygon's point, I kind of agree with you. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but you can kind of, when you have that tailwind of undervaluation, you can kind of get up there kind of easily. Except when you're battling, if you're battling deep pocketed shorts, then they can short on the way up and kind of slow it down a bit. I think you get the squeeze on buybacks. Yeah, as Jordan knows, that's what I was looking for on the quarterly earnings thing. If they announced buybacks on Q2 earnings right after Cohen took that stake, and there's only like 40 million shares, and the price was still depressed, I'm like, look out. A little bit less so now, but because they can't buy back as much. But even still, now we have Senvest, who could potentially take on an extra $3.5 billion. But that's one thing. 15, okay. Imagine 50 million shares outstanding totally. In 100 million shares short. Yeah. 15, no way. I kind of like how people are thinking, because this is kind of how I'm thinking too. I kind of But what happened? If I could play both sides of this, if I may pull both. So Russ is saying, hey, 15, and Jordan saying 20, no wait. But what can happen is you get to 15, but then momentum folks or technical analyst folks start piling in for whatever the hell reason. Then you get to 20 based on that. Like, that's only a 33% move. That's not crazy. GameStop just did 44% in one day. You know what I mean? Then you get to 20, and then they're on no news. Like, that can happen in a day or two just because of non-fundamental type stuff. So just something to bear in mind, that some of this stuff can happen quick, especially when you're dealing with this level of short interest and the market doing market things, you know. Yeah, I'm saying I don't know if the VW squeeze could happen because so many people watch it. Yeah, I know. Well, a lot of people have been watching this, and it's tripled. For what that's worth. I mean, that's not worth much, but was Polygon to call me out with my brilliant takes. Oh, the stock has gone up, so it's more expensive to buy. 15 to 20. Oh, Jordan, you just said what I just said. Jordan says, but from 15 to 20, that move will be fast. Oh, Jordan. Are you in my head? See, Jordan, we've been hanging out too much on this live chat. This is what I'm talking about. We're all sharing ideas, bouncing ideas of each other. We start thinking like each other, you know? For better or worse. I like to think for better. Jordan, I just said exactly what Jordan just said. He's going to call me out. I'm kidding. If we use Tesla as an example, GameStop can go approximately to $1 trillion. All right. Or if it competes with Amazon, it becomes the next Amazon. There you go. These articles coming out that will steer shoppers toward Xbox. Zero chance Sony allows that. Is all about public. Maybe. I don't know enough about that CU. I don't know. I lean toward I agree with you, but I don't feel as confident about it as announcement is all about public. But I'll give you props. I just don't know enough about those types of agreements to. Russ, great channel. Hey, cheers, Russ. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It's the people in the chat who are making this channel, as y'all know, as everyone can see firsthand now. Gets us talking. Consoles are more important for Sony than Microsoft. They need to respond. They will for sure. All right. I kind of like everyone's confidence about this because, like I said, I don't really have strong opinion, and because I think that would be good news. I think it would be perceived bullishly. So I like to hear that. Every time I tune into the stream, my cat says, "You have to shake the people with the weekends they trade too." Yep, I can do. Temporary traders out. Mic is that. Oh, the mic. The mic is what's this? HyperX, and I got the HyperX. I got the HyperX headset too. Well, good question, huh? See, I looked into this. I was looking into all this a couple months ago, right? But and I got the green screen too. But I thought I liked how this. I thought this looked cool. It's supposed to have one of those boom. Not the boom. What the hell's in it? Oh shit! The things that's supposed to get the. It's supposed to have it built into it. Oh shit! I forget what that's called. That's embarrassing. Oh, the stand. The stand is just one that I don't even know what it is. I think I got. Oh, do I got it? Do I forget what it's called. It's just some typical stand. I think I got it on Amazon. Oh, you know what's cool about this mic? Sorry, it's in the oh shit, do I have it? Ah shit. It's in the GameStop that Dallas Cowboys type thing. They have the same headset or the same microphone or something, I forget. Which I didn't even know until like last week on the stream we learned that. Okay, another thing I think is the narrative is a story like GameStop. To be honest, GameStop. It's good. Yeah, so Uber points out, pretty sure gaming is among the most recession-proof industries, as indicated, I'd say, by this year, right? Pretty, what was I going to say? Pretty compelling evidence of that this year, right? I mean, gaming has been crushing, and then people like, how come GameStop isn't thriving more? But imagine how it could have been. It could have been a worse setup for GameStop if not for that. I don't know. But this is why this is going to be such an epic case study in confirmation bias. I know, right? For one side or the other, right, Uber? But this is what made GameStop so unique, right? Is that everyone calls it a cigar belt, but this industry's crushing it. You know what I mean? And who made that observation? It's like, how often do you see a company that's going bankrupt in the next couple of months have these long ass lines outside of their store, right? You never see that shit, right? That's why GameStop was a little bit different. And yeah, someone's suffering from confirmation bias. Hope it's not us. At least, as I say, at least I feel less crazy now that we're off those damn lows. Whew. Yeah, cheers, Jordan. All right, Jordan's tuning out. All right, cheers. Huh? This is a good stream. A lot of we're the most people ever, right? The most likes. This is sick. I know we didn't do. Well, was there anything else that I liked? This is media. See, I like some stuff that every time I like it, I was like, oh, I should talk about this or bring it up, like just some talking points. I mean, what happens is everyone talks about it in the chat. We end up talking about this shit anyways, so I don't even have to do this. Oh, yeah. Rod's there, yeah. Uber. I know, yeah, we keep, this is us. This is Uber. Yeah, Uber trying to figure out the short thesis. You know what I mean? Oh, I like Barton's there, yeah. Oh, I guess there weren't too many. I guess there weren't as many. Oh, this was kind of interesting. Was this new? I just like this chart. This was a good-looking chart. I think Justin had posted a variation somewhere, but this is what is this? The price and the short interest. You know what I mean? So clean, so simple. What's the takeaway? But the takeaway is that it's clearly. I mean, note the axes, right? This is the y-axis. It starts at 54 million. And then note the price, the price side. But as the price has been rising up till 12, you have seen the short interest go from. I mean, I just don't see this chart at many places. I'm usually just pulling up like Market Watch or Wall Street Journal for that figure. So you go from 54 to. Oh, excuse me. You can see it go from. Yeah. It was down there 54 in July, and it's been steadily rising. 58 in August, and then it went up 10 million. And these are, like, usually with FINRA is 68 right now, so this is close enough. I think they're doing their best job to estimate what current short interest is. That's why you see it's a continuous line as opposed to discontinuous, because otherwise it would be hopping all along. But they're just doing their best to estimate. So it's up 17%. This was interesting. Is it's up 17%, but as I think all of us agree, the thesis has been getting stronger based on the news that has been revealed over the past 6 weeks, based on what has unfolded, and they've been adding to their position. That's what I mean. We try to figure out what the hell's going on in their minds, because are they just doing their best to control price action? It's really difficult for me to accept that they think their thesis got stronger based on what has happened over the past 6 weeks. It's really difficult for me to accept. I can't accept it. And yes, it sold off a little bit following the earnings right there. And I forget what that exact figure was, but like these are estimates, like I said. But there was nothing. We did the analysis of that press release, of that quarterly press release in the live stream. We didn't see anything scary, so there's no way. There's there's nothing here, unless they're doing questionable analysis. And so then I'm forced to believe they're trying to control the price action, because that's one way to I don't understand it. I don't understand the rationale. That's the big thing for me. I feel as though, and maybe I'm biased, like Uber said, this is a case of confirmation bias from one side or the other. I don't feel I'm suffering from confirmation bias, although it's something I'm continually worried about. How many times do I say that during the stream? I think the news that has come out over the past 6 weeks, I mean, we've had our fundamentals-based thesis. We've had it, and it's more just coming to fruition as much as there's been game-changing news. I'm not so much saying game-changing news. I'm just saying this incremental news release is what has come out, has substantiated this bull thesis that has already been laid. You know what I mean? There's just no way that this is why we keep saying, if you're short, join and tell us what we're missing, but not hollow analysis. Like, I'm not going to be swayed by hollow analysis. There's got to be something to it. This is higher than it was back. This is why Jordan's saying there's 68 million shares short roughly. If this is the highest short interest they've ever had, the shorts have I believe this is the most elevated short interest ever for GameStop. So I think even though this is only a 1 year chart, I think this is fine, or 9 month chart, whatever the hell it is. And I think this thesis is as strong as it's ever been. Fascinating shit, right? This is what Ubers talk about, right? What? What do you get? What do you get? You get you can't be betting on Q3. You're betting on maybe Q4 isn't going to be as robust as some people are thinking, or Q1 thereafter. So it's a longer term thesis. I think that's what many people think. But in the meantime, in the interim, suppose you're wrong, number one. Suppose you're wrong about that, right? It's like they can't. When I see this probability, I think that they can't even entertain the possibility that their short thesis is wrong. Like, I'm very bullish. I can entertain the thesis that I'm wrong. I can see how I'm wrong. In fact, Fox was asking me, like, what causes you to change your opinion? And as I said, if I see performance if I see that they don't generate as much free cash flow as I was thinking in Q4 of this year, Q1 of next year, Q2, like, I will know within 12 months. And I'll be like, damn. Like, I'll know within 2 months whether my thesis was broken. But the shorts, it's as if it's like they can't even entertain the idea that they might be wrong, which is just crazy, because as I keep on using this phrase over and over, and you juxtapose their level of conviction on the short side with the level of conviction with, like, the likes of myself, Burry, Justin, Hestian Permit, Senvest now, Ryan Cohen, perhaps. I assume he's taken such a big stake. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And so I like to think that they can. I mean, they're serious investors, so they can entertain the idea that they might be wrong. But everything that's unfolding I feel is in our favor. And so then you're hanging your hat on that, which still could be true. I concede that. But think of what can happen in the interim. It's just bonkers. Think of what can happen over the next 3 months. You're going into the consoles being released, and maybe many people think that it's just a nameplate type thing. Who cares? Like, it's not like they generate free cash flows that day or anything like that. But sentiment wise, that's when it is most it can reach like a fever pitch type thing. Like, so many people are talking about it and stuff, and even when you're long, in the short term that stock price can sell off, and it might sell off temporarily, and you might be screwed. Maybe you have some stop losses to limit the downside. Then hopefully you can buy back more in the I am perplexed. That was, oh, I'm glad I pulled it up. I haven't looked at that since I liked it. Perfect. Where the hell is it? Right there, huh? Good chart. Let's get you thinking. And I still don't know that maybe they can get out and it's no big deal. Maybe they can get up to 68 million and they wind no problem, but it's just the level of conviction. It's the level, it's not so much that it inevitably leads to a short squeeze, it's the level of conviction that drives me nuts. I've never, I actually don't think I've never been 140% sure of something. Come on. This is the real world. This is the real world, people. Man. I do like your stream. Oh, thanks, Shane. I appreciate you saying that. I'm happy to hear that. I'm glad you like it. It's going to be in a good place at the start of the console cycle just based on what we've seen. I agree with you, Polygon. I think they've set themselves up for success. As I keep on saying, this has been boring for many folks, but what they've been focusing on are these two pillars here. Oh, check this. They've focused on these two pillars. There's one pillar. This kitty isn't big enough. And there's the second pillar. So silly. My bad. And for many people, this hasn't been sexy enough. They go, they're not going to turn around the business. But it's going to be an integral part. It's an integral part of the thesis because it protects the downside, gives them the opportunity to transform. And now we're getting into these two parts. And I agree. I think they've set themselves up for success based on what we've seen so far, and that they're ready to run. Like my big thing, just to go on this one more time, is that if they were going to be right, if this short thesis were going to be right, I think it needed to have already happened already. That's my big thing. It needed to already unfold. And now you're betting on underperformance in Q4 and Q3 like that. Like it needed to almost, you needed GameStop to barely make it to the console refresh. You needed them to not get there, maybe file bankruptcy, which I did think was highly unlikely. You needed them to screw this shit up. You needed this management team to be incompetent and to maybe make similar mistakes that the old management team, like they do a dumb acquisition or something. And I've always felt that's what you needed to happen. And I've said this many times on the stream. This is why I've been hyper focused on this management team, keeping an eye on how they're doing. Are they going to screw things up? Are they messing shit up? How's the balance sheet? How is it transforming as time passes? They said right up front they weren't going to do any stupid ass acquisitions. And they've been I felt fairly transparent for the most part on most things. They've had some missteps, but not enough that I'd be like, oh, they don't know what they're doing. They've done enough where I bought into them to as each quarter passes, I've had a little bit more faith in them pulling this off. And now here we are. I mean, the consoles are here. They did. And then they've been dealt this hand with having to close their stores and shit, right? That's just bananas. How do you prepare for that? So now they did it, but the shorts raised their position, and I think that they're only raising it because the price is higher. I think that they have the wrong. Now this is what I mean. I'm increasingly come around to the opinion they have the wrong story. They have the wrong narrative, and so they view this price rising as an opportunity, not as them being wrong. And I think that's where fireworks happens, where people are increasingly convinced of their bet, but it's like no, it's unfolding against you. Do you not see it? And maybe I'll be wrong about this. We'll see. Let's revisit all these streams in 6 months, and we'll see. And I'll be like, damn, I was suffering from a major case of confirmation bias. You know what I mean? But I don't think so, though. I don't think so. I don't think many of us think so. Any chance of Steam and GME get involved? Hey, I don't think so. I have no idea, Russ. But imagine the PR. Imagine the headline. Steam. Who? Someone else said a good. They team up when the last year we were talking about used PC stuff. I meant to mention that damn tweet. And maybe if they team up with AMD or something, you know what I mean? Like a hot stock that a lot of people are talking about and stuff, like a partnership with a firm like that. Can you imagine? I don't know about Steam per se, but who knows? Maybe they did. For those who haven't seen this. Wait, do I have it saved? Shit. Hey, check this one out. Who said that? Russ. This article by Scott Preston, he published this in February of this year. I thought this article did a great. He comes at it. I mentioned, check out my other GameStop videos. because I bring this one up in that cigar butt, that GameStop is a roach, not a cigar butt, where he talks about the different pathways for GameStop, and there's a whole bunch of other ways too, but he does a good job of listing some possibilities. So one thing that you just made me think of, Russ, is this one, which I always thought like a clearinghouse. What does he call it? A clearinghouse? That's another possibility that, what the hell's going on up there? It has zero value to its GME working with publishers and console manufacturers to become the trading house for used digital games. GME could be in a position to create a neutral platform and charge a nominal fee to facilitate transaction, blah, blah, blah. So this is above me. Like I see this, I think, really? Could this really be something? But so to your point, I think, could there be something with this team? Like something like, I'm not even so much saying this, I'm just thinking like, could there be an opportunity there? Absolutely there could. I lean toward, with any potential partnership, I'm like, probably not, but maybe, and then think of the market reaction to something like that. Because, again, it validates GameStop's business model in this changing, evolving, thriving digital gaming ecosystem. You know what I mean? You get shit like this, man, just teaming up with Steam. So I don't know, Russ. I lean toward, any chance? I always lean toward, there's probably a chance. But read through this article because he does a great job in this article. Look at this. Could we hit Scott's target price this year? Maybe. He said 1 to 2 years. But look through this. He goes through a whole bunch of different potential paths for GameStop. The vendor partnerships is he talks about Activision. Like the vendor partnerships is a good one. He was talking about more in-store type stuff, right? But if you saw my tweet, I'm talking about, imagine what they do with that with the database of Power Up Rewards members that they have. Like it could be like an advertising type, a social media advertising type thing. You know what I mean? But they could also do in-store experiences, teaming up with these types of folks. So I share this with you, Russ, and everyone else to like kind of get the juices flowing. You know what I mean? Y'all can probably come up with some good ideas, probably better ideas than me. If you saw the GameStop videos, you see me like, I don't think I'm good at this type. I'm not good at this type of stuff. Like I'm always trying to protect my downside, just making sure like the free cash flow is going to be there. But like we could brainstorm and think about. This is what I always feel the Bears didn't do a good job of this type of stuff. Like you can't entertain this industry is crushing it right now. You can't think of a retailer dedicated to gaming like coming up with something that people want to go to and buy. They want to buy their stuff at. That's why Ryan Cohen with Chewy, like he talks about that whole omni-channel experience. Like you can get people excited that people want to shop at your store. Like you can't see that happening in the gaming industry. That's crazy to me. That's not to say GameStop definitely pulls it off, but to say it's not possible is bad analysis. Full stop. So stuff like this, when you start thinking about the different potential avenues, and in esports, I mean, he mentions esports, right? You got esports. There's tons of opportunity with esports. I don't know quite how GameStop can get involved, but that advertising front is interesting because with gaming, you see all these Instagram folks, right? There's lots of advertising on Facebook and Instagram, blah blah blah, Twitter, all over the place, right? But with gaming, people are watching these games for hours on straight. Like talk about a captive, audience. And I mean, for the consumer, having more advertisers woven in might not be that great of experience. But from a business standpoint, you can kind of see some businesses like, whoa, we need more, like some advertising type stuff. And hey, GameStop, can you have more targeted ads to your Power Up Rewards members based on their past spending behaviors? This is the type of shit I'm talking about right here. And now I'm ranting. I know I'm ranting right now, but I ranted because I think this is such a big part of the thesis that the hell is it? It's such a big part of the thesis because it's that tremendous potential upside that the shorts or even the market has assigned a 0% probability. 0% probability. And believe, I mean, you maybe you have a different take on that, but based on my analysis of the fundamentals and where that stock price was trading relative to what I think the downside is, it was trading at not zero, it was trading at like it was. Not only was it not going to happen, the company's going bankrupt, kind of, right? And I'm like, well, that's just bad analysis. But this type of stuff could be potentially attractive from, you know what I mean? Like this, I think that advertising, leveraging that database. They have a gaming data cross-platform too. Like Xbox has Xbox stuff, Sony has Sony stuff, Nintendo has Nintendo type stuff. What have you got information of people buying different consoles, different games? When are they buying it? Shortly after the game comes out, are they trading games back in? And then you can just have more targeted ads. And that's the thing in gaming. I don't think they've done a very good job of having it particularly targeted. And that's why Wissink here, Stephanie, talks about how it could improve ad efficacy. It just seems like an untapped opportunity in gaming generally. And GameStop has one of the few dedicated databases dedicated. I'm like, what? I don't know. All right, let me get off my soapbox here, huh? What could set me down that path? Oh, the Steam. That was a good. The Steam was a good comment. But check this out for some other ideas too. Okay. Lots of deals, lots of things selling out. Okay, so I had missed that. I didn't scope around the one up sale too much. Lots of deals, lots of things selling out. Oh, okay. Another explanation. Oh, okay. So Uber says another explanation is that the mega shorts were short when it got down to 2 and held firm because their bet was on 0. So about 50 million shorts are terminal shorts. Some may have covered, but the incremental shorts from Cohen to present could largely be retail shorts. Huh. Okay. Yeah, they held firm because they thought it was unfolding in their favor at the time. But you know what I mean? Like, you think, don't you update your models along the way? That's what's weird to me, right? Uber, I know, Uber, you update your models along the way. That's what's weird. Okay, good point. I like that line of thinking, Uber. Right. If they're Polygon says if they're comfy in Q1 financially, they can afford to do the transition rate. That's right. Remember, I got too many damn tabs open, huh? They take care of these two, making sure they have adequate free cash flows and stuff, and then they can take care of 3 and 4. Right. Yeah, stonk goes up too fast, much short, type of short, which is crazy, right? Because we keep on oh, you talk about maybe the retail folks. Okay. Oh, Polygon. So the meme idea, beat boop trading with. So it's the same. It's the same as that other graphic that I had, but with a robot. Okay, this is fine. So I got to Photoshop in a robot. I think I can do that. I like that. I like that because that should be a simple. Wait, can I do that? Ah, shit. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, it'll be messy. Just don't judge me on the fine Photoshop because I gotta block him out. I like that one. That's good. Maybe I'll do it with this same chart, but with the robot in there. Yeah, Cody, and they keep doubling down. I don't get it. A lot of us don't get it. Shane, let's go. Have beer, money, cheers. Oh, they got 8 ball. Ooh. I like this, Shane. Nice job with the emojis there. The 8 ball and the robot. Yo, that's funny. Let's go. Oh, shit, that is funny. Oh, I didn't even know some of those were emojis there. Sick. The last pillar says participate fairly in the digital ecosystem. Fairly. Microsoft can't be their only partnership. I know, that fairly. What do you think that means, CU? Yeah. That always kind of confused me. Participate fairly. I don't think it means so much, but maybe it does. I didn't think that, CU. What does that mean? Participate fairly in the digital ecosystem economics. What does that mean? Anyone know? Including downstream and subscriptions, right? That's the Microsoft, right? Oh, I'm fading away. What is it? It's like at a certain time of night, I feel like I start fading away. You know what I mean? I don't think I've been fading away this whole time. I see it in OBS. Oh, is it this? What the hell do I know? Yeah, what does that fairly mean, by the way? Good call pointing that out. I always thought that was a little bit weird. Fairly in the digital, I don't know. Yeah, they can participate fairly with multiple partnerships, I think. What % is institutional? Oh, I don't know what that's referring to. Eric M? NVIDIA? Oh, did I miss something? Russ Hughes, subscribe. Oh, you 278. Oh, we're closing in on 300, sir. 100 was the big one because I could have a different URL. I could have a different URL. 278, sir. People aren't understand. Yeah. And Uber's saying how people on Twitter, you don't even talk about that pervasive bearish. What's going on? Exclaiming at the partnership. But I think, as you know, Uber, I think some of them, same thing with some of those articles. It's just surface level analysis, and they want to just share a quick take that people will click on and like or dislike. You know what I mean? But I agree with you. It's like indicative of that pervasive bearish. Even some value investors, right? That's what's kind of weird about this one. Even value investors were really poo-poo-pooing the opportunity, which I was always like, what? I can understand it not being your style, right? If you're not a deep value investor, there's some risks on this. This is hair in this. At the same time, I don't know if you agree with this, Uber. I've always thought it was like, the interesting thing about deep value is that what happens is it gets so deep value that it's low risk. This isn't a recommendation or anything like that. But me, like a stock will trade so damn cheaply, and then I'm like, it's like not even that risky anymore. And I think, and that's how I felt with GameStop. It's trading at like $4, and I'm like, I think people just don't like the uncertainty so much, and we're accepting uncertainty. Certainly we are. But sometimes it's like the uncertainty isn't as much as people are perceiving it. And anyway. Joe, have you read the whole Sub-Zero piece? No, I did. I think this was the whole piece. Joe. Is it not? Yeah. This article first appeared. Oh, they edit the research for brevity. Oh shit, no, I haven't. Good pickup. Oh shit. I must have read that at the time, but I have forgotten that it wasn't the full. Hey, good call, Joe. I forgot that it wasn't the full article. Yo, sick. Good call. No, I haven't. Boy, I wonder how much more thorough it gets. Oh, good. I'm glad you like the art. I'm glad y'all like the article. Yeah. Possible gamer currency tokenization? Maybe. That's it. So you saw they followed a cryptocurrency. Okay. Polygon, be right back dinner. Public Kitty, I'm not feeling so good. Faded, what's in that cigar? Oh, yeah. No, this is, well, first of all, I need some new cigars. Manchild here. Manchild's been recommending some cigars to me. But there's nothing in this cigar. This is just a regular cigar. Faded, what's in that cigar, Shane? This one's just straight cigar. This one's just straight. I promise. Also, it's mad old, so it should. I need some new ones, no doubt about it. This is. Oh, Docs. No one got the Avengers reference? I'm out. Oh, boy. No, I didn't get it. My bad, Docs. Oh, shit. EGLX events, huh? I suspect that they will. So, yeah, I keep wondering how they're going to participate. S3, serious? I keep on wondering how they're going to participate. I don't know how they're going to participate, but so stuff like this, EGLX events. I don't think I've heard of EGLX events before, not on the stream. We've talked about participating in these types of things. I just pulled it up right now, gaming communities. But I agree with you. From what I see, I agree. Thanks for EGLX events. A lot of hit pieces coming out. Yeah, Cody, they're not. I think it's. Well, I've talked about those types of pieces. I wouldn't worry about those. I wouldn't call them hit pieces. I think it's just maybe. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea, but I lean more toward it's just people trying to crank out an article with a quick take that might, in many cases, get clicks, get people to click and stuff. And so when you see that, you don't have to worry too much about it because it's not in-depth analysis. So I kind of just move on. But to your point, it's still noteworthy. It's still, as we always talk about this, it's still noteworthy because it's like there's still that pervasive bearishness. Not so much hit pieces, but it's contributing to that pervasive bearishness out there, which it kind of feels like there's still some upside opportunity. That's the reason it's kind of noteworthy, I'd say. Waveman, cheers. Nice to see you too, Wave. All right, Wave's back. Nebula reference. Skeptic NYC. Why is there a view? Why is there a view that as investors file, it's coming out of the float? I think most funds, even holding large positions, will not hold it in cash accounts. It's just, in theory, it's just we're all going to be cigar smokers in a month. No, I know, right? We're definitely, I mean, if it works out in a big way, Eric, I mean, we're all lighting up. We all got to light up and enjoy how it's going to be a party, right? And so we keep saying when the stock price hits a certain point where we'll know it's a party, right? It's not quite, you see the price action, we're like, oh yeah, this is good news. Like we're getting another, but it doesn't feel party worthy. My hope is that it reaches like, we're like, oh, this is obvious. Yo, we got to have a party. So it's a good question, Skeptic. I think more important is that with each additional incremental 13G or 13D, whatever it is, there's an opportunity that they could call in and hold all their shares tightly, and that in turn would reduce the float. It's not so much what's happening right off the bat. And indeed, we were just talking about earlier in the stream how Cohen could have bought it and then loaned out all his shares. You know what I mean? So it's not so much that that the float has been reduced. On the contrary, I mean, it could even be increased because maybe, as an example, Senvest bought their shares from a tightly held long, and now Senvest is loaning them out. So it's more about the opportunity for a reduced float has increased. You know, does that make sense? That's how I've been interpreting for what that. I am fading away, huh? Holy hell! What if I change this? Is it the white? All right, I'm back. What do you think of that? What do you think of that, Skeptic? Huh? Does that fly? What do you think? Let me know if it doesn't. Yeah, basically it's cigar drink day. Well, it could be multiple days, right? You can sometimes see it. It doesn't make sense to you? Is there what part of what I said didn't make sense to you? Because yeah, we can think through this together. Why would float be reduced? Well, it's why would float be reduced? I mean, okay, so now we're getting into the technical definition of float. That maybe, I mean, you need to be able to track down a share in short order to be able to loan out those shares. Yes, that's what I'm getting at. If you to allow the shorting to occur, you need to be, I forget the language. You need to be reasonably sure you can, if you don't have that share yourself, you can get that share within a short period of time. If suddenly those large holders call back those shares and then there's a large amount of naked shorts out there, you know what I mean? That's what I'm kind of getting at, the naked shorting. There's a large amount of naked shorting out there. You might not be able to get those shares. I'm just saying I'm not saying that's definitely going to happen or anything like that. Your point still stands, though, just because, meaning the large holders would call back shares. Yeah, no. I'd probably agree with you on that. I don't think they typically would call back either. You know what I mean? It can be lucrative. You know what I mean? But what if they do? So I hear you, Skeptic. In fact, most funds have that as part of their margin agreement with their primers. Indeed. Like I said, it can be lucrative to do that. Like we said, it could be some of these folks like Senvest it's their intention. They want the position so they can do this. You know what I mean? So I hear you. I just think that the more that it increases the possibility of that happening, even if it still isn't necessarily likely. That's all I'm saying. Would you agree with that? Or do you not even think that it increases the possibility of that happening? Because that I might have to disagree with. Good discussion. Okay, so you say maybe it increases it marginally, but still the possibility is very low. I'd say it's still low. Very low? You think very low, huh? Exactly. So yeah, I mean, Uber's saying if they have to call back their shares. You know what I mean? We just talked about that earlier. If there's a takeout opportunity or if there's a proxy vote next year. Oh, that's what we're talking about, Skeptic. All right, it sounds like we're all on the same page. If Skeptic agrees with that, I think we're all on the same page. In the case of a vote, it's possible. Yes. All right. Yeah, we're all on the same page. Right. What I don't know is what Uber asks. Is it an orderly exit, or would the change of control be far worse than anyone? I have no idea. Hey, Skeptic NYC, what are your thoughts on that? If it were to happen, could there be an orderly exit? Because I don't know. It's a major. I'm hugely ignorant of whether or not they could. It seems like it could be tough, but I don't know. Second column says provide full integration. Oh, talk about this. No idea. Depends on the size of short accounts. All right. Okay. It sounds, I know. No, all of us. No idea. No idea. Depends on the size of the short accounts. Sure. I mean, do you mean of the individual positions? Primes would want to take care of large accounts, right? And what do you think is worse, Skeptic, if I may ask? Do you think it's worse if it's comprised of one large or a few large, let's say each hold 20 million shares, or if it's a smaller number? You know what I mean? There are more than 70 million shares short, right? Primes would take care of a large account. Oh, yeah. Provide full integration. Oh. CU says, looking to put the app on the consoles into the PlayStation Xbox stores in addition to the initial news. Hey. Interesting. All right, CU. I haven't really thought through each of these, so I appreciate the thinking here. The third column says expand perceived value. More PR is guaranteed. Oh. Oh. Well, I was thinking stuff like added benefits to being a Power Up Rewards members, which may not be transformative. You know what I mean? That's how I interpreted that at the time. Expanded perceived value. Yeah, more PR is guaranteed. But imminent PR and how big it is, that's what I would have questions about CU. But more PR is guaranteed. It's just what's the timing of it and how big it is. That would be my thing. No idea. Depends on primes. I want to take care of. They're more than 70. It would cause a squeeze, but I think the question was the size of the squeeze. Trey's back, baby. Trey's back, baby. Cheers, Trey. Which depends on how orderly. Which I think the question was the size of the squeeze, which depends on how orderly. Partners is also plural in column 3. Yo, see you tearing this apart more than I did. Say column 3. Or part 4. Wait, where's column 3? Part 4. Partners, right. Right, actual partners is different than maybe. Create digital. All right, with partners. Hey, good call. I like that pickup, CU. I do like this. Create and deliver digital exclusives with partners. And it's pretty specific. Digital exclusives, right? Deliver digital exclusives. It's not like some partner, like they're a partner with Sony because they sell their consoles. It's pretty much digital exclusives with partners. All right, I like that, CU. Yeah, cheers. All right. I mean, it's soft analysis, right? But that's the type of stuff that's like that marginal type stuff. Like, hey, heads up. It's not. All right, I like that. And I pull this up so much, CU. You think that, that's why I like that even more. It would cause a squeeze, but I think the question was the size of the squeeze, which depends on how orderly the exit is. Isn't that like a chicken and the egg type thing? You're saying the size of the squeeze depends on how orderly the exit, but doesn't how orderly the exit is dictate the size of the squeeze? Oh, Trey, what did I miss? We're in short squeeze talk, kinda. Believe it or not. That's true. Okay, Uber's saying, right, they did have some smaller partners. That's true. They have some smaller partners. They announced it on the last conference call. Not as big as Sony and Microsoft. So, all right. Thanks, Fox. Thanks, Fox. Oh, you said that. Yeah, just being Fox of the night. Yeah. Good point, though, right? Polygon's back. What would Polygon do at dinner? can already have these partnerships with all the manufacturers already. So I just said that, Trey. Because they called it digital exclusives with partners, I thought that was a little bit different. Monetized data on Pillar 2. Oh! And monetized data. Good call. Good call. Who said that? Steve Stunk. When do we see that one? Exactly. That's this one, right? What the hell is it? I close it again? Whatever. Oh, there it is. Could that be this one? Ad targeting platform? Oh. Monetized data, yeah. And the timing of it is the big question, right? When do we see that one? Right, that's what Steve says. That's it. When do we see that one? Cool. GameStop exclusives and DLC will be available to directly download. GameStop exclusives and DLC will be available to direct. Whoa. Yeah, good call, CU. I didn't really think through all that. Yeah, CU, right? Oh, that's a good announcement. That's some good PR. I don't know when we get that either, but now I think you're onto something there. That seems like they're going to do that. GameStop exclusives in DLC will be available to directly download to the console. Yeah, that seems inevitable now, doesn't? Ooh, I like that, CU. CU crushing it here with these 4 pillars. You know, I haven't really dug through this since we've kind of had these news releases after I keep pulling it up, but I haven't gone through each one. And now we have new information, a new lens to look at some of this stuff. I like this, CU. Sick. Yeah. And then it's just another way, they're part of the digital experience. You know what I mean? Nice. That would be some good PR. What matters at the end of the day is how much it contributes to free cash flow down the line. Blah, blah, blah. Well, for my style of analysis, just so everyone, it's not just about PR. It's not just about the headline. It's how much it actually contributes to free cash flow. But I keep on saying this because that perception is because the stock trades so cheaply, because of bearish perceptions, that's a PR like this changes those perceptions. You get closer to fair value, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yes, I would say it would be much worse if it's a bunch of small accounts. Okay, I get the impression it's bigger accounts though, right? Okay, Skeptic says it would be worse. That a short squeeze would be worse if it were smaller accounts. Okay. EO, provide full integration into console dash. Well, let me just think. If it's small accounts. So if it's big accounts, if it's big, it would be worse if it's small accounts. But even if it's big accounts, you would think that if it's big accounts, they could still have a tough time. But I guess even if it's big account, I guess what I'm getting at is even if it's big accounts, it seems like it could still be bad. But if it's small accounts, it could just be horrific. Maybe, but I don't know. I tend to agree though, because the small accounts. But you're right. You would think that the larger accounts probably protected as much as they can. But that's what I'm thinking, that there might not be that much protection when you're this exposed. We have no idea if they're hedged or not, right? But when you're this exposed, I feel as though even protecting large accounts gets a bit difficult. That's my thinking. But I'm an ignoramus when it comes to this stuff. I don't know. Provide full integration to console dash and leverage esports pro leagues to deliver content. GameStop streaming app on consoles for live esports events. Whoa. EO. Ooh, yo, we should have done this sooner. Where are you? Provide full integration. Where is this? To deliver exclusive content. Where's the dash? Where's the provide? Where's that dash? Oh, provide full integration into. Yes. Oh, wow. We should have. EO. Cheers to EO and CU and Steve Stunk, huh? I agree. This is great. Provide full integration to console dash. So EO saying, they're going to get into the console dash. This is them. They're going to be part of the console. Get the app in there. And then within that, offer some content. What kind of content? Esports pro leagues to deliver leverage esports to. But so I was going to say leverage esports pro leagues to just. I was thinking, okay, you're thinking exclusive content. I do think digital, right? Whoa. Streaming app on consoles for live, we talking like a pay-per-view type thing? You know what I mean? Maybe. A lot of this stuff on YouTube though. Why would you go? I wonder if there's competition on this front that I'm not as dialed in. Networks pay NBA, NFL for exclusive live content. GameStop pays exclusive live content and stream it exclusively would be smart. So I was just going to say, like, does some of this stuff happen on YouTube and it's kind of free? Or does no one do it right now? Does anyone know? To EO's point. Where is this? Does this content exist? I'm sure it exists in different forms and stuff, but is there like a... The upside is enormous. There's the timing of it and all this, right? I mean, if you're looking out multi-years, the upside is enormous. Even though I don't know how much that contributes to free cash flow, but you can just see all these different avenues they can go down. That the company doesn't deserve trading at cash. I know there's liabilities, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. These are great. These are great. I hope I can... Oh, shit. You know what I should be doing? I should be taking notes. I like this. I got a copy. I mean, I'd like to put this in the tweet or something. Damn, these are good. Even if they don't end up being right, I like them. They're getting me thinking. To some, okay, Dusty, welcome, Dusty. I don't. To some extent, they have had this for years with exclusive in-game DLC. They've had this for years with exclusive. Okay, I'm listening to all this. Yes, that's smart. GME on the PS5 attached has GME exclusive titles. Prime members only for the likely. Well, okay. Prime members of the GameStop Power Rewards on the console app downloads likely give credits for deleting. For deleting a download. For deleting in exchange for new games. Similar to pre-owned. Whoa. Pillar 2, 3, 4 under this theory. Pro day. Pro day starts tomorrow. Oh, I thought it was these past 2 days. Okay. They're already delivering some exclusive content though related to esports. Thank you, Trey. Oh, you trying to run with PR here? Pro day start. Wait, I thought Pro day starts tomorrow? No, it already happened. Right? Yeah. Right, we already had Pro Day, right? Excuse me. This is good. This is good dialogue in light of this Microsoft partnership, huh? We should be thinking about this stuff right now. This is all PR potential. Integrate console, stream esports, digital exclusive, licensed, right? What about GameStop partnering with large publishers, EA, Activision, to provide additional free DLC for people who bought their consoles there? In exchange, they can give the publishers a better split. What would that free DLC be from GameStop? You know what I mean? Like, would it be another game, a gaming game? Like, what could you get from game? So basically, GME creates an ESPN G4 hybrid for content. Right, that's what I was thinking. And then what is that content exclusive to GameStop skins or whatever right now? Okay. GameStop Plus. Amazon Prime includes video. Ooh, yes. So we've talked about this already, right? EO says Amazon Prime includes video. GameStop Prime includes exclusive content in-app plus free 2-day ship. Whoa. Plus free 2-day shipping, right? Yeah. So this is part of that big press release. Remember that? Do I still have? I don't know if I still get that press release open, right? Like they can start combining a lot of this stuff into that Power Up Rewards Plus. That's what it's called, right? Oh, I like that. Like when I talk about Amazon Prime, I think about like the deals they might offer folks and the shipping and stuff like that. I've kind of forgot about Amazon Prime Video, and I I have it. I just don't use it that much. I just the extent of the exclusive content. How robust could it be? And then a GME DraftKings, maybe. Get some exclusive skins right now, but not much more. Is there a threshold where the borrow fee itself could trigger any covering in your opinion? I'm hearing it's over 30% annualized. Oh, did he respond? Did we miss him? Missed him. Good question, Uber. Limited hard drive space instead of trading in a disk. Trading in it, did you get value for swapping out download? Oh, I see. Means they have to monetize that something. Instead of trading in a disk, you get value for swapping out downloads. Nice. Ah. Damn. Yo, is GameStop? Are you watching this chat right now? Limited hard drive space. Your test writings make me think GME is on the cusp of a parabolic borrow fee move. The spot rates were 60% on E-Trade, and IBK are showing 55%. I heard Schwab was still in the low 20s. I know, that's why your question was good, because and this time there's no imminent decline. So you think they might panic a little bit because it starts to get so expensive. That was a big jump up today, Uber. I guess let's see what it does throughout the rest of this week, just to keep an eye on it. Like you said, I don't know. Hey, Uber, can I do some technical analysis on this? Schwab was still in the 20s. Not as much exclusive DLC as of late. Okay. Can do something like that. Okay. Sorry. EO saying I'm so far behind. Oh, I'm sorry, EO. So far behind. But yeah, I'm getting the gist. Okay. Cool. Bundle things together and have a membership. Bundle things together. And they have a premium. They have like a premium membership right now. They have an Amazon Prime equivalent, but for GameStop related stuff. So what I mean is, like, for example, someone buy an Xbox Series X at GameStop for any EA games in the future. Okay, so what I mean is, like, for example, someone buy an Xbox Series X for any EA games in the future. Yes, well, that's how. Yeah, that we got clarification on that. The Microsoft revenue split EA. Yep. And in return, EA will offer those customers some type of free DLC for all games they release in the future. Oh, okay. The esports top event had more viewers than the Super Bowl. Let me find the numbers. Oh shit, EO, that is solid. The esports top event had more viewers than the Super Bowl. Wow. Okay. But it was who had the rights to it? That's who had the rights to that esports top event? I'll try to catch up. Dusty. On the new swappable SSD to help serve those with worse internet in rural areas. If GameStop could have games updated in stores that day, that has huge value for rural users. Have games that can be updated. Wow. Okay, Dusty. The internet speed is tough. Okay. Make it so people will want to purchase. It will make it so people who play EA games will want to purchase their consoles at GameStop. In return, EA gets higher profit margins, and GameStop gets additional revenue from Microsoft. Oh, yeah. So they're kind of weaving it into other potential Okay. There you go. League of Legends World Championship 2019 had 100 million viewers. And hello Bing ads. Yeah, where did they watch it, EO? Where did those... Whoa. Hello Bing ads. Right. Yes, EO. And by having that kind of viewer pool, GME could easily leverage outsiders for capital for exclusives using their branding. Subscription model included free shipping, monthly deals, access to esports, set up ad revenue options for streaming. Just needs a good name. Seriously, Russ says we need to send this whole chat to their PR team just to get some love from them. Yeah, seriously, I don't disagree with you, Russ. This is some good dialogue here. It's kind of reframing my thinking a bit. This hasn't been talked about enough. Y'all agree? Has this been talked about? Y'all are kind of like putting together these 4 pillars. I kind of keep just showing up the pillars, and I'm kind of like talking about these two, and you're like, yo, Roaring Kitty, you need to combine all this shit. They could do this, they could do that, have this, and I'm like, oh shit. I had thought about like they already have a plus, and I thought, all right, get some shipping in there, some other stuff, but y'all kind of weaving it together. You know what I mean? Oh, Nick. Check Twitter. I sent you someone's notes. In the recent conversation, sent you someone's notes. They got an answer on the timing of the net. Really? Oh, yeah, he's in this stream. He's here. Thank you for sending me that, Nick. I'll look into that. Thank you for sending that to me. Cheers, by the way. Cheers. This must have been Uber. You must have posted this. Did you post this while we were in here? Okay. Oh, you did. So Nick, he's here. He's here, Nick. Thank you for sending me that, though. I would have had to try. He had said that he was going to do it, and I mean, I probably would have tracked all this stuff down, but it's always good. I like those reminders in your face. You know, sometimes I need that stuff because I miss it, so thank you. Yeah, they are. So Steve, yeah. Steve says probably Uber's notes. Yeah. They are. I didn't realize that. Sorry, I didn't realize the all that was in it. Yeah, now I'm looking forward to picking it apart. Keller, welcome, Keller. New name. Rights taken by some. Even if Top Ven has rights, this proves the viewership is high. And I agree. So I like this. And the exclusive rights, if GameStop can get them, would be very. So I'm on board with that. You're just saying like, hey, just look at how many people watch this. This is the type of thing GameStop can get involved in. Still, it's difficult to assess free cash flow, blah blah blah. But even that, it's an avenue. I like that. I'm with you, EO. So I was just thinking that, you see, I think someone just said this. What if GME provided a cloud storage service where you could offload digital downloads to make space for other games? You would think Microsoft or Sony would offer something like that. Now I'm kind of surprised it doesn't exist. Roaring Kitty board seat win. Polygon. We've been going for it. We've been trying. I mean, now with all these ideas that we have, now at least we're prepared. We're coming to the board prepared with some ideas. Before I felt not prepared, but now with all these ideas everyone's sharing during this chat, I hope people watch. We're at 11. Oh shit! Now it's a long stream, but hopefully we'll look at this chat. Basically, they can work with publishers to incentivize early console customers to buy their consoles from GameStop, so they can make the most out of this super cycle. Is there time for this cycle, Eric? Is there time? Never talked about a subscription model based on those pillars. So they already have a subscription. So Steve, they already have right? Yeah, Pro. You can go Pro. What do they call it? How much is it? Annual subscription. Oh, it's not that much though. You can go pro with your Power Up Rewards member. Just a heads up. So there already is like a kind of a subscription. If you call that a subscription, looks like it's only 15 or 20 bucks. So it's not much for what that's worth. So what I was getting at, Steve. So I think it's like it's already kind of part of what they're doing, but they can integrate kind of stuff cross-platform, all that shit. That's right. Or just a GME exclusive expanded storage option. Yeah, that's what. So to Sony and Microsoft, that seems like an opportunity, right? I mean, if there's limited space here, how is no one offering some cloud solution here? Exclusive Chinese rights for the okay. Search live on stream. Do the research. Okay. Oh well, that's that would be tough research for me. Like I don't even know where to look. But I don't. And then it's like how much does that add to my thesis? Sometimes I think if I track this down, how much does that add to my thesis? And then I go, not that much, so I won't do it. I appreciate you sharing what you've shared so far, Rio, because like some of this stuff I didn't know. But if we start going down that path, if we get like a PR or something, then I'll be like, all right, how big is this opportunity? But right now, there's like so many different avenues they could go on. And I'm like, it's kind of marginal analysis for me. It's more just, like curiosity because we're so dialed in. Oh, so Trey just bought his son a Yoshi game for the Switch using the store option. Sick. Daniel, did you all solve work? Not yet, Daniel. What is he saying exactly, too? Oh, yes. Okay. All right, so people buying into See You Next News Day's idea. Yes, now you understand my bullish PR perspective. I do. Okay, I do understand it more now. No doubt. The timing of this stuff, right? But some of this stuff maybe this all feeds into there's almost countless opportunities out here for these type of bullish PR. My question is like, what's the timing of it? But indeed, I think you're right. There's more here than even I appreciated, CEO. I think that the opportunities that could be announced, it's how close they are in inking a deal with some of these folks. But all this stuff y'all have talked about, it's akin to that Microsoft partnership announcement where it should be perceived as, oh, GameStop can participate in this. All right, I'm on board with this, CEO. And y'all, all y'all folks who Steve was running with this too. I mean, a lot of us talking about Sony and stuff, but there's potentially sexier PR opportunities outstanding. I guess I'm questioning the timing of it. But indeed, you would think that if some of they've been hopefully working on some of the stuff behind the scenes. This stuff doesn't happen overnight. You'd have to think they've been working on this for the past 6 months, a year, right? I mean, these GameStop's had a lot on their plates, but they know they need to be working on these deals. So shit, coming up right before the new consoles. Oh. Yo. Sick. I used to love Yoshi. Remember those Yoshi's Island, all that shit? I'm not up to date on the recent stuff, but all the Mario stuff was great. And then there was it Yoshi's Island where you used to ride Yoshi? You used to ride Yoshi, you go bum 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 bum, and then you'd have to like jump, and then you had to like that's been a meme, I think, where you got to let him go and you got to jump to the next thing. It's like kind of sad. Is that? There was a whole bunch. Then there was like some Mario's World, and then Yoshi was always in the Mario Kart games. But was it Yoshi's World, that most prominent one, where he was like, it was kind of his game? I think it was. It had to be, right? It's called Yoshi's World. Come on. And he used to carry like the 6 or 7 eggs behind him. Remember that? I think I'm thinking of that right, huh? I mean, now it's getting late. I'm not sure. And then there was, remember Yoshi in Super Mario Brothers 2? There was like a different type of a Yoshi because that was like that. It was a different type of Mario game. That was like pre-Yoshi, wasn't it? Now I'm going way off. be too late at this point. He saw the trailer and was like, I want to play the Yoshi game. Sell and we'll try and work. Like, Liz, you aren't familiar with PRP? No, I know PRP. Power Up Pro. No, yeah. I just I didn't know how much it cost. I didn't know how much it cost off the top of my head. I said they had a Power Up Rewards. I said they had a Pro. It isn't even worth it now. It doesn't offer that much value. But I'm not as down. I got it right here. Here's the things right here. I forgot because I knew there were two different types of price points, and I kind of forgot if it was a monthly type thing or an annual type thing. Hold on. But this, and what I was getting at, well, Uber was listening, but that this stuff can be, maybe it would be a new name. Someone said that we need a new name, but so it probably wouldn't be Pro because people, this is what's on their mind. Maybe it's a different name for what that subscription would even be. Okay, so Trey says it's not even worth it right now. I think because it's only $15 mostly. Okay. I think GME should sell burgers too. People have talked about that. Maybe some munchies and stuff. And they need to compete with Five Guys. I love Five Guys is. I like Five Guys. Except when I go to pick, like if you order it on the app and then you go to pick it up, and then like if you're going to like drive and pick it up and then you get there and you're like. Took you like 15 minutes to get there, and then you get it, and they're like, you gotta wait like 10 minutes for us to cook these fries. I'm like, the burger. I'm like, but clearly it's good because I keep going there anyway. I'm like, we gotta cook your fries. I'm like, the burger's right there. It's getting cool. Like, it's getting cool. Like, no. People came before you. They should sell candies. Yeah, munchie type stuff, dude. That's what Microsoft's to produce the cloud service for more games. But couldn't Microsoft offer it themselves, Russ? Russ is saying that's why they signed with Microsoft to provide the cloud service. But couldn't Microsoft provide that? Why would they do it? Why was GameStop offer it though? $5 off per month for $15 a year and more, plus the extra 1% cat. Oh yeah, so Uber style. It depends on how often you use it. I think GME should sell headbands since they could become rich selling that to right kidding. Oh shit, you go. They would become rich by so many headbands. I mean, if the thesis works out, do they have some GameStop headbands? It seems like the type of thing they should have. I'd pick one up. But I know they say we need some headbands for this Roaring Kitty stream. Everyone just be picking them up. Yeah, $5 off per month. I don't see that. Oh yeah, right here, the welcome certificate, right here, and then the monthly reward certificate. Boom, $5 per month, $60 annually. So if you use it often enough, this is what Uber's saying. It's worth it. It just depends on how often you're using it. Microsoft was most important first because they're the ones directly revamping everything in column 1. Oh, keep it going, CU. Don't stop. Don't stop. What, you say column 1? No, not column 1. This is GameStop. What do you say? Microsoft was most because they're the ones directly revamping everything. This is GameStop. Did I get the right column? Different column? I gotta get caught up. I think it's only online purchases. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Cloud storage is where the money rolls in, but I haven't seen anything. I mean, cloud storage is interesting to me, but I don't know if GameStop has an edge there. You know what I mean? They're not really a cloud type company, but maybe. I don't know. I like it. Seems weird that Xbox or Sony wouldn't offer something like that. Just like Apple, this is my comparison. On an Apple iPhone, you got the storage on the phone, and then Apple offers iCloud. You know, they give you the storage. That's why I thought Microsoft or Sony would be the natural supplier. Cashback per dollar you're referring to. I hate deleting games to download another because of storage. Yeah. They want to like. In this new Yoshi game, he's gonna have the eggs behind him running through the level. Sick, Trey. All right. There are like 6 different Yoshis all together trying to beat Bowser. All right. Do they have different skill? Is it like the same Yoshi but different colors, or can they do different things? Can the different Yoshis do different things? Like Mortal Kombat, you have different finishing moves and shit like that. I don't know. Trey, yes, the points. And you get $5 coupon each month. This was initially pitched as for in-store only, but after COVID, they enabled online redemption, meant to drive store traffic. Sick. Yeah, clearly. Yep. Wish they would just allow it to be auto-applied, though, or make it clear. You can redeem. That's what I meant. Oh, Microsoft. Oh, Microsoft would provide. Oh, okay. I see, Russ. Okay. I just hate how manual that process of redeeming. Yeah, it's probably on purpose, Trey, why it's so manual. You know what I mean? It's kind of the drawback. I want it to be like actual cash back and show up to be applied. Yeah. I've always thought it would be cool to get game avatars based on favorite star celebrity. Interesting. I wonder how, yeah, Daniel, I wonder how GameStop could partake in that. But another exclusive type thing. Getting the juices flowing, maximize. Oh, maximizing productivity with skew. Yo, see you. Yes. Where's that one? Maximizing. Right here. See you talk about this one. He's like, hey, this one's probably the maximize skew productivity, cash conversion cycle, and inventory turns. The Microsoft stuff helps with that. The tech computers for their inventory sales. That's what I meant by revamping column 1. Got it. Okay, these ones. They need that done ASAP pre-console. That's right. That's what we talk about. They need all this shit taken care of. Good point. New products and services. Increase associate leverage. Hopefully that's been ongoing, right? Drive effective merchandising, marketing practices. Yep. This is these two things. To CU's point, they got to have this all taken into account. Trey, oh, I like that. Trey knows I'm lazy. I'm just as lazy as Roy Kitty. I would prefer it to be immediately redeemable from the online page. Think about what I have to do now. Go find the coupon and apply the code. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, huh? And I think you were a star. You get your name out there by having totally awesome in-game item carrying your name logo. Infiltrate. Yeah, but I wonder, Daniel, how GameStop would participate in that. Or would that be the game developers themselves? And they say, hey, infiltrate the minds of the youth early. I wonder if the game developers themselves offer that type of exclusive content. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I see a buyout in the next 2 years. This is insane. Yeah, in my first GameStop video, Russ, I talked about how I thought GameStop was a natural PE target. I didn't think it was, at this point, I didn't think it was going to happen before the console. But in 2 years, I thought it was it seemed like a PE target. But now, with all this, probably the game developers. But that's okay. You got to stop. I myself I'm struggling to come up with what I would consider exclusive GameStop content, Daniel. So, good night tomorrow. Good night, Johan. Have a nice day. We'll probably be wrapping up soon, huh? Was it 11:15? Wow, we did good. Oh yeah. Thank you, Russ. What were we talking? Check out those other vids. What did you say? Oh yeah, it was. I think it was that first long one I talked about. I thought it was a natural end game for a company like GameStop. Like a PE firm sees the free cash flow, sees the potential secular risks, but think in the meantime they could kind of transform. But now I think it's a little bit less likely, Russ, since I first uploaded that because Ryan Cohen got involved. I uploaded those videos before Ryan Cohen got involved. And then he got involved. I'm like, oh shit, he might see a Chewy type setup here. And then also now we're talking like CU here is like saying, hey, and Steve and these folks in EO talk about, hey, there's some opportunity here right off the bat that there could be tremendous upside opportunity that this isn't like a red box type. A red box was acquired by some PE firms and it was like just drawing down that cash over time, just a continual cash flow type thing. This is more like transformative. Like there's tremendous upside here in the right hands that it probably wouldn't be PE hands where you tap that tremendous upside. So now I actually think there's less of a chance of a buyout, of a PE buyout in particular. But I'm not in the bio camp, right? In imminent buyout, I'm not in the imminent. But 2 years, maybe. It's still a possibility, Russ. But my possibilities have declined a bit over the past 2 months or so. Column 3 says modernizing store assets for GME needs Microsoft hardware. Modernize for experiential products. Yeah, I think they need more experiential type stuff. Better. Like on one stream we talk about VR products and stuff like that. I thought that would be a new thing that they could do. Oh, I like this. See you crushing it. Oh, sick. Cheers, Russ. Great having you on board. Great comments, huh? I'll spread the word. Excited about the. All right, yeah. Let's see what happens, huh? What's up? What's today? Wednesday? We got PR. On a Thursday. Imagine GameStop just PR every Thursday. Boom, boom, boom. You know. But now at this point, we're keeping an eye out for PR. A couple new ones. Oh, insurance has agreed there was a good chance of a buyout anytime now. With many possible companies, it could make sense for. Yeah. Yep, definitely. So there's why shares could get called back, and that was what people talking about can trigger shorts, because I don't think it's imminent, but it's something to consider. Good chance of a buyout. There's a chance of a buyout, I'd say. Many possible companies it could make. I mean, now we talked about it in the stream, right? After that Microsoft partnership, not likely anytime soon, I don't think, but definitely there's going to be folks just like Ryan. I know I saw some people say, "Oh, you're just lucky Ryan Cohen got involved," but Ryan Cohen just saw what a lot of other folks are seeing too, and maybe it has helped transform the stuff for sure. I'm not denying that, but it's just like I think now that other folks are seeing the value here, it might be they kind of want it for themselves, and maybe they don't want to sell off GameStop, these larger investors. I'm thinking like a Ryan Cohen type thing, in that if they see the tremendous upside, they want to capture it themselves. They don't want to sell out for $20 a share or $30 a share. They want to get this thing to $100 a share. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like my thinking is like, it's okay to change your mind. It's okay for your thesis to evolve over time as the facts change. Like that's how I kind of feel it's happened over the past 2 months, which is kind of exciting because I'm even a little bit more bullish than I was, and I'm always trying to be careful. Am I only a little bit more bullish because of the price action? But I don't think so. Game Informer resources may play a part in leverage. Game Informer resources may play a part in leverage esports pro leagues to deliver exclusive content. Game Informer resources may play a part. Yes, leverage esports. I was thinking there's. What the hell is it? Right here. To deliver exclusive content, they have the writers, reviewers, etc. to cover events live. Yeah, I agree. I thought the Game Informer would be more prominently. Do they mention Game Informer? Oh, feature GameStop Inside Marketplace. Did they mention? I guess they don't. Do they mention Game Informer? They don't. But yeah, I agree. I thought Game Informer. That's why I liked it was in the app. It's like it's a prominent tab or feature in the app. It should. There's a lot they could do with that, especially if people really like it. I mean, gaming. There's a lot of gaming media stuff out there, right? But if Game Informer did become like, there's a lot of eyeballs on it, right? That's some great content that they could cover in there. And you talk about the writers and reviewers covering the events live online. Yeah, good partner. Good call. Russ, you have oh yeah. So that in the Roaring Kitty portfolio here's you can see I got some positions outside of this, but here in the Roaring Kitty portfolio, you can see GameStop is the top position, been adding it. You can see it there. There's a lot of M&A activity going on right now in general. It's not out of the question. Certainly not out of the question, Eric. I agree with you. Definitely not out of the question. I just think the players getting involved recently, most notably Ryan Cohen, definitely not out of the question though. But I thought that they'd want to focus on the new consoles and everything. But something like I said, that first GameStop video, I've long thought GameStop was a natural PE target. Like I said, part of me is because I was discounting some of this stuff. I was discounting, as many folks are, I was discounting the upside opportunity here. I say that in my video because I focus on the downside. I want to make sure I have enough cash flow that I don't lose money. And the upside, I'm like, yeah, they can do stuff. Maybe they can. Hopefully, they can pull it off if management does all the right things. And so because I was focused so much on the downside, I'm like, oh, a PE firm probably sees what I see is that they're going to generate quite a bit of free cash flow looking out 5 years, and then potentially maybe they can squeeze out a little bit extra if they can do a couple things different. And but so I've thought that for a while, Eric, and now I still think is the opportunity here. I think just a little bit less so because someone like Ryan Cohen's getting involved. Probably his end game isn't to sell out to a PE firm. But to sell out to like a Microsoft or someone else. But that would take time. I think for a firm like Microsoft or I don't know, pick that would be interested in buying GameStop outright. I think GameStop needs to turn itself around before they'd be like it would be they'd probably get bought out at a much larger company, but that takes time to get to that point. That's my thinking. I don't know. Your guess might be as good as mine on that front. GameStop is confirming the move into PC gaming column 3 with established extended brand. Right, did they not mention PC gaming? Yeah, they don't. So what'd you say? With established extended brand? Is that where you're going to... Okay. Oh, Game Informer Pillar 2. Thank you, EO. Game Informer right there. I could have sworn it was there. As digital media platform, yeah. PC gaming in column 3 with established extended brand. Column 3 with established credibility, create content, and extend brand. Yeah, I wouldn't put... You think PC gaming is there? This one? Nah. Establish credibility, create content, and extend brand? No, I don't think PC gaming's that one. Night, Russ. Have a nice night. Have a nice night. The data leveraging column Q, column 2, Q1 after they have all the... Look at it like a console gamer version of the census. The data leveraging column comes Q1. After they have all the new consoles. Oh, yeah. Drive leverage of largest retail. Yep, okay. Yep. Looks like a console. Yep, okay. Oh, revamp Game Force digital media platform. Media platform equals app, exclusive esport content. Oh, oh yeah, focus on the word platform. All right, I like that. I like the focus on the word platform, EO. Yeah, because that's it's not a magazine. It's a platform. I just words on paper, but I see I can understand what you're getting at. Good call on platform. See, you said the same thing. Yeah. Wow, there was more to this than I appreciated. After the squeeze, when GME gets back to the new steady state, maybe someone buy it. That's what I was saying. Well, oh, you think I'm not? It's more so after the console, after the new consoles, after they have more predictable free cash flow. After people might want to see how they're going to do in Q4, how they're going to do in Q1. That's what I was thinking. Too much speculation. That slide's worth billions. Yeah, that's a good point, EO. As we're highlighting here, there's a lot of speculation here, right? But I think this is the point. This is what Ryan Cohen sees. A lot of the shit y'all are talking about is like, this could be worth billions and billions, depending on if some of these, maybe they're not all successful, but if 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of them are successful, I agree with you, yeah. There's a lot of, you can run with this in a lot of ways, more ways than I appreciated. I got to revisit this chat. Microsoft Edition laptops. Microsoft GameStop Edition laptop. PC gaming is the only realm they really have no credibility with gamers because they've never supported their platform. When GME doesn't say much, we have to look at what to do. Tell us very carefully. I'm kidding. Yeah. Okay. Wait, please. Oh, no way. You're kidding me. You believe this shit? You see this shit? You see who just showed up at 11:24? We said we're about to wrap up here. We're all exhausted. We've had good chats. We got great talk going. You see who just pops in right now? Where's that entrance music? I'll play the entrance music and then I'll play the exit music. Are you kidding me? Is this real life? We're like rounding up. We're like going through the past couple of pillars. I'm like, all right, have a nice night, everyone. And he goes, hello, world. And everyone's like, what? We're so excited. We don't even have time to run away right now. Are you kidding me? I cue the Undertaker theme. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, Fox is like this. You know that GIF? Undertaker gets up. Oh, shit. Oh, Fox, that was perfect. 11:24. Okay, goodbye. Oh, Fox, you know we kidding. Fox, Uber, when you weren't here, Uber was filling in your shoes. We had a couple of people running too far with their bullishness, and Uber stepped in to be like, hold on, hold your horses here, dial it back a little bit. So Fox, you would have been proud. You would have been very proud. We were all proud, and we didn't run crazy with them. I was gonna say, see you. I bet maybe maximize SKU productivity. Cash can. Oh, add new products and services. I think this one's PC gaming. That's what I'd say. PC gaming for that one. I think this is more related to the GameStop brand. Like established credibility is like right now people are kind of skeptical about GameStop and that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Like the pervasive bearishness we talk about, they're going to stick around, blah, blah, blah. I think I lean more toward like, come on, we're a real company. We're going to crush it, blah, blah, blah. That's what I think that one is. But how is the PC stuff not new products and services? That's like by definition, isn't that the PC stuff? And it may be that stuff too. It can be both. They just added to their website. ineffective merchandising. It could be effective. I think I put PC gaming. I put more in a little bit closer to the legacy business, but it's just a new type of thing that they offer. You know what I mean? That's how I view that. I mean, you're right. They don't have any. I think establishing credibility within that market space. I hear what you're saying. I'd agree with that. That they got to do that. But I think that I interpret that particular one. What is going on here? Oh no. No, Fox, what we were doing is a whole bunch of folks here. CU, EO, Steve Stonk's there for a bit. We're going through some of these bullet points and kind of just discussing how GameStop is going to run with some of these. You know what I mean? Fox, are we still neutral? Scroll up, Fox, if you care. I mean, I don't know if you care, Fox, but I care because it's a lot of the items. Is this slide from 2010? All right, that's a good joke. Looks like something I would put together, to be honest. But like, if you're trying to envision GameStop in the new digital world, the folks are sharing some thoughts as to what that might look like in running with these items, which is perfect, right? Because the management team came up with this, so I thought that was great. And this is front of mind too because of the Microsoft partnership, talking about how GameStop can be in this digital world, and then there's talks of this a more targeted ad campaign, not campaign, but platform that GameStop could use. So I like, this is good timing on this chat today. No, I know you're serious. I know you're serious, Fox. I agree with you. Yeah, this looks like something I would put together. It's very, I mean, I know this is a PowerPoint. This is a legit, this is a real, I know this now that you say it. This is an actual, what do you call it? This is a thing in PowerPoint. You select these 1, 2, 3, 4 pillars, not pillars, but whatever they call it. It's like a list. And there's a little circle up top, and you put a little icon, and then you list. It's actual, just a basic PowerPoint. So on the flip side, Foxed, GameStop PC, 2011 Impulse, Simply Mac, Spring Mobile. Oh, do you not mean? Wait a second. Oh, I thought you were talking about the quality of. You're talking about the items listed. I thought you were talking about how it looks. How it looks, I agree with you. Do you mean the bullet points? You don't mean the bullet points. You mean how it looks, right? Yeah. Okay. Whew, just making sure. But legit, you can. I think I bet I could. Well, and yes. What? From the value investing standpoint, you like to see the marketing team keeping costs low. You like to see the marketing team keeping their costs low for the time being, right? Just get to the console cycle. And then once you start getting the cash flow, then you can start investing. Then you can start doing this one, right? See, you can start establishing credibility, creating content, extend the brand, kind of focusing more on the brand. Recycled McKinsey slide, maybe. Yeah. I do think that I could recreate this PowerPoint pretty quickly. I'm almost positive this is a direct template. It's a list template from PowerPoint. But we're focused not on how it looks, Fox. We're not judging the looks. We're judging the content, the bullets, what they represent. And it's increasingly front of mind. I'd agree. This is why I like it. This is good timing on this chat. It's because of this changing perception around GameStop surviving and thriving in this new digital landscape. Many of these initiatives have been tried. Oh, you are talking about some of the bullet points. Okay, so, all right. I'm not even going to go into each one. I'm just going to counter. First of all, they haven't been tried with this management team, all right? We've been down this path where it's Song of the Deep. Does anyone remember that? No, I don't know that song. Different management team that is actually trying. I get the impression that they're actually trying. And they're on the verge of generating quite a bit more cash flow that they can actually pursue it. Indeed, they have had some cash flow in the past, but I feel it was squandered a number of ways. I don't think it was effectively done. Like you mentioned, Spring Mobile, Simply Mac, I don't think they were focused on the gaming aspect, but more on diversifying so that they could have more stable revenues. I know Fox would agree with all this. This is what I mean. This is a more pointed effort on gaming. I wouldn't say that they have. I wouldn't say that many of these initiatives have been tried. Maybe variations are like something like this is so general. Establish credibility, create content extempore. Yeah, like that's something that's always going to be covered. Extend loyalty membership. You know what I mean? But in this new light of what's transpired, well, it could work. Execution of everything. I know Fox has said that many times. We're on the same page with that front. It's one thing it's one thing to have a McKinsey slide on the PowerPoint. That's one thing, but to actually execute, it's another. That's what Fox is saying. I agree with that. But one thing I'd say on that, Fox, is that at the end of the day, what matters so much to me, and I think a lot of value investors on the stream, is where the current price is relative to fair value based on a reasonable probability distribution as to whether or not they accomplish blah, 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 blah. And because GameStop trades, I believe, so cheaply relative to what free cash flows could be looking out 3, 4, 5 years, not even looking beyond that, I think that even a whiff of potential success on these fronts, if the market starts pricing it in, that the price, remember, we're at 700-800 million market cap with that much cash on the books, that I think the stock would be revalued. And that's what I think. I think, Fox, I think a lot of people are thinking, maybe like you, is that this stuff has been tried before. It's been failed. They might not succeed in executing this. And what I'm saying, Fox, is from my perspective, this stuff has been already priced in that it will fail. And I think that's a mistake. Because you have a new management team that's trying. You have an investor base that's kind of get some insights. You got Ryan Cohen says, hey, I got some, that's part of the investor base, I assume. But now you've seen them execute on some of these things. So to your point, I'm on board with the execution of this part, right? But I have seen them execute on some of these things so far, and then I keep on saying whether or not they succeed. I had no idea 12 months ago. I've been kind of assessing them along the way. I do think that they've done a decent job on knocking some of these out. No, it's still early. It's only been 18 months, but so far I'm inclined to believe, not inclined to believe, that's too strong. But the odds of them succeeding have increased in my mind. But indeed, you're right. It's going to come down to execution, and no matter how good this sounds or how sexy it appears to investors, if they fail to execute, then that's it's trouble for the long-term loans. However, that's what I'm talking about. The short term, even the short term, I think that I'd be more nervous more nervous from the short. I don't know if Fox, you agree with this, but I'd be more nervous from being in the short position, facing this, than I am of being in a long position and being concerned that they fail to execute because of how much the upside is if they do succeed in executing. But now I digress. But what the folks, hey Fox, what the folks have been depends on time frame, I guess. What depends on time frame? Execution? Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're going to accomplish this stuff in 3 months or anything like that. But if you give this team 2 or 3 years, I would hope. Oh, for your position. Fair enough. Fair point. Fox is saying from an investment perspective, your holding period. Right. Depends on what your goal is. Well, if you're looking at, so Fox's point, if you're a short term, that's what I'm talking about. If you're looking 3 months or something, or 1 month or weeks or whatever, that's a different type of a thesis than what we're talking about here. I think long term investors mostly on this stream. But this is why I keep getting back to it, Fox. I think this is why I feel it's easier to be a longer term value investor. I think it's more difficult. For that stuff. And so I think it increases, like I'm allowed to have more confidence in my probabilities because of this. Maybe I'm biased. Could be worthwhile checking out the GME story back in 2010 era. Yeah, it probably is. They had a ton of resources and really poured into it in all different initiatives. True? All right. And who's to say that they'll succeed in these initiatives? Yeah. I probably should pull those up. Game studio exclusives. All right. Yeah, I should see. I wonder if they have any. This was because of an investor vote. I wonder if there's any presentations on the Edgar. Yeah, you might see some stuff 2010 for sure. With current team, incentives are operating income and SG&A base. Skinny investments still going. Respect, dude. Cheers, Rob. We're barely hanging in there. We're about to close up shop, and then Fox hello worlded us. And when are you ended? This has been a 4-hour stream. Cheyenne. Cheers to Cheyenne. You still here? I just got back from work. No, we're rounding it up soon. I'm kind of tired. Whew. Oh. We had a lot of folks. This is the most folks. So what are you gonna do? So many good questions. We roll with this shit. Welcome back, Cheyenne. Were you here earlier? Yeah, you were here earlier. 2010 was the iPhone 4. The digital marketplace applies to oranges. Yeah, that's what I. So I'm of the same opinion as you see. But still, Fox is like, yo, it's still worth like checking out this stuff, just seeing the language, things like he brought up a good one, exclusives, like that's a good one. But right, iPhone 4, digital marketplace, and there's the console platforms are different, where there's more opportunities for a digital solution for a company like GameStop than there was back then, I think. But still, I like the thought process though. Is there anything else? What else did I respond? What was it? Games with current team incentives are operating income and SG&A base. Good call, Fox. Skinny investments. Right. I see. For now, yeah, skinny investments. Certainly skinny investments for now. But maybe I wonder if those incentives will change. As they evolve, right? Because then you'd like them to focus on some other stuff. Right. CU saying, point is that mobile gaming wasn't even really a thing 10 years ago comparatively. For better or worse, CU, right? For better or worse. Kind of eats away at, right. So the current team's doing well on cash management. That's right. That's why I hope maybe incentives will change. It could be that we want that, right, Fox? Think still struggling with innovation, right? Well, that's why Ryan Cohen can help with that front. But indeed, maybe we need a retro game. I know. Not heard about it at all. Oh, yeah, that's the whole having to close the pandemic, right? Esports. I know we haven't heard much on the esports front. I agree with you on that front. That said, I'm intrigued by these partnership announcements. But indeed, there's some that we haven't heard of in a while. But Fox, you understand why the retro game and the esports. We know why. Well, 12 months ago, we didn't know we were gonna hit. They didn't know they were gonna hit with this pandemic. They're kind of dealing with the hand they were dealt, which. And so those particular aspects, not a big deal. But indeed, they still need to roll with it, and so we'll have to see what it looks like down the line. But that's why we haven't heard much, because I've been looking for that shit too. It's now being consolidated to one-off special units. Fox, all right. Whew. Look at that, Fox. Fox, you feeling okay? You feeling okay? Let me take your temp. Fox. Just kidding. One of the more objective folks in this chat. I'm kidding, Fox. Sure, cut them some microphone. I think they responded well, actually. Yeah, I agree. I mean, just a tough hit with a lot of retailers, right? It's not specific to GameStop, but to roll with it like they did, and I think that was why it's part of the reason they got my nod of approval, but more importantly, Barry's nod of approval when they got into that the vote for the board seats and stuff. They were like, man, Barry thought management was doing a good job, blah blah blah. But indeed, I thought they handled that well, all things considered. Yeah, because they could have just tossed in. They could have phoned it in, right? But they went with it. What if you were still on BlackBerry in 2010? Yeah. These guys still look like geniuses. Yeah. I feel so alone in this echo chamber. Yo, we listen to you, Fi. You know we messing. I'm going back to BlackBerry in 2021 when they dropped the new device. Yeah, new company now. Fairfax did some good stuff there. John Chen is a good exec. Yep. Go to sleep. Shh, go to sleep. Yeah. Silence, great purchase. Yeah, I was following that Fairfax purchase. I was following BlackBerry for a while. Remember when it was called Research in Motion? RIM, RIMM. Anyone remember that? It wasn't that long ago, but I still remember when it was that. I still remember when it was RIM. But it's evolved quite a bit. And then Apple just crushed it. It was 2010, BlackBerry was still. It was the Apple 2005. Oh, you live 10 minutes from the RIM office? Sick. Oh, is it in Canada? Is it in Canada, Steve? I thought it was a Canadian firm back in the day. Yeah, it was. Okay, so I didn't even realize you were Canadian. Can't stop, won't stop. Uber, I'm on too. We all need to get caught up on our sleep. Who knows? Let's get caught up on our sleep here. I keep on saying that. I haven't done it yet. And I told my wife it was going to be a short stream tonight. Not a short stream. I said, well, we got to see how it goes. But, well, that's the thing. We had news yesterday. See what I mean? Maybe no major news today, but news yesterday, right? And that carries over. He's still married, bro. Barely. Oh, barely. Oh. It'll be worth it what? Fox, seriously? I don't know. The 13G. There was a 13G filed yesterday. Senvest management. It's impactful because it's another. Well, first of all, it's this gentleman, a successful value investor who I personally like to be aligned with. Just generally, it validates my insanity. You know what I mean? But from not that this was a huge part of the thesis. It's the sideshow. Blah blah blah. But I feel as though another large long investor in this firm who we know about it could develop if we ever get to a position where they call back their shares for whatever reason. I've never heard of him before. You haven't heard of him before? He's not a huge. Well, Fox, check out my Twitter. Not a huge. I'm not saying he was covered in a couple of things. Covered in Barron's. Covered in TeknoAXE. This article right here. Yes, he's got. Okay, yeah, we're on the same page. I'm not saying he's huge or anything like that, but. And the track record that I had come up with was through 2014. But anyway, just value investors, I like to be in line with these types of folks. But we were talking about it today, mainly family. Yeah, okay. We were talking about it from Fox. I'd be curious about your take. Another. This is a 13G, right? Not a 13D or anything like that. But not as smart as you were. I'm kidding. Yeah, right. Message retracted. Message retracted. Yeah, right. Well, we'll see. Did you see Fox? They were still. It was as of October 7th. Is this the 5% stake? Yes. This is the 5% stake. Justin thinks they kept on botting. Justin thinks they kept on botting. See what time it's getting? They kept on buying. That they're probably going to own more than 5% maybe. This is 5.54%, Rob. CU's rolling too. Cheers, CU. Good night. I'll let the 4 pillows in the 8 ball answer take us back to minute 5 of the night. Yeah, I know, right? Have a nice night, CU. Have a nice night. See you next news day. It could be Friday. I don't know. Beep boop boop boop. And for every buyer, there's a seller. Yeah, okay. For every buyer, there's a seller. I like this because I'd be curious about your opinion. Is that I've been thinking that with one. With another, less about his money rep performance, more about the precarious situation. Right. A weak hand seller or a short. That's right. So what I've been thinking, Fox, is number one is what Steve is saying, right? Validation from outside. To Fox's point, Fox is saying in the grand scheme of things, this shit don't matter. For someone like me, even less so now, we get the stream, right? Where there's a lot of folks on here. We've kind of sharing our thesis. I already feel less crazy. Plus the stock price has already tripled. But for someone like me, who feels there remains quite a bit of upside. I wasn't sure if I was on the right side of this trade. For someone like that to buy in up to a $9 handle, that's good news. Like I'm thinking, okay, so at least this person who isn't Warren Buffett or anything like that, but can still see the value at 9. Even and Ryan Cohen buying what he's like, this is kind of validating my particular bull thesis. They could be wrong. Blah blah blah. I get that, Fox. But for me, that's why that part's important. That's the first part to Steve's point. But the second part is like Steve saying that. Oh, excuse me. Who just said it? You don't need external validation. I know, right? Contrarian value investor. Oh, I believe it's helpful. It's all else equal. I want to be aligned with Mike Berry. I'll tell you that right now. All else equal for sure, because that. Yeah, right, Fox. We can't, and then what Daly's saying, but it's conceivable that there's another 3 million shares that could be in strong hands. You know what I mean? Someone like this, who might be a longer term investor, you read about him, kind of interested in turnaround plays, could be stronger hands holding onto the shares. Which in theory, if they ever, maybe they want to hold on to shares for the long term. Whereas these 3.6 million shares, they could have been just out in the world. Woo, right? But now there's a possibility that they're in strong hands. Who, if they ever called back their shares, that's the extent of it, Fox. I agree with you. It's not some game changer, gangbusters news. And just to remind everybody, it's not as if the stock price went crazy or anything like that. The market, I still thought it was going to be higher than this. Most likely, well, yeah. So a lot of folks were saying this, and most likely will lend though. And we were saying that not just him, but Ryan Cohen too, Fox. I mean, these big investors who are taking the stake, they could just turn around if their horizon is 2 to 5 years. They're lending. Someone said that I would lend, that it's for a lot of folks that it's part of their investment mandate that they're going to lend these types of shares to get that additional income. So weak hand, strong hand, same hand. I just think for me there's a marginal increase in the probability of a short squeeze with a situation like this when I see some more value. But indeed, I'm not saying it's likely or anything like that, but when I think there's a higher probability that these are stronger hands, that the shorts might not be able to tap it. Whereas before this was filed, I had no idea, I had no insights. At least now there's a possibility of something happening there. Marginal maybe. That's all. That's it for me, Fox. And I think the market, I still thought it was going to be, this was going to be higher than 3%. I was thinking it was up between 5 and 10%. I thought that would hold at the very least, that it would hold, because I thought, yeah. So, but that's my interpretation of it. And the market clearly, the shorts weren't panicked by, they weren't startled by this. I just thought, when you're this confident, this is my thing, Fox. When you're this confident in a position, I just think incremental shit like this, it's not, oh my God, close my position, I'm screwed. It's not like that. But every incremental thing, I would think it starts to compound. It starts to make them nervous, and that they think, oh, maybe something could happen here. Or, you know what I mean? Like it's just as they compound over time, but shorts don't give a shit. So I don't know. Maybe nothing happens there, Fox. Yeah. Why do they need to get out, Daniel? There needs to be a reason that they need to get out. I think that it will be price action before anything else, personally. Some people talking about if there's a change in control type thing, a buyout thing. That's a huge major risk, I think. Or what if there's it could be a partnership announcement of some sort, or some new business change, and then people just get a little bit excited about it, like you saw with Microsoft, 44% in one day. Yeah, no, that's right. So what Fox is saying, there's no need to get out. If they don't need to close, you're not going to get a short squeeze. You need this. You need the shorts to need to get out. The shorts of today aren't the shorts of last year. Well, how do you know, Fox? I don't know. But we did talk about this earlier, that may have swapped out. Changing control odds with doubt. I agree with you, Fox. They were already low for me, as you know. The odds were already low for me, as you know. But I do agree that the odds went down. And we were talking about this today, that the shorts of today may be different. We don't know that, but maybe the folks. Here we go. I think a good number of shorts may be passive in a basket of shorts. So tiny position for funds who don't care if stock doubles or triples. Okay. Well, how about if we get to $20 to $25? Look at we don't know what they're paying. Someone was saying that they're paying 30% right now, but you see this jump. You see this jump from 33% to 55%. We saw what it jumped up to back in the day. Like, this is a temporary type thing, perhaps just because of the vote. But my thing is, you may be right, like what Skeptic says. I hear all the crazy bar rates. Yeah, I hear the crazy bar rates. Check the stream, Fox. I've always downplayed this stuff. I'm just saying, if it does if it does start rising, if they are paying 30% right now. Yep, you get quoted much lower rates. As we know, this isn't the rates that the shorts are necessarily, these institutional shorts. If this isn't the rate that they're paying. Suppose this price gets to $20, $25. Is there no price, to Skeptic? Is there no price at which this basket, that a position like this starts eating away within that basket? It's such a tiny position for funds who don't care if the stock doubles or triples. You know what I mean? Like, is there no price? And I think maybe there's not. Maybe there's not. Maybe it goes to 20, maybe it goes to 25, maybe it goes to 35. And because it's so big, because it's such a small position, they do not need to close. I concede this. This is why I say, what's the reason they need to close? And I've been thinking that it could be price action, potentially combined with a raising. Yep, I think it is. It could be. I think it could be a doom retail basket, where I think they may have gotten this one wrong because it's not a traditional brick and mortar retailer. That's what I think. The shorts may hold for $11 next week, or if they're in a basket, maybe not. They keep increasing position. That can continue. Actually, they could. Wait. Right. How much are they going to go underwater in this position? I do not believe there's a theoretical limit to shorts. Yeah. I think there is a short retail ETF, but this would be a basket within the fund where they just go, just like you can have there's a basket. Who was it? Einhorn is shorting a basket of tech stocks. You do this within a fund. You get a short. It's more you're betting on a trend, a particular thesis to play out, and you diversify across a number of plays. And I think this is what skeptics getting at. Well, if GameStop is just one of a handful of plays, brick and mortar retail plays, blah blah blah, then who cares? Because if it's a huge gigantic fund, who gives a shit? That's fair. I agree with that. And I think maybe they just know what's the incentive for someone like that to close? And is $20 not enough? $25 not enough? If it's not price action, then you need a major turnaround from a perception standpoint that GameStop is going to stick around for a number of years that they can survive and potentially even thrive in this digital ecosystem. A single Microsoft partnership announcement that chips away at it, but it doesn't change it. We keep that. It's not that single PR, but the thing is, if that's the first domino to fall, and we start seeing a whole bunch of new potential types of partnerships like that, we were just going through one by one, kind of listing out a whole bunch of different possibilities on this front. Not just say execution matters, to Fox's point. So this could take time. My point is that this is why people betting on short squeeze, I go, suppose that there's no imminent reason to close, but that they can close in an orderly fashion over time, because I doubt it's going to be that we're going to wake up in one day and everyone's going to be like GameStop is going to stick around for 3-5 years. That they're not going belly up looking out 5 years. That this isn't in secular. Like, it's going to take time, I think, for that perception to change. What might take less time is a rise in the price. That can happen much more quickly because of some of these characteristics that we're seeing with it. But indeed, if this is a giant firm and it's such a small position, maybe even the price action is enough. I felt strongly that it could. That this is all, that in theory, that a double or triple, yeah, no big deal. Suppose it goes up 5x, 6x. Yeah, what do you define as really going to get? You're never going to get out. I know, this is my thing, skeptic. At one point is it really going against you? That's what I'm talking about. The price action is really going against you. It seems to me that a number of these shorts, I had this up earlier. A number of these shorts have at least 10 million of them. At least 10 million of them are new shorts in the past 2 months, right? We went from roughly 56 million to roughly 68 million, right? And so some of these, what I'm thinking is that some of these folks, as this keeps on going on, could also be high short. Yeah, high short. It could be anything. It could be brick and mortar REIT. It could be high short. But it could be any number of things that they're shorting. Is that at what point? So there was a whole bunch of shorts that were. My point is, there's a whole bunch of shorts. 55 million shorts at these lower prices, right? I don't know when they put it on. Well, I suspect that you can see that there was a huge jump. We don't have it going all the way back. There was a chart going quite a bit going back further, where you could see the jump in the short interest at the time they announced the dividend cut. It went boop, boop, boop. Oh, I have it saved somewhere. Do I have it saved? Yes. Oh, it's in Justin's. Watch this. What I'm going to get at is that some of these shorts seem likely underwater. And I don't know. I'm not saying that this chart that I'm going to show you is definitely accurate or anything like that. Where the hell is this? Right here. So you see this jump in the short interest from, what was it? Where the hell is this? It was like 30 million. This was around the time they cut the dividend, right around here. And you see we were at like 33 million. You see this big jump up to 63 million. And all around that, you see what the price point was this whole time. And now you're at the point where you're underwater. These folks, some of these shorts, even though if you say these shorts aren't the same shorts they were before, some of these shorts are underwater right now. And they'll keep on adding to you keep on adding to the position, keep adding to the position. And so for some of these folks, it doubled or tripled, and they're adding to the position even more. And then I'm saying, what if they're wrong, and that this price keeps on rising, gets to 2025, and it doesn't give back these gains? Do they just keep on adding to the position, or do they just maintain? Is there no price at which they would trim or close? I don't know. Well, do you care if a 0.25 position triples? Yeah, triple. So first of all, they haven't been shaken out yet. Triple, no problem. Double, triple, fair enough. If it goes up, At what point it goes up to now it becomes a 2% position if it doubles from here. You know what I mean? If it doubles again or goes up to 25, like then it's a 2% position. You're gonna bet 2%. Like at some point, I think that price action shakes them out. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't close it, this is another discussion. Maybe they don't close it. Okay, but at the end of the day, no, to close it first of all, I agree with Fox. I think that the short interest continues to rise on every incremental dollar that we're getting here is very impressive to me. I expect some shorts. I expect some portion of this close, some position. There will be some. This is my spec. I'm speculating here, right? How many times can I say I'm not an expert on this? But if we get to 15, 20, and they add to their shorts, then what I'm saying, I have a strong conviction that that they'll start closing. Then I will be wrong about that, right? But as far as closing this thesis, I agree with you, Fox. I agree with you. This ain't going to zero. This is what I keep on saying this too. There's legitimacy in the short thesis itself. Just because Ryan Cohen got involved, just because of this Microsoft PR, that hasn't changed anything. There's still no guarantee Microsoft turns around. What confuses the hell out of me is this level of short interest. But I think that. But to Fox's point, you're only gonna get you're still gonna have a hefty short interest until something fundamental, until people get on board with, all right, GameStop can potentially, I mean, GameStop is going to survive looking out 5 years. You know what I mean? They can participate in this digital ecosystem. I agree with you, Fox. You are not going to get a significantly lower short interest until that happens, and that takes time. You're not going to wake up and everyone's going to want to close. It's just not going to happen on this fundamental standpoint. However, but if you get this, but the price action, even if you see 20% of these shorts close, I could see that kind of trigger, maybe not this crazy short squeeze, but you can kind of see something acting a bit squeezy. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But I felt strongly that price action can kind of shake some folks. I think some folks, not the whole thesis, but some folks price action can shake some folks out of this fundamental thesis that they have, because I see it on the long side too, where you might have this fundamental thesis, but it starts working out against you, you get shaken out. But maybe, to Skeptic's point, maybe they're so damn big and it's such a small percentage that if it goes up to, if their short position goes up 4x or 5x or 6x, maybe it don't matter. Maybe I'm wrong about that. We'll know soon enough. Well, we should probably know soon enough on that front. That's just my hunch. But I felt strong. I feel value investors generally underweight the importance of price action. And I think in this case, in this triple, it's still a small company. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, how expensive is this really? It's stacking up. I mean, it's stacking up, right? But it's not unbelievably expensive that a gigantic fund, if this is just one small business, couldn't manage this. I'll get across it. But then if it doubles and it keeps rising, I don't know. Anyway, I've voiced my opinion. I've said it a couple of times now on the stream, but these are great questions. And I liked this discussion because, as I've said so many times, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm listening. Can't believe they could last forever. Oh, but I keep going. I agree with that. Okay. I said last week the Microsoft decreases. Oh, shit, I missed that one. The Microsoft PR decreases. What? Yeah, see, Fox, we have a different style that this would even be decreases the odds of Ryan Cohen following. Yes. Well, you are time to step up shorts. Well, that substantiated my belief. I didn't think that it was going beyond that, but I agree with you nevertheless. Whatever probability I would have assigned to Ryan Cohen getting more involved, it did decrease with the Microsoft stuff. We talked about that. I agree with you. But see, Fox, that you're talking about that this short-term play was the smart move after all. We don't have the same style. We have a different approach to investing. You know what I mean? Time to step up the shorts if I want Microsoft PR. Time to step up the shorts. Yeah, probably. I know. It's just, but Fox, I think we talked about this on the last stream where, like some of the insights you might have, like I feel like you might even be, or rather sell cover call, right? you might be more insightful over the short term stuff. You know what I mean? That's why I try to relay that to folks, that I might have a different style and different time horizon than folks on here, especially Fox, because some of the things, and so Fox may have greater insights into these short term moves. I haven't been, not that I. Yeah. I know. I see what you're saying, Fox. But as we're playing each of these, not playing, but as we're digesting each of this incremental news items, how to roll with it. Ooh, good discussion. Great discussion. Because as y'all know, I'm so confused by this. And that's all I can keep on coming back to is the size. Oh, did I miss? Do we have any other examples of extremely high short interest? They inevitably reduce their positions. Because GME is the only one that high right now. Best discussions happen late night when the echo chamber finishes that. Yeah. Would Ryan Cohen just remain a passive? Well, Ryan Cohen is an activist investor. 13D, he's involved. He's talking with management about different paths they could take and stuff. So I think his current relationship, that's my base case, that he continues talking with them, talking about different potential avenues they may take. That's what I think. Yeah, right. Absolutely. Could totally be. Well, I just took issue with remain a passive investor. I would argue that he's not a passive investor right now. He could become a passive investor. Sure. Oh, that's what you're saying, Fox. Nothing to stop him. Well, I would say from becoming. Right now, I'd say he's active. Yo, I'd agree with that, Fox. Yeah. I want someone like him to be active. Yeah, this is there anything here? So one thing Uber was mentioned, is there anything that could trigger a sudden rise in these types of rates, or the rates that the institutions might be paying, or these, and in turn the rates that the institutions might be paying, that could potentially cause them to need or want to short? Like, it starts to get expensive. Any thoughts on that? Or is it again, they might be so big, who gives a shit, even if they're paying? Like, is there some rate at which they might be like, all right, now this is kind of getting a bit too expensive to short? You know what I mean? Or because if they're so large, then they have some arrangement, right? They have some arrangement where they're able to. Rates are paid daily. Okay. And if they're in change frequently. But is there something that could trigger like a major step up in this rate, such that they're like, you know what, we should just close this, even without, to Fox's point, without a change in the fundamental thesis of the short? You know what I mean? Like almost a technical reason that they might be incentivized to close out the position, because Uber had mentioned that earlier. I'm like, I don't know. It's something to keep an eye on. But this has been high in the past and nothing has really come of it. You know what I mean? So many times I've discounted this, and I said that to Uber. It's like, I don't know. I don't know enough about this. If it gets up, I doubt it. Okay. If they're in a basket, there may be triggers to knock out inclusion. But yeah, what's the triggers? This is what we're talking about, though. What's the difference between you saying there's a trigger and selling it out? I mean, that's the same discussion. Just because it's automatic instead of a decision? You know what I mean? Isn't this the same discussion? It could be a 4-bagger, a 5-bagger, or it could be the rate hits a certain thing. Yes, I don't know. I mean, whether it's auto or manual is almost a little bit besides the point to me. We call it whatever you want, but that's what I mean. At some point, you can see being shaken out of position for whatever it is, even though that fundamental thesis might still not totally be debunked. You know, that's all I'm saying. But I don't know enough about it. This is why I keep asking. So this is educational for me to talk through this. So thank you, Skeptic. Thank you, Fox. Small enough stock, large enough, one determined short. One determined short is all it takes. Right, it's true. So that's what I mean. One determined short is like, yo, F this. Yeah, but a dividend seems unlikely. I know dividend's an interesting case in this type of a setup, but it would almost have to be like, It's not like part of the fundamental thesis. That's a little bit weird. If short interest, right? But indeed, it's so. Oh, well, it would impact the stock price, Fox. I know you'd agree with that. Because the stock price would adjust. Right. Short use stop losses too, right? Yeah, I would think that they use stop loss, but again, maybe because they're so big, it gives a skeptic that maybe they're so big that it's like they can stomach it. But I maybe. All right, let me keep going. If there's a deal with Sony come prior to the console, although I doubt. So push the ecosystem and value changes. Yep, David Chen. Cheers, David. I got a shot in there. Stick around. Differences, not price action. Inability. Differences, not price action. Inability to short. Low liquidity can kick out. Oh, okay. But okay. So you're saying that that in this case, what would knock it out is not the. See, still in me, like someone just talked about stop losses. For me, an auto knockout for me, who I'm a nobody, right? An auto knockout for me would be a stop loss of sorts, right? Would you not group in as the equivalent of a stop loss for a major institution? Could not that be how much the losses that they're accruing? That seems to me that an auto stop. But maybe you say no, they wouldn't. Not in a basket. Oh, not in a basket. Really? Not in a basket. Really? Why? What the hell? Because you're assuming a consistent monolithic short sell. Not in a basket. Okay, but inability to short. Because the basket also rebalances. Okay, because so you're saying they're not paying any. Okay. Wow. All right, I buy that, skeptic. Good call. I buy that. So you say they're not paying mine to any individual player. You're saying they'll just rebalance the basket, which is what I think, skeptic. You said this before, which is maybe all that's happening right now for the past 6 months. They're just rebalancing the basket. No big deal. And they're not even digging into the individual events that might be unfolding because they don't give a shit. Which I think is a mistake personally, but nevertheless, if we're talking short squeeze here, it matters for that because if they're not closing, who cares? Fair enough. But indeed, an inability to short and low liquidity can kick out. And so the inability to short low liquidity, doesn't this kind of tie into, but you're saying not the price action. I got you. Okay. Because this kind of ties into, I was thinking that, but why would if all the longs are lending, why would they, if the longs are incentivized to lend, why would they ever not lend? You know what I mean? So there should be plenty of float to go around. Plenty of float, right? Why is there any case in which the investors might be incentivized to call back their shares to trigger a rise in the price? Like, could they be incentivized on that front? I don't know. What do I miss? Ty, is this still alive? Yeah, welcome back, Ty. Welcome back. Barely. We were just about to close up shop. Then Fox made an appearance, and you know we got to keep going. Blessed, is there a price or short interest percent that would make you say, okay, this is now fairly valued and properly shorted? I mean, that's a good question. I talk about how it's insane to me. Probably. I haven't really thought about the specifics. So it's a good question. I don't know. It'd be difficult to combine the two, but kind of a good mental exercise. To make you say, okay, this is now, maybe, we'll talk about that as it unfolds here. You know, as the facts change, and then we can talk about what fair value, I've talked about fair value in some of my GameStop videos. But short interest, that one's a little bit messier. But indeed, it's a good question. I don't have an answer for you right now, Blessed, but I'll think about that. Oh, margin daily, talk about margin call. Oh, I missed that. True, news. Yeah, because it's always evolving and stuff. And like, yeah, I don't know. Wait a second. If you rebalance rising, in my case, this is hypothetical. As in, don't count on a short squeeze. As in, yeah. No, I don't. Well, hopefully, as I have made abundantly clear, people shouldn't count on a short squeeze. I have been long bearish on this possibility, and but I have to say, like I keep on saying, the odds of it are increasing in my, as they keep on adding to their position. But indeed, there's, like I said, it seems likely that there's stuff I don't fully understand. I'm getting closer. I feel like I'll probably never know exactly what unfolds here, right? But I feel like I'm getting closer by way of these conversations. Y'all making me think about this differently. And I know we still don't know, but that's okay, because some of this stuff I didn't think through totally. And that's because the short squeeze has always been a sideshow. I didn't care so much, but now I'm like caring more, because I'm like, whoa. It's kind of getting spicy here. So I'm kind of I'm like using this as an opportunity to try to educate myself. It's so hard to learn about this stuff, right? You kind of need people who are in the know and experienced with this to kind of be like, yo, this is what I mean. We're talking about how if the shorts are like on the live stream, they're like looking at us talking about but blind leading the blind here, like, oh, what's going on? They're like, oh, this is so ridiculous. Like, they obviously don't know how this works in real life. We don't. If it didn't squeeze at 100, 105, well, maybe the market is broken. Need a fundamental change. I agree with the fundamental side, Fox. I'm on board with you on that front, and that takes time. But I just thought if there was some technical reason that they might have to close, and Skeptic wasn't thinking about not price action, might not think price action. I'm still not. Based on this discussion, I like this discussion. Maybe I've been saying I felt strongly about that, and certainly if we get to 20, 25 bucks, and we're not seeing any meaningful closes, I'd be like, damn, okay, I was wrong about that. And maybe Skeptic's right. That's not so much price action. It's just, that's the thing. If the two go hand in hand, does it get difficult to extricate them? You're like, the price action, but at the same time, the price is going up. It's not there anymore, right? At the same time, the price is going up, then it becomes more difficult to short, and there's lesser liquidity. Lower liquidity. You know what I mean? Like, we can kind of parse this apart and be like, yeah, well, chicken or the egg type thing. You know what I mean? Like, they're kind of one and the same. Whereas that price rises, maybe it could get more difficult to short because of whatever reason that it rose. And so, you know what I mean? So, but I will say that my strong feeling of much more powerful upper price action. If we break 16, get to 20, get to 24, 25, and they don't close, yeah, I'll say I was wrong about that. I shouldn't have felt as strongly about it as I did. Still a sideshow. This is all a sideshow. But this is me trying to learn. Uh-oh. Recall. They just couldn't last out the Russian ride. Markets can be irrational for a long, long time. Indeed, yeah. But at the end of the day, they couldn't last. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, long-term capital management couldn't last. As big as they were, as intelligent as they were. I'm not saying it's going to happen here. I'm just like, there are times when they can't last. It works against them so much. Can work both ways. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I'm with you, Fox. I'm with you. Right. I'm with you on that front. Well, that's right. No advice here. Right. Who come in line? Yeah. Negative in there. Okay. At least in the short term, right? As in the short term, as it pertains to the short squeeze, which I understand where you're coming from there. All right. And that the shorts keep adding. I have to say, this sounds weird. I mean, the shorts keep adding, but I'm like, long term, you will be on a private island. In the long term, you'll be on a private island. That's right. Yeah. In the short term, it's dangerous. Drinking the botanist gin. I got it on my note. I got it on my list. Oh, if it works out, if we get some squeezy type stuff, I got to pick up some botanist gin. I got to have some on hand just in case, Fox. I got to have some just in case. Oh, shit. What was I just going to say? Did someone say gin? Steve's back. How long can they keep this going? Price up. Shorts keep adding. Yeah, it's on price. So I'm just going to run with what Daly said, that shorts keep adding. It's almost like when the shorts keep adding, I think the odds of a short squeeze are rising, right? They're rising in my mind. But because they're adding to their position at the same time, my confusion in my belief that maybe I'm missing something here, or that this could persist much longer, and I'm thinking blah blah blah, is more likely too. So it's like they're both Like the more they add, I feel like the more insane it is to me. So the more I feel like, all right, there's clearly stuff here that I'm not totally understanding. But at the same time, I'm like, boy, they keep on that. Like that's the type of setup where it goes up for what I consider fundamentally bullish news, and they add to the business. It goes up for fundamental, and they add to the business. That's the type of setup that results. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, but in my mind, that's the type of stuff that results in crazy erratic behavior because they keep on adding. And it's working out against them. My biased opinion, call it if you feel free to call it that. And I think that's the type of setup where it's like, oh, that you keep doing that, it could work out against you. But then I think too, if these are big funds and they keep on adding, I'm like, shit, there's stuff here that I'm not that's above me. You know what I mean? Every time they add more and add more on what I think for an individual investor would make zero sense. It would make no sense. It's insane. And so I think, all right, they know shit I don't. Oh, it's messy. Oh, it's messy. I hate to wonder what the shorts are thinking. Right, even with 50% fees, they're right. They still keep adding. They don't care. They're adding and they're not closing. So it makes me think, Ty, like, yeah, it's simple. I hear you wonder what the shorts are thinking. It's simple if you have built out a full model. Just change your assumptions and see what it takes to run GME to the ground. It actually doesn't take a lot. It may take time. No, it may take an aptitude. As I said, imminent obsolescence and what did I say? Imminent and management impotence. Those are the two things. That's just why the short thesis isn't dead, Fox. I'm with you. It may take time. It takes an aptitude. Maybe not imminent obsolescence, but this is the thing. I think the short interest is pricing in imminent obsolescence in ineptitude on the management team right now. Like, what are you going to hold this position for 2 or 3 years? Maybe you can. If you're that big of a, maybe you can. That's what I'm not saying the short, it happened the last time around. Not with this level of short interest. Not with this level of short interest. Wait, are we talking about the same thing? He's saying that, no, I think Tang, hey, what's up, Tang? I think Fox is saying that what the shorts are saying that is if, I'm not assuming that, if Fox is saying, like, trying to defend the shorts, which I want to, that shorts may be just saying, hey, we're not, it may just take time for this thesis to unfold, but management sucking could help facilitate that. I am making the hypothetical argument on behalf of the shorts, as we should be. But Fox, I stand by. What could happen in the interim as the consoles approach and GameStop generates, hypothetically, substantial free cash flow in the upcoming quarters, and you see all that's going on in 2022. We see bankrupt companies going 5x, 10x. I'm not saying that that's likely here. Yeah, 140% short interest is a dangerous, in my opinion, is a dangerous trade to put on for 3 years, and hope or bet that this company makes bad investments, hailed the every time move, or fails to reinvent itself. It's a dangerous play. Again, happens all the time. With this level of short interest, Fox? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm with you, Fox, on this stuff. I see what I'm making the hype of that bad investment. Well, they could still screw it. Execution. How many times have we said execution, Fox? Execution. Just because this management team, I feel, has done a good job so far doesn't mean it continues. They could screw shit up in the next 12 months. Absolutely. My odds of them succeeded have increased because of their success thus far, but indeed, they could still screw it up. And it could also be, in one of my videos, Fox, I say, number one, is there even an opportunity in this space? It doesn't even exist that GameStop can transform itself. It doesn't exist, number one. But number two, can they pull it off? It could exist and they fail. So I'm with you on the execution. I say that in my, I think the second GameStop video. I don't remember which one. But I say there's two questions. Doesn't even exist. And I'm not even certain that it does. I strongly believe that it does. And then can they pull it off? I might even be less confident in that. So I'm with you on that front. I said that in my GameStop video. But to put this trade on 140% short interest as we're approaching these new consoles a month away, with you see what's happening in the market, and you're going to put this on for 3 years paying these rates, it seems like a dangerous trade. That's not to say that the short thesis is totally crazy to me. I can't say that enough, but I'm just saying, Fox, with the characteristics of this, hope for good execution, hope for bad execution, Fox is just tremendous downside protection. They could generate enough free cash flow, pay it out as a dividend. They pay it out as a dividend. You know what I mean? It's the downside protection that gives me a lot of comfort here. I mean, they may not succeed in reinventing themselves and reaching a $10 billion valuation. Maybe they don't get to a $10 billion valuation. You know what I mean? Even though I do think there's an opportunity here. Oh, Fox, we're not on the same page. This is us. This is our different investment styles clashing. One bad PR does not break this long thesis. I'm sorry. Oh, Fox, this is our different... one bad PR. I think you're... Fox, we're talking about different things. Yeah. One bad PR. Okay, you're right, Fox. I apologize. I was jumping. It jumped ahead on me. I apologize. A Hail Mary type move. Again, happens all the time with managing. Yep, same page there. Risk reward is still horrible with the hypothetical argument. And you can make that argument too. No share buybacks, no bond buybacks. Why? I'm with you there. Why would they say it was sold? Why would shorts for 2 years? Even if they are sure it will go to zero. Why not cover before console cycle and reshort after? Indeed, Daniel. I mean, that's kind of maybe. Tangle, it's one thing to see things go wrong and take a short position. You're assuming it's the same short. But to simply hope for it is not a great way to trade, right? Works both ways. Hope for good execution, hope for bad execution. Again, it's not the same short making a 3-year trade. Okay. Whoa. So it's not the same short making a 3-year trade. If this whole short squeeze angle is well, let me keep going. I'll take some one bad PR. Vol works both ways. Read above. For me, it's... Oh, I'm not assuming you're short, Fox. I'm trying to... We're doing you're in the short side here, just devil's advocate. Not even devil's advocate. There's a legitimate short thesis here, and we're trying to get to the bottom. Be the so short. Okay, but it was just presupposed that a short squeeze didn't happen because these are deep-pocketed shorts who can handle volatility, can handle price action. Is it going to be traded among deep-pocketed institutional shorts? You know what I mean? Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't say like, oh, these shorts can withstand this for 2 or 3 years. They can manage this. It's no big deal. Okay, well then they're going to close their position, or what are they going to trade? Like, what's going to happen? Am I missing something? Like we kind of presuppose that for in this hypothetical example that if it's a large institution and they can withstand the rate increases and the price action and so forth, in that we just talked about how they're not even going to pay attention. Hey, what is admittedly aware said? Yeah, you're right, Fox. You're right, Fox. Sorry, I'm just like running with it. I'm like trying to think through. And Fox, just to be clear, Fox, if you don't know, he's all above our potential hypotheticals. All right. So there's one hypothetical where there's this big, huge institutional investor who can withstand this. I like that. And so there's another hypothetical where Fox is saying, what if you have multiple different types of shorts over time and they're trading? Don't you still have, in the ones, Fox, that if it's still multiple shorts, wouldn't some shorts close and new shorts open? But I guess that could be happening. That's what Fox is saying. Fox is like, hey, yo, Vern Kitty, like this could be happening right now. Some are closing and some are adding new positions. All right, that's fair. Yeah, Steve Stock, really, seriously. All right, I see where you're coming from, Fox. Later, Steve. There's the theory of volcanoes, but there's reality, which is where we are. Right. All right, I like this thought experiment. Fox. I do. So for the Fox is saying, okay, take some shorts who hop in at these elevated price points, right? Let's take these incremental shorts and say they're betting on a short pullback. Then for them, all it takes is one bad PR. I got it. I misunderstood you, Fox. Volatility works both ways. Everyone has different tolerance and limits, or rather, it may not be the same short making a long-term trade. If it's like it's not the same buyer writing it up from 3. That's true. And I always prefer to try to understand reality than argue this is impossible, because arguing doesn't make me money, of course. And I certainly don't think it's impossible. Not only is it possible, it's happening. I get the trading of Fox. I guess it's just this is a good thought experiment, Fox. I know. I'm trying to think through. I like you coming at it from different angles like this. I'm trying to think through. So if there's incremental shorts and they're in it for a short-term play, it's just that aggregate level of short interest keeps on rising. And then we were talking this whole stream about it being a more prominent large institution. So in my head, as you're talking about this, I'm like, well, wait a second, that doesn't make sense. But Fox is saying, well, this is my point, Fox. And yeah, you're right. You're right you're right, Fox. I know. What else? We're running out of things to talk about, Fox. Play with them. And just to be clear, like I keep on saying, and for those folks who don't know and see what it takes to drive GME up and down, it jumped 10 million in September. True, Daniel. To those who don't, and I keep on saying this over and over again, I keep on saying it because I think a lot of people are kind of dialed into this because of the short squeeze potential. For my thesis, and I think many of the folks on this, many of the value investor folks on this channel, it's a little bit of a sideshow. It's marginal. It's marginal to the fundamental thesis. If you look at all my GameStop videos, it's besides the point. But now it's like it's becoming even front of mind for me, where I'm like, because I'm trying to understand. You see me, Fox, like I'm trying to understand Fox, and I'm really having a hard time. And I'm pretty dialed into the GameStop thesis, and so this is one aspect that I'm just having a hard time trying to understand. But to Rock's point, if you have a longer term time thesis, don't worry about it too much because you overthink it. You run with it too far. I'm with you, Fox, on that front. Good advice, Fox. But like these types of discussion get me thinking. I'm trying to run with it. This is because I'm not thinking about it too much. Otherwise, you have to take my word for it on that front. But like this is my opportunity. Fox and who is a skeptic, like tossing these out. I'm like, all right, let me think through, and then I don't get anywhere with it. But the thought experiment itself is helpful for me. Talking about the I hear you, Fox. I'm in it for both. The console cycle wave, yep. Oh yeah, Patrick. It depends. It may not. No advice on this chat. We kind of just talk for educational reasons because it could be for some folks on this chat that investing in GameStop, the individual stock, may not even be a suitable pick for them. So we don't really offer that type of a. I share some additional insights on the GameStop videos I uploaded to my channel though, so you can check that out. I kind of go into a little bit more fair value type stuff. Despite. I don't think that's high. So yeah, and Daniel says too, low probability squeeze. Yeah, that's right. So I'm with you. I'm in it for the fundamental thesis. Hey, and if this thing wants to squeeze, but it seems like a lot of I don't know. I'm certainly not in the camp that it's my base case, right? But I'm like, the odds of it are like, I'm like, damn, they're definitely rising for me. Got in because of the Burry thesis. All right. Yeah, but I think the Burry got a lot of people's attention. Trying to get back into the graphs, yeah. Well, this is the thing. Which you kind of, you haven't really had a shorts closing or anything like that, but so we don't want to call it a squeeze. But what happens is that if it happens slowly, where the price is rising slowly, right, and then there may not be a subsequent crash. You know what I mean? Kind of sticks. Yeah, okay, Patrick. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of these folks too are longer term investors who are kind of interested in it too. So if it's a short term thinking, I don't even know, Pat. I don't even know about for the short term. It's a tough call. Everything kind of I lean bullish toward a lot of things right now, but price point, it gets tough. If you can't do it till 12 a.m. It's 12:30. This is now the longest stream. Oh my god. I think this is the longest. If you're long term and feel confident, just hang on. You're right, Fox. Like I said, I'm trying to educate myself, trying to learn. I want to learn, Fox. I want to understand. But I agree with Fox, and y'all should too. If you have a longer term, I don't know when to buy and when to sell though. Two numbers in your head. I know, Fox. Fox has been mentioning that. If you have the fundamental thesis, this short stuff is more for like I talked about, for educational reasons. See if it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, it's risky to bet on something like this, as we're getting at here. Very risky to bet on something like this because Fox and I kind of talk through ways that it doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, and if it doesn't happen, are you screwed? Then you got to be careful of that type of a shit, right? Not just with GameStop, but with any stock. It gets dangerous to try to bet on that stuff. So I'd strongly recommend not that being the core of your thesis, because it could be trouble. Just like on the short side, I think like some of that stuff could be. Yeah. Different styles, different folks. Cheers to that, Fox. Cheers to that. Different styles, different folks. There's not one solution for everybody. I have my solution that I think works for me, and there's other folks that, for other styles that I think, that wouldn't work for me. But I keep on saying, if you see my other videos, I'm like, yo, for an individual thesis, this works. For an individual investor, this kind of works for me. But there's other investors out there who utilize other strategies that are a huge success for them, or maybe achieve the same rates of return I'm shooting for. I'm listening, but it can be tough for individual investors. So that's why I have my particular style. Stop losses, time frames until it takes a profit. Yeah. If you think Cohen, if you think Cohen. Just think DC and set appropriate stop losses. Yeah. You'd think that some shorts, but it might have stop losses too. Shorts, someone said this. Shorts do have, they do have stop losses too. I've been short stocks, had stop losses too. But maybe these types of firms do. And I do like the basket approach, makes a lot of sense to me. But so do the auto triggers, the auto sells, or whatever it may be, whatever reason. I like that. I like Fox's different types of shorts too. They conflict a little bit, but we'll have to see. I can't wait to see what happens, right? Even if it does, that's what I mean. If you're betting on it, risky, but even if it doesn't happen, it's still educational. That's how I view this. It's still, even the investments I make that don't work out, that's educational, right? I still don't know how much we'll ever know. You know what I mean? That's what's kind of frustrating. It's like, even no matter what happens, I feel like I still don't know how to make heads or tails of it. But we'll all know that you can have a high rate and high short interest and nothing come of it, I suppose. But we'll see. Oh, what else we got? Oh, so Tangalang didn't even believe in the long-term GME at the start. But you did more DD, and you believe. Look at that, and then you kudos to Ron Kitty and company here for a lot of that DD. All right, cheers, Tang, cheers. I'd like to hear that. That's what I think. And so Tang, I think a lot of folks are kind of maybe people who are negative on it too. They were just betting on it for the reasons you were betting you're long. You know what I mean? And I don't think many people like dove in a little bit deeper, kind of did a little bit of the DD. Props to you for doing it. We hope we were right. We don't know, of course, but. Good for you. Like sometimes, and I've done this too, where I get in the stock for, I don't want to say the wrong reasons, but for one particular reason, and then I just get lucky because it worked out for another reason. Or you dig deeper and be like, oh, this is what was happening. You know, like maybe if I'm getting involved because of a chart or something like that. And I'm like, oh, there was all this shit unfolding. So I hear you, Tang. Let's hope it works out. Then you'll have a little bit of a story, you know? Oh, Ty's the same way. Oh, all right. Cheers. Stop losses are risky these days. Oh, Fox, you were saying that early. Stop losses are risky these days. Because they can, what about stop limits? You know what I mean? Like stop limits, so then you're worried it doesn't get executed. But if you use stop limits, is that your concern? Is that it could just jump? You know what I mean? Algo's picking them off. I've noticed that sometimes. Yeah, Fox, I've picked up on that too. I won't put in a stop loss sometimes because I think they're trying to pick them off. I've seen it. I have no proof of this, right? But it's like happened where it's like hit my stop loss and then bounce out. I'm like, what the hell? So sometimes I won't put in the stop loss at first because of that. It's real. Yeah, okay. I'm happy to hear you say that, Fox, because... Oh, it was a Wall Street. Oh, okay. I'll try to look into that. Oh, yeah. From May 2010? All right, I'll read that. Yeah, okay, so algos are picking off my limit orders too. Yeah. So it's something to be... I always thought with the institutions, maybe it's more sophisticated or something like that. So maybe that they don't fall victim to the stuff the individual investors, but I don't know. They have so much potential. Without the short squeeze. I agree with you, Ty. I agree with you. That's what I've been like. That's the big part of my thesis is that this is just fun talk. It's educational because none of us know. We're trying to talk through it, trying to rationalize. But I agree with you. There's so much potential without it. Doesn't mean it guarantees they succeed or anything like that. GME, for Tang, they've already surpassed his initial expectations. All right, I'd like to hear that. Everything here on out is a bonus. Circ. Same here. I stop loss. Daniel Simon. But with your buy limits. Yep. No algo has pumped the stock to 100 to trigger my stumble. Oh, do you have a stop loss at 100 Polygon? That's another reason for why vol for GME is so high. Vol breeds vol, I suspect. Yeah. Yep. Same thing with the market, right? Volatility clusters. Who is it? Fractals. Was it Mandelbrot? Was it Mandel? I think it's Mandelbrot talking about how all this volatility tends to cluster together. And you see it in individual stocks, you see it on the broad market and so forth, blah, 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 blah. But it's something to consider. But and then to Fox's point, Fox would say, yeah, well, volatility to the upside or to the downside. But I would say the vol at this point is, are you trotting out TA Voodoo again? No, that's a real thing. Isn't it Mandelbrot? It's Mandelbrot, right? It's not even TA. I mean, I know, Fox, you just make it a joke. Mandelbrot set. Just kidding. Yeah. We were talking TA earlier. How you use TA for some of this marginal stuff and then fundamental analysis and kind of just talk about a trump card. That's fundamental analysis for you, huh? They come up, they're like, oh, here's what the chart's doing. And then they drop a Microsoft news and it's up 44%. And then all your previous, glad I was spared. Oh, Fox keeping it real. Gotta respect that. I knew I was right to log in at 11 p.m. Oh, it was closer to 11:30 p.m. Thank you very much, Fox. Heard I had a spoofer too. No one fake. No. We would Uber just had one comment where he kind of chimed in, corrected us, just the objective type thing, and said, "Hey, kind of being like Fox there." Oh, Daniel set into sleep. All right, Daniel. Night. You have a nice night, Daniel. Been great having you on here. Great having you on the stream. Cheers to everybody. Whew, long night, huh? Oh, wow. Oh, I was so tired, too. Fox, you really perked me up, though. I was struggling there, huh? Oh, I was struggling. I don't know if I'll be able to upload tonight. Tonight was doxed. No, I did see. Oh, that one. Don't know why Shinran keeps jumping on with the names close to mine. Just give me a slice of your profits. I did see. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. I seen boxed. I seen doxed. I don't even know what's going. I'll keep it going. No, yeah, I was struggling. Rev share me. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, man, huh? I'm down with that, Fox. We'll put out a ratio. I guess put out a ratio. We're going to get ratioed. I was thinking if we put out that PR. I've been given, I need to get, it's going to take me more time. I've been given, oh my God, I think I down and reboard, but the streaming's still on. Oh, there we go. A few goes back. Couldn't believe it. Hugo's laughing. We're barely keeping it together. We're on our way out, Hugo. I feel like I've been saying that shit for an hour. Oh, dead. I don't know if I'll get this uploaded tonight. I think I gotta sleep. I think I gotta just pass out. How much do learning stick with you when you're doing it right before bed and then you pass out, huh? I think sleep helps you learn, and right? I think I've read about it in a book about it, you know? All right, well, educational night. Foxed and Skeptic, y'all have me thinking about just trying to... I like trying to justify their position because, as I said, I've been... So that was a good dialogue. We had a lot of good dialogues tonight, too, but going through these pillars, I thought was sick, too. I've made some notes. I'll see if I can get it uploaded. I should be able to get it uploaded. I don't know if I can do this. Schedule the next stream until... Okay, I'm losing my words. I'll do that tomorrow. 2010 chart. 2010, yeah, 2010. I agree with this. I've definitely put together one like this, I think, before. Oh, shit. All right, I'm gonna bounce. Cheers, everybody, to the longest stream and the most liked stream and the most viewers on the stream, huh? Cheers to everybody, huh? We made it. Cheers, Ty. Been great having you on all throughout. I'm sure we've had a number of folks all throughout here the whole time. I think just based on the viewer count, I still see a good chunk, which is sick, huh? Arthur, cheers. Tang, cheers. All right, we still got some folks. Fox, and a Fox, of course, right? Always good discussion. Patrick, cheers. Welcome. Good dialogue. We had Justin in here for a long time too, Fox. Justin was sharing a lot of insights and talking about a lot of his analysis that he's done the past couple of days. Jason, all right. Jason's here too. Sick. Whew. Still good, some folks. We're hanging in there. I know we're all probably maybe in different time zones and stuff, but we're hanging in there. Oh no, Hugo came in. Hugo's back. I spoke to company and had a different read. I don't know if I follow. Like drop. Yeah. Whoa, yeah, but the different read is potentially Hugo. Oh, Hugo. Later, Hugo. Props. I hope that one keeps working out for you. All right, I'm bouncing. Cheers, everybody. What do we got for a song tonight? What do we got? I've only got like 4 of the closeout ones. I gotta come up with some new ones. Yeah, right. Let's hope this GameStop one works out, huh? All right, cheers, everybody. Have a nice night. We'll see you on Friday. We'll see if we get some news, huh? And all check the price action and the filings and so forth, and we'll see. Maybe we'll have some new stuff to discuss. As someone said, we're always get some new content here with GameStop these days, so let's hope we get something new, some good stuff to discuss on Fridays, huh? All right, peace out.